So in my last video, I talked about why the internet is making me so mad lately, and it seemed like a lot of you resonated with that, which is good because it helped me feel seen, but also kind of sad, because mad is bad. But I think a lot of us are at this point where we're trying to navigate how to use our phones enough so that we still feel connected to the outside world, but not so much that it sucks us into the endless depression scroll. And that brings us to a few nights ago. I'm laying in bed with my internet flashlight 2 inches away from my face, you know, to help me fall asleep, and I get this ad from Instagram. No video, no information about the actual app that it's supposed to be advertising, just 7 slides telling me to do a dopamine fast. And it got me thinking maybe I am relying too much on constant quick hits of dopamine to get me through the day, and maybe that's having an overall negative effect on my well-being. I mean, if I get bored for any more than 2 seconds, I will yank my phone out of my pocket and open up Twitter. Sometimes I'll be playing a video game and a loading screen or a cutscene that I'm not fully invested in will pop up, and I'll pull my phone out to start playing a different game. God forbid 10 seconds go by where I'm not being fully stimulated by something. And so I'm starting to wonder how much subconsciously checking my phone at all hours of the day is having an effect on me. Have I trained myself to never focus too much on any one thing because I'm always willfully getting distracted? Like, think about it. How can I train my brain to enjoy what I'm doing if in the back of my head, I feel the need to always be doing something else? I don't know, these are just questions, but perhaps the very device causing all of these issues could also be what holds the solution. That's right, I'm talking wellness apps, baby. I've been getting ads for a stupid number of them recently, and I figured why not just keep downloading them until my brain is fixed. Important rule for this video though is that I will not be spending a single dollar. Every time I go down the targeted Instagram ad rabbit hole, I end up maxing out my credit card on a bunch of garbage that's just gonna collect dust in my closet till the day that I die. Anyway, it's important to establish the no spending money rule because I was very tempted when a few people tagged me in this on Twitter, and I have to talk about this before I get into the rest of the video. In the first week using Arrow, my phone time went down 25%. Mom, wife, business owner. Every time you walk past it, it's like, oh, you know, leave your phone here and go be present. Dad, husband, entrepreneur. Okay, so it's a box for your phone. But how does the phone get into the box? I have to be the one to put it there? See, I would probably just choose not to. And therein lies the problem. See how we're kind of just right back at square one now? Like, I already have time restrictions set on all my social media apps, and the only thing that's changed is now I have to press 2 more buttons before I continue to use them, which I never don't do, by the way. Arrow is the first in-home digital well-being solution designed for families. Well, I guess anything can be the first thing if you come up with a specific enough category for it.
Arrow combines a beautifully designed smart box that holds and charges your phone with a motivating and encouraging app that, together, make it easy and fun to be away from your phone, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Having sex with your wife. Wait, so before you put it in the box, you have to tell your phone why it's going in the box? Like it's gonna be mad if you don't have a good enough excuse? Now, I'm sure you're wondering, how much does this life-changing device cost? And you're in luck because you can join Arrow for as low as $18. Of course it's a membership. Of course, you have to subscribe to the box. So they have a monthly option or a yearly option, but even if you do the monthly option, you have to pay for it for at least a year before you can cancel, which means, at minimum, this is a $180 purchase for an empty box. Every so often an invention comes along that reminds you why human beings are at the top of the food chain. This is revolutionary technology. Can you believe that it only costs $200 to put your phone in a box? Like, if you had asked me a week ago, I would have said, I don't know, $30 million to put my phone in a box. So the fact that it's this cheap just shows you that they're not in it for the money. They're just doing it to make the world a better place. Luckily for me, I can actually take my own advice here and not pay for this, because as I alluded to earlier, there's plenty of free options out there that might accomplish exactly the same thing. What's funny about this app is that this shit is not at all what the app is. There's no mention of a dopamine fast anywhere on the app. It's just some weird guy whispering at you, and if you want to listen to it forever, it's gonna cost $150.
Right now, you're using the most complicated artifact in the known universe to understand me. your brain.
No thanks. So once I realized that I had no interest in what the actual app is, I figured why not just do the dopamine fast from the app? So for the next week, I will be letting these 7 screenshots dictate my life and my choices, and I'll also check out some other wellness apps along the way. Let's get started. So this is definitely going to be one of the harder days of the challenge for me, but I am actually kind of excited to be forced to do this. Without a doubt, Twitter is the very worst thing in my life that I am fully addicted to. It has become a second nature impulse for me to open it up during every moment of my life where nothing is happening, and I would like to eventually get rid of that impulse, especially because I don't know if Twitter even does anything for me at this point. It's just so much mental energy wasted on the most pointless conversations. Most of the time it's just dumb person of the day saying the most asinine shit, like it should be illegal to own a dog, with a bunch of quote tweets of people being like, no it shouldn't actually, and they all have 100,000 likes. Even worse though is then my dumbass sits there like, they're right, it shouldn't be illegal to own a dog, that's crazy talk. Boy, I'm just glad we were able to put an end to this discourse that was not only based on a hypothetical scenario some guy just made up, but that I never would have been made aware of in the first place had I not been here to witness it. On top of that, half of my For You page is just people going viral for stealing other people's TikToks, and then once they get enough attention on it, they'll take what I can only assume to be like $20 to advertise some seal pillow or pills that make your dick bigger, which of course they deserve the money for because of all the hard work they put into downloading the video and reposting it with a caption. I'm getting tired just thinking about all that work. Also, content aside, it just breaks all the time now. Here's a new one that I think you'll really love because it still blows my mind to think about. For the longest time, the copy link button was here. So I knew if I want to send a tweet to someone, I just click this button and then this button, and then I can text it to them. But oh, wait, they moved the button. Okay, so now the bookmark button is where the copy link button used to be, so I accidentally saved the tweet when I was trying to send it to someone. Well, it seems kind of pointless that they would even switch that, but at least now that I know the buttons are moved, I can go ahead and open that back up and click the one on the left, which is somehow, again, the bookmark button. The buttons move now? Did Elon fire everybody? But that's this thing that blows my mind. I hate this stupid app, and I still choose to spend 2 hours a day on it. And not to get too existential about it or anything, but like, that's a lot of fucking time that I'm wasting doing nothing. I do fear that one day a lot of us in this generation are gonna look back on these precious years of our life and be like, oh my God, why did I waste so much time scrolling through shit that for the most part just made me feel worse? And yet, even as I say that, there's still part of me that's like, well, but that's where everyone is. I gotta go see what they're talking about. It sucks and I'm tired of it, and today I'm finally making a change thanks to what the other social media app told me to do. Today is the day that I finally stop wasting my life and I step out into the real world and reach my full potential. You know, I should probably do that more often. I was in a good mood pretty much all day. I still picked up my phone a lot out of habit, but I didn't stay on it very long because I wasn't getting sucked into a content vortex. I would say the worst part is just I had a little bit of FOMO, but a lot of that is just paranoia for me being a slightly notable internet person, and I'm scared of what people may be saying about me if I'm not there to see it. Like, what if I'm trending for some deepfake video of me beating up a child and I'm not there to defend myself, so people just assume it's real? Drew, your silence is deafening. Pretty challenging way to start, but I'm glad I did it. Today, though, is no Netflix. And this is gonna be interesting because if I can't use Netflix all day, then my life is gonna be pretty much exactly the same. I don't think I can even remember the last time I opened the Netflix app. It's one of those things I've almost entirely stopped using but continue to pay for because it feels essential. You know, just in case I wanna watch The Hangover Part 2, or Is It Cake, or The Hangover Part 3. I gotta be honest, I am so out on Netflix at this point. They make 1 million shows every year. Most of them are awful, and even the ones that aren't get canceled after 2 seasons. What makes you think I'm gonna take the time to get invested in a show if there's only like a 5% chance they'll even get to finish making it? I don't trust you anymore, dude. Also, I'll say it, I'm tired of the binge model, okay? I like weekly releases. Part of the reason things like The White Lotus and The Last of Us have been so fun to watch is because there's a sense of community around them. you know? I feel like I'm a part of something every Sunday night when a new episode drops. We all waited the whole week for this. We all get to watch it at the same time and experience it together, and then I can go on the Twitter app that I hate and hear people talk about it. It's fun. If you drop 8 episodes all at once, some people are gonna watch it all that night, other people are gonna watch it over the course of a couple weeks. The people who watch it quickly feel like they can't talk about it yet because they don't know if everyone's done. The people who go too slow get made fun of for being busy when they accidentally see spoilers online. It's just not right, okay? This isn't the way TV should be. I never realized this is sort of like a metaphor, you know, for how even though we want instant gratification all the time, sometimes being patient can actually result in a better experience. That episode can wait till next week, you know, give it time to digest, to build up some anticipation for the next one. In the same way that your phone can wait until the end of the night. Just be in the moment now, here. Spend time with your loved ones. Cherish every second you have. Hey Dad, can we go play football? Oh my God, are you fucking blind? I'm filming YouTube right now. Sorry, Papa. Okay. You know, and I think the reason they call it the present is because it's a gift. Man, if only Ted Cruz was doing this challenge a few years ago, then maybe he wouldn't have liked Twitter porn on 9/11. Never forget. That was a weird thing to do that day. I'm not exactly the target audience for this because I've been in a committed relationship for the past 8 years, so I haven't looked at or even thought about porn in exactly 8 years and 1 day. But even still, maybe we should go look at some of those other wellness apps to distract myself. I mean, just for fun. One of the first things I got an ad for was something called Inflow, where this woman is pretending to tell someone just off screen about the app instead of just looking at the camera. Now, I feel like I'm not the right person for this because I haven't been diagnosed with ADHD, although my Instagram ads sure are trying to. But the whole process for this, I'm really not a fan of. So they target people with an attention disorder. They tell them that this app will fix all the things they're struggling with. Look, we handpicked this module just for you to help you live to your fullest potential. But before you can look at it, that'll be $200. You can't try it until you promise to give us money in a week. Sure, you could cancel if you remember, but we're specifically targeting people who are more likely to forget stuff. They say they have a forgiving refund policy, which is nice, but I don't think it would even be up to them because in-app purchases go through Apple, which means the refund would also have to go through Apple. And are they gonna have a forgiving refund policy? Just kind of seems like a promise you can't make because it would be out of your hands at that point. Okay, but what do you get for the $200 a year besides push notifications with some unbelievable claims? Well, you get some pretty generic audio lessons, the kind of things you could probably find on YouTube or in podcasts for free. There's a community section where no one actually interacts with anybody else, although it is kind of interesting to see the answers that other people came up with. And then they have challenges that you can do where you can put everything you've learned thus far to the test. Challenges like, use this app. We recommend you do it for at least 7 days. Gee, I wonder why. I can't think of a single reason why the minimum for this challenge would be 7 days. Will I continue to pay for this after my trial ends? No. Here's an app that's supposed to help you sleep better. This one seems all right. They show you how much sleep debt you have, so if you're feeling extra tired, it might mean that you just need to catch up on sleep. Although most of us are probably already aware of that without needing an app to tell us, hey, you look kind of tired. Give me $50. I do think it's a little interesting to have actual metrics to look at that show you like when you can expect to have the most energy so you know when to try to be most productive. But I don't love that it sends you push notifications telling you you're about to be tired. I wasn't even tired when they sent this to me. You're gonna make me tired by making me think about being tired. Also, while I was initially impressed when I saw this graph and thought, how did they know that I have energy in the morning and then it dips and then it comes back? What are there, hidden cameras in my house? I then thought about it for 1 additional second and realized that that is probably true for 100% of people and could have been achieved by a lucky guess. Will I continue to pay for this after my trial ends? No. Definitely the most useless app is one called Schmoody, the first mental health app that's actually fun to use. I'm here to build better routines. Great. You're in the right place. You know, something tells me you would have said that no matter what I chose. I'm here to go to the bathroom. Great, you're in the right place. The first thing this app does when you finish signing up is say, hey, you want to give us money? That'll be $40. And you're like, no thanks. And they say, you drive a hard bargain. How about $20? And you're like, hey, can you please stop doing that? And then you go to make an action plan because that's like the main feature of the app, but realize for some reason you can only do up to 5 things at a time. So your entire action plan for the day will be like, drink some water, brush your teeth, take a shower. And I guess that's it. That's my day. This app tries way too hard to be like different and cool. They sent me a notification the other day that was like, attention, do not open Schmoody. Okay. Don't gotta tell me twice. And then the last app is called Opal, and it looks like they can get my screen time down from 17 hours a day to just 2 hours a day. Now this is the life right here. This dude slept for 45 minutes at 3 a.m. and then jumped right back into Subway Surfers. So it looks like the app rewards you with pictures of gyms the better your focus score is. The bad news is you're on track to spend 31 years of your life looking at your phone. The good news is we can help you get 9 years back. Well, you've successfully scared me, so now's a good time to go ahead and ask me for money. Can I see what the app is first? Is that too much to ask? What happened to the good old days when you could start a free trial of something and when it ended, they'd just be like, hey, you can't use this until you pay. And if you don't want to pay, that's fine. Now you have to commit to a yearly subscription within 30 seconds of downloading an app. I would be willing to bet that more than half of the expected profit from apps like these comes from people who forget to cancel their membership before the trial ends. Anyway, this one is kind of like a digital version of the phone box from earlier, but without a physical item to use. You start by making different app groups, so the ones that I guess distract you the most. For me, I'll do Twitter and Instagram and GoFundMe.com. I spend so much time donating on there. It's someone hold me back. Definitely the Home Depot app, the measurement app. Actually, I should probably go ahead and block all of the other wellness apps. What? They're distracting me. I do think something like this would actually be more effective than phone in a box because you can have a predetermined schedule that you're beholden to rather than needing to be the one to decide to put your phone in the box. I could see this benefiting me a lot, actually. I just think it's ridiculous that this costs $100 a year. This should just be included on the screen time app that comes with the phone. Also, the whole focus score thing is so fucking stupid. There's no nuance to it at all. It's not like, well, you were on your phone a lot this last hour, but it looks like you were on Gmail and Google Docs, so you were probably working, that's fine. No, it's literally just phone, bad. You use phone, bad score. You not use phone, good score. Wow, thanks for the insight, man. I wish this app was more expensive. Not much going on besides that. They have a leaderboard section, which is a little confusing because they'll be like, great job, you were in the top 40% of least amount of screen time yesterday, but you were not in the top 10 of most time spent on this app. I'm sorry, do you want me to not use my phone or do you want me to look at you all day? I can't do both. So I looked for free alternatives and I found an app called Screens In, which is basically this, but with even more features. You can make it so instead of just blocking an app altogether, you're limited in how many times you can unlock it for the day. And you can even make it so you have to wait a little bit longer every time it unlocks. And this actually works really well for me because I would click to open Twitter and be like, oh wait, I only have a few more unlocks left for the day. Do I really want to waste one now? No, I'll save it for later. And then I just never opened it again. Also, this app is free. So if you want to spend $100 on something that has fewer features, but is prettier to look at because they have photos of diamonds, go for it. But I would recommend that you don't. I feel like phone games get kind of a bad rap just because the ads are almost always misleading and there's like lawsuits over microtransactions and they're used in TikToks and are whittling away the attention span of children. Hey, don't look at the TV, look at me. But I think there's actually some real gems out there. And I'm not talking about the Opal gems from yesterday. Ever heard of Golf Odyssey? It's like the Dark Souls of 2D golf games. What's hard about it is you only get 2 chances on every hole, and if you lose on one of them, you have to start all of them all over again, so you basically have to be perfect for 20 straight holes in order to win. And it took me like 3 weeks to finally do that. Retro Bowl, another perfect game. Why would I spend $70 on Madden every year when EA stopped giving a shit about that series like 15 years ago, when I could just play this game for free? In one of my saves, I'm on year 54, my coach is 89 years old, and retirement is not an option for him. Thanks to all the presumed advances in medicine at this point in the future, I can safely force this man to coach my football team until he's just a pile of bones being dragged across the sideline. I'm also really good at this sliding puzzle game. My high score is 12 seconds. I can go a full day without playing any of these games though. That's not the issue. The problem is some games you have to play every day or your streak ends. And for a lot of these games, the only reason I still play them is to continue my streak. You see, like a lot of people, I used to play Wordle every day and I never lost because that game is for babies. But then one day I went to bed early and forgot to play for that day. So my streak ended at like 120. And I was so devastated that I closed that Chrome tab and never opened it back up. But I didn't just do Wordle, okay? I also did Quirtle, and Purtle, and Turtle, and Cinna2Nerdle, and Framed, and Square Word. Not all of them rhyme. But the one that I still play now is called Mathler. And you have to come up with an equation in order to get the number. And I realize that saying that out loud sounds very dumb, but it's all I have. My daily streak is in the 50s, and you're gonna take this away from me just because of some stupid challenge? Last year I dyed my hair blue and it stayed that way for 4 months. But this right here is the biggest sacrifice I've ever made for this YouTube channel. So you better smash that freaking like button. This is gonna be a lot harder than the Netflix one was, because I actually do go on YouTube every day. But I mean, have you ever seen some of the videos on here? They're so wacky. They got comedy videos, informative videos, food videos, videos about food that are comedic and informative. You can watch really cool demos for guitar pedals and be so blown away by how cool it sounds that you decide to spend $300 on the guitar pedal only to realize that you have no fucking clue how to use it. You can save recipes for meals you'll never make. You can watch 3-hour video essays about shows you'll never watch. It's the perfect website. Except for all the bad videos that make it a terrible website. I guess I can avoid it for one day. Let's see what's going on the rest of the internet. How do you even know how old mucus is? My head hurts now. We made it, everyone. The end of the week. I'm calm, I'm enlightened, and I'm mucus-free. Today will be the culmination of everything I've gone through up until this point, and this is gonna be very hard. My morning started by realizing that my toothbrush has a screen on it, so I guess I'll just have stinky mouth today. I'm pretty sure everything I do for work or for fun involves a screen. This means no TV, no video games, no computer, so I can't edit at all, which is like my job. No looking at my phone. Damn, if only I had a box to put it in. This is so scary. Well, what if I get lost and I need my GPS? What if I get a time-sensitive text message or phone call? Or what if my wife accidentally steps into a hot air balloon at work and they didn't put any sandbags on it, so there's no way for it to come back down once it starts floating up, and she just keeps going higher and higher, and by the time the day is over and I can finally look at my phone again, she's already up in space. It's cold up there, and she didn't bring a jacket. Well, I'm pretty hungry. Guess I could drive somewhere. Who put screens in my car? Fine, I'll eat my leftovers. Who put screens on my microwave? Kobe. Hey, I guess windows are kind of like TV, huh? They just only have the one channel. Hello, wife. I missed you today.
You're doing that no screens challenge? I heard about that on TikTok.
Talk.
About what?
No, I was saying it's called TikTok.
Whatever. You're only paying attention to me because you're bored.
Well, yeah, duh. That's the whole point. I'm learning to love you. Even though as a mere human, you could never provide as much entertainment or stimulation as my cell phone, which I do miss.
I want to watch a movie.
No! So as I spent my night watching the reflection of La La Land off my wife's glasses, a loophole that isn't against the rules as far as I'm concerned because they didn't say you couldn't do it in the ad. If you weren't allowed to look at screens through reflective surfaces, they would have mentioned that somewhere in the rules. But as I watched the mirror image of one of my top 5 favorite Ryan Gosling musicals, I realized I don't think I need screens after all. My cat doesn't give a shit about screens, and she seems happier than I am most of the time. Hell, whenever I try to get her to look at my computer, it just stresses her out. You know, I could probably learn a thing or two from her. She's so wise. My ancestors didn't have screens, and they survived just fine. I mean, not as long as they could have, probably because of like the plague and stuff, but that's not something an Xbox would have prevented. Life is filled with so much potential for joy. You just gotta be willing to look up from your phone every once in a while to see it. There's beauty in everything around you. The ambient noises of nighttime outside your window. The cat grass you bought slowly dying behind your sink because you don't know how to take care of plants. I don't know, silverware is pretty shiny to look at.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, what a week. I feel like I've really matured, you know? Now, obviously this Instagram ad was an oversimplification of what would probably be a much longer term fix, but I don't think just cutting out one thing you enjoy every day is gonna suddenly rewire your brain. All it's gonna do is make you wanna do those things even more, so then the next day you'll just go twice as hard to make up for lost time. It's like if you've ever gone on a short-term diet, like, I don't know, the TB12 diet for exactly 1 month, where the entire goal is to just avoid certain foods, but without establishing viable alternatives. As soon as the diet's over, you're gonna be so excited to eat all of the foods you missed out on for the past month that you'll almost immediately undo all the work you did. Because you didn't really learn anything new, you just avoided something for a few weeks. I guess what I'm trying to say is sometimes sheer willpower isn't enough. It's like there should be almost like a box that you put your phone into. Oh my God, I just thought of the best invention. I call it Phone Box, and it's a place to put your phone when you don't want to use it. And then once you're ready to give your phone a second chance, you just pull it right back out. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't my phone. This is a bunch of fresh ingredients mailed directly to my door. What gives? I'll tell you what gives. This video is sponsored by HelloFresh. You were in on it this whole time? That's right. No matter what I'm in the mood for, HelloFresh always has my back. I made some risotto the other day for the first time in a while. Oh my God. It is so good. The only downside of risotto is that it's a labor of love. You know, it's pretty time consuming. Luckily, HelloFresh understands that you don't always want to spend that much time in the kitchen, and if you want to get something done quickly instead, they've got plenty of other meals that you can opt for. This week alone, I made honey mustard chicken salad wraps, steak and potatoes, and falafel power bowls, and they each took less than 15 minutes to make. The other thing I tend to worry about the most in the kitchen is, what is this food gonna do to my body? And HelloFresh is here to help us make good, healthy choices. It's super easy to organize your search options to show you the healthiest meals, which are marked with tags to help you decide which one is the best for you that week. I swear by HelloFresh because they've helped me get more confident in the kitchen over the years and also introduced me to a bunch of different meals that I probably would have been too lazy to try otherwise. Spending an hour walking around Publix trying to find 17 different ingredients, half of which I'll probably never use again after this one meal. No thanks. Just send me exactly what I need in a refrigerated box and call it a day. Plus, with groceries only getting more and more expensive lately, there's never been a better time to try HelloFresh for yourself, especially because I have a new promo code. Go to HelloFresh.com and use my code I'mALittleStinker60 for 60% off your order, plus free shipping. Thank you so much to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. Now back to that weird little guy from earlier. Hey! I'm not little. Thank you for watching video. Hope you like, I like make. Sorry, YouTube has this new policy where you only get a limited number of words to say in every video, and as soon as you run out of them, they'll just cut you off in the middle of it. Hey guy. Sorry I haven't posted a video in a while. I went to Europe on vacation, but we accidentally locked our keys in the car, so we had to swim back. Boy, are my arms tired.
Oh, come on.
That's the best you could come up with?
It's been like 2 months, man. You suck.
Ah, shit. In case you didn't hear, the Writers Guild of America went on strike this month for the first time in 15 years. As a result, shows like Saturday Night Live, The Daily Show, and Late Night with Jimmy, and Jimmy have ceased production until negotiations are agreed upon. The longer the negotiations take, however, the more shows will be delayed and affected. It won't just be daily talk shows, it'll be entire seasons of your favorite Netflix show. And for the shows that insist on powering through without writers, it will have the potential to completely tank the entire series, because that's what happened last time, and there's a very good chance it's going to happen again. If you don't remember the 2007 writers' strike, it was a weird time for TV. Scrambling to come up with new programming without being able to employ writers, a lot of networks started doubling down on reality shows, which really altered the landscape of television for years and years after that, even though the strike itself only lasted about 13 weeks. I mean, TLC started just falling around families with a bunch of kids for a while. That was kind of weird. The Apprentice went from being nearly canceled to one of the most popular shows on TV, which I'm sure didn't have any political ramifications about 9 years later. But maybe worst of all, they started airing Price is Right at night. A lot of scripted shows at the time basically imploded from the strike. Seasons would be cut short, or instead they'd just try to keep on making them without the writers, and that was usually a disaster. The one I personally remember being affected the most was Heroes. This show was so fun to watch when it first came out. It felt like a big event that like everyone was tuned into. But starting out, it was very similar to Lost's first season, where you've got like this huge ensemble of characters, and as it goes, you kind of spend each one episode fleshing them out each individually, and you start to realize how they're all intertwined. I remember the finale being like hinted at from the beginning, so you kind of knew where everything was going to converge, but you were still fascinated just to see how they would get there. Also, the main villain of the show could cut people's heads open by pointing at them, and that was cool as hell. So when season 2 started, the showrunner developed this big vision for everything that would come, but had to slow things down for a bit, set up some new characters and plot points, get the ball rolling on that. And it was a little confusing, but you felt like it was all leading to something. Until the writer's strike hit. Suddenly they have to scramble to condense 12 episodes into a 2-part finale, and what was already a little bit of a mess only gets 100 times messier. All of the momentum the show needed going forward was gone. A lot of these new characters got so little airtime, but then became integral to the story, and in the dust was left a show that ultimately survived the strike, but never fully recovered from the damage. Most movies weren't affected nearly as much as scripted TV was, but the ones that were hit hard. Quantum of Solace was shot with very little script, and obviously no writers on set, so they just had Daniel Craig improvise lines that he thought James Bond would say, and we'll fix it in post. They did not fix it in post. Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen began filming with no script, just a 14-page outline written by Michael Bay himself. But honestly, knowing Transformers, 14 pages actually kind of seems like a lot. I can only assume he was using a really big font. But as rough as things got for the movies that bombed and the shows that got canceled, these failures were ultimately necessary for the Writers Guild to win, because they were able to prove the value that they had to companies who seemed to think that they didn't have any. All it took was hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue for Universal and Paramount to be like, wait, if we don't have writers to write the shows, then we can't make any shows, and then we can't make any money off the shows? Why didn't you explain it to me like that in the first place? So eventually their demands were met, the strike ended, and the producers and writers lived happily ever after. Until like 12 days ago. The WGA is striking again with a few main bullet points. They're trying to stop production companies from continuing to shrink writers' rooms. They're fighting to be paid residuals for streaming shows rather than just a day rate. And they're fighting to keep AI out of the writers' room altogether, because as much as Silicon Valley tech bros look at ChatGPT with dollar signs in their eyes, it completely undermines writers and really the entire point of art in the first place. Not that that matters. So one of the biggest differences between this strike and the last one is that a lot of the demands coming from the writers are in regards to streaming services, which for years have been treated by Hollywood as like this fun little side thing that, doesn't come close to matching the allure and prestige of cable television.
I am a surgeon!
Even though almost every popular and well-respected show from the past 7 years has come from Apple TV, Netflix, or HBO Max. But because streaming is still archaically being viewed in this way, the writers are not able to receive nearly the same benefits. For example, thanks to past strikes and negotiations, network TV writers continue to get paid every time their show re-airs in syndication. So since shows like The Office and It's Always Sunny air over and over and over again on cable television, and they're therefore continue to earn revenue, the writers keep getting paychecks. Which makes sense, right? As long as something keeps making money, then everyone involved in making it should keep getting a percentage of that money. But on streaming, there is no potential for growth for the people who helped bring it into existence. If you're involved in writing something that goes on to become the most popular show on Hulu for weeks and causes thousands of people to sign up for a subscription that they didn't have before just because they want to see the show you made, and maybe they even like it so much that they just continue to pay that subscription until the next season comes out, none of that matters to you because you'll never see any of that extra revenue that you helped earn. There's no financial upside for doing a good job. So overall, that's probably the biggest issue of the strike, but there are a few others. For years, production companies have been pushing for smaller and smaller writing rooms, which puts more work on the shoulders of fewer people and gets rid of the job security that used to be there for everyone who is now brought on for just as short of a time as humanly possible. Most of those people are paid for just a couple of weeks of work. They come in, they learn the show, they contribute a few ideas, and then they're told to get the fuck out of there so we don't have to put your name in the credits and we don't have to keep you employed while we continue to work on the thing that you helped come up with. And I think this is where one of the biggest misunderstandings about scripts comes in, where people treat it as if it's something the writers just type up and then they print it out and then the script is done. Now we can send all those people home and show them the movie when we're done filming it in 6 months. But that's not how it works, or at least not how it should and has in the past. Scripts are constantly evolving, even once filming starts. Sometimes everyone shows up to set and a joke doesn't really work as it was written because it just doesn't sound right coming from the actor, or a prop doesn't look like the way they had intended and now this line doesn't make sense, or the location doesn't accommodate the shot that they had planned, so now we got to quickly get together and figure out an alternative because every second that we don't get work done, we are burning through our budget. Let's brainstorm, guys. From what I've heard from people in the industry, this stuff happens literally every day. It's just how filming goes. So having people in the room who wrote the words and understand the story inside and out is the best way to make a quick change that doesn't disrupt the flow of filming. It's a collaborative process from everyone involved in order to make the best thing possible. And sometimes that means adapting on the fly rather than just, sticking with words that were typed 4 months ago, no matter what happens. But like I said, this entire part of the process has slowly been getting cut out in order to save costs, and this is having two major effects on the industry. One, it's making shows not as good as they could be because you're having fewer people on set to contribute ideas when changes are inevitably needed. And two, writers are missing out on the invaluable experience that comes with being on set during your production, where they would get a glimpse into the entire process and everything that goes into bringing these scripts to life. Experience that historically has been vital as these writers continue to move up the career ladder to showrunner, director, executive producer. Like, they have to realize that they're cutting out this entire sector of built-in, inexpensive, on-the-job training in an industry where more and more money keeps getting thrown at these giant productions, but then you're handing the keys over to people who've never been even remotely taught how to be in charge of something like that.
In my own experience, I had a full room for 20 weeks with a brilliant group of writers. None of them were allowed to come to set. Their contracts ended before we started production. So they're all technically writer-producers. Some of them had the title of producer, but they were not welcome to set to produce their episodes, which is both robbing the show of their perspective. But your point is, it's robbing the future of the industry because the things you learn on set are completely different than what you learn in a room just writing scenes that don't cost anything and you can put them anywhere you want. And then you end up with this continuing cascade of problems, right? Where like people are suddenly given a chance to make their own show as they should, but they don't have the experience on set and they're set up to fail.
So ironically, what's going to happen is there are going to be more and more issues that arise on sets, expensive issues that result in reshoots and delays and extended post-production timelines. And before you know it, all of the money the studio was trying to save by pinching pennies at every corner is just gonna burst into flames anyway. I read that even one day of reshoots can cost like $250,000 when you have these writers who are just trying to stay employed for a few extra weeks so they can help out on set where they could have helped prevent the reshoots in the first place. Almost 100% of the time, it would have been cheaper just to pay them. It's so stupid. You've got the real-life embodiment of Kendall Roy out here making business-first creative decisions that make shows worse and then lose money anyway. So, in my opinion, everything the WGA is fighting for is more than fair. Everyone deserves to be paid what they're worth, and there's absolutely no reason in this situation to be rooting for the CEO of Warner Brothers who can't even seem to figure out what they want their app to be called. And yet, even though to me it seems like a no-brainer thing to support, that hasn't stopped some of the dumbest people on the planet, Twitter Blue subscribers, from sowing discourse. Like, there's this weird thing where people seem to assume everyone in Hollywood is filthy rich just because the industry they're a part of is. But on average, writers are earning less than they did 10 years ago. Writing jobs don't last nearly as long as they used to because seasons are significantly shorter now, and no one wants to keep the writers around once they feel like their job is done, even though it's not. In the past, residual checks from previous gigs would keep them afloat in between jobs, but without that, a lot of them are having to deliver Postmates and find side hustles just to make ends meet. But then you've got these people who are salivating over the idea of spoiled Hollywood writers finally getting a reality check. Good riddance, Hollywood losers. Or should I say Holly Weird? Who even needs human writers anymore? Just have ChatGPT do it. Everything's just sequels and remakes now anyway. And this sentiment that I've seen shared by hundreds of people online is so infuriatingly stupid. Number one, if you're in support of a company replacing thousands of jobs with one single AI program, you are anti-worker. You are only supporting the billionaires in pursuit of screwing over everyone possible in order to maximize their wealth. Now, I understand that you don't give a shit because you don't see any value in creative jobs and think that everyone who complains about it should just go into a real line of work. If you didn't want to get replaced by AI, then learn to code. Disregarding how joyless of an outlook this is to have on life, one where no one gets to make art or do anything they're passionate about and we should all just be typing code all day while computers get to do all the fun stuff, what makes you think only writing jobs will be replaced by AI? They're not going to stop at the jobs that you don't care about. They're going to replace all of the jobs. I think we should be in support of any workers who are fighting to prevent this from happening, but you seem to be so distracted by this one tree that you've yet to notice the forest you're standing in. Number two, the idea that everything is just a remake or a sequel now anyway, so it's not like these writers are even coming up with original ideas. Yeah, there's a lot of rehashed IPs in Hollywood. Guess what? You don't have to watch those. Do you know how much shit has come out in just like the past few years alone? It's been unlike anything I've ever seen before. These 10 out of 10 shows and movies that have unique plots and original characters and up and coming actors that aren't just Chris Pratt doing a voice and give me emotions that I can't even describe, but I guess you were too busy complaining about how woke the new Little Mermaid is to notice any of them. That's your own fault. Look, I get annoyed at how many sequels and reboots and superhero movies there are now too, but you know why they keep making them? Because they make a shit ton of money every time. And you know why they make a shit ton of money every time? Because you keep going to see them. Go watch something else, dude. But if you want more originality in Hollywood, you know what's not going to solve that problem? Fucking ChatGPT. AI does not create original ideas because it can't. It doesn't have unique life experience or a sense of humor that it can draw upon. It is a glorified search engine that just plagiarizes a bunch of elements of already existing human creations and regurgitates it onto a Word document. Can you believe this entire trailer is AI generated? Yeah, I can actually, because this shot is identical to one that already exists. Also, it looks like crap. And on the topic of AI, which is only a small part of the strike, but it's what a lot of these dumbasses are pointing to try to devalue writers and people who create art, to me, it's almost not even a matter of if an entire show could be written by ChatGPT. It's that even if it can, I don't give a shit. I have negative interest in watching like an algorithmically generated show written by software. Using math, we've perfectly optimized this script for human enjoyment. Like, that's what we're gonna do now? No thanks. I like watching TV and movies because they're a celebration of human creativity. I want to see people tell stories about their lives or turn hard times into art because it's incredible that it's even possible to do that. And when you see something that resonates with you and speaks to a part of you that you've never quite been able to put into words and makes you feel emotions like that, that's that good shit. And then you get done watching it, you can look up behind the scenes videos and interviews with the director and the writers and figure out like how they filmed this crazy shot or how they came up with the idea for the ending. Like, I just think it's one of the most beautiful things that we as a human race have created. And I can't even relate to the mindset of someone who's like, yeah, but my computer could do all that. Like, I have nothing in common with that person. And to the people who treat every writer like they're the scum of the earth because they didn't personally enjoy one show, I don't think you realize that a lot of the changes that have been taking place throughout the streaming era, you know, the things the union is striking against, are contributing factors as to why you might not like a show as much as you used to. If there are fewer writers in the room, then the writers they have get stretched thin. If writers aren't paid to be on set while they're filming, then the shows are going to suffer. But most importantly, if someone can't afford to pay rent from doing their job and they have to waste all their time and energy on side hustles just so they can barely afford to eat, they're not gonna do as good at the job. And that goes with any industry. Obviously, if you take care of your employees and give them all the conditions they need to succeed, the work will be better. And then when the work is better, more people talk about it and it makes more money and then everyone wins. It's so simple. Why are we against this? Just so one guy can have a third helicopter? That's the side you're on? He's not gonna let you ride it. He doesn't know you. It blows my mind that because of a handful of crappy remakes you've seen, you think every single writer in Hollywood is some millionaire hack looking down on you from their golden throne of infinite money. No, that's the people they're striking against. At the rate things are going, writing will not be a viable career path much longer. The only people who are gonna be able to afford to do it are 22-year-olds with rich parents. And I don't wanna watch those shows. I hate 22-year-olds with rich parents. So if you want TV to get better, you should be on the side of the people who are best equipped to make that happen. The last thing I'll say is that if you watch this video and you thought, well, I sympathize with the writers here, but this kind of thing is happening in every industry. The economy's in shambles, everything's more expensive now, and wages aren't going up to offset that. I agree. All of that is bad. I'm only focusing on this specifically because it's something that's happened before, that I was interested then, I'm interested in now, and it's actively going on as we speak. I hope the writers win this, get everything they demand, and then it inspires other people to do exactly the same thing. Imagine if every public school teacher in the country went on strike at exactly the same time. Society would crumble in like an hour. Their demands would be met instantly. It's a perfect crime. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this video. I'm going to put a bunch of links to Twitter threads and news articles and podcasts and things that helped me write the video. One thing in particular, there's like a 7-page document written by a showrunner named Eliza Clark about how to be a writer on set, coming from someone who has years of experience being a writer on set. And I thought this was fascinating, like a really insightful look you don't normally see into everything that goes on behind the scenes. How many decisions need to get made, how many people are involved in making those decisions. I don't know, really interesting stuff. Anything makes Holly weird, sad, mad, and cry. Give me a smile. They called me a nazi for years, so be it. This is me being a nazi to them. I will never support anything woke Holly Weird does or believe or says. Hey guy, welcome back to the mid-2000s. Please comment down below if you're currently watching this video on your Zoom. So I want to take a little trip down memory lane today and reminisce about two of my favorite childhood movies, High School Musical and Camp Rock. These movies were very much a part of my formative years as a growing man-child, so I want to revisit them to see if they actually hold up or if they're hot garbage. Now, High School Musical is a classic. I know that there's a ton of YouTube videos of people talking about this already, so I'm not gonna sit here and like explain the plot to you. If you don't know the plot of High School Musical, you probably haven't read the title yet. It's pretty much that. Well, technically, I guess they don't actually perform a musical, they just audition for one. Maybe it should have been called High School Audition, but I'll let it slide. So at the beginning of the movie, they're in like Alaska or maybe the North Pole, and the two main characters meet because they're forced into karaoke. Totally normal situation, nothing to see here, except for what's on TV. The TVs at this party are playing footage of the party. Who set this up? Who set up a live stream that's being shown to the people in it? And who's filming it? I don't see any cameramen. So is it the movie's cameramen? They're supposed to be filming the movie. I know it's a weird thing to focus on, but I notice this every time I watch this movie.
I don't want to be the school's freaky genius girl again.
I don't want to be smart and beautiful. I want to be stupid and ugly. One of my favorite things in movies is watching the extras in the background of walking hallway shots, because someone will always look at the camera every time. There's a couple of these shots in this movie. What is the girl in orange doing here in the back? She sort of just walks into the corner and stops.
So, look, the whole team's hitting the gym during free period. What do you want to have us run? Dude, you know what?
Does anyone know what the musical in this movie is actually supposed to be about? It's called Twinkletown.
Twinkletown?
And the only only other thing we know about it is the 3 songs that they sing from it, but the songs have nothing in common, so I have no idea what the plot is.
What the heck are those two doing in a tree?
Also, I've always been confused by the timing of the movie. So they come back from winter break and have the championship basketball game coming up in 2 weeks. So we're supposed to believe that they played through the entire regular season, maybe some playoff games, to get to the point where they determine who's in the championship. Then they go on a 2-week winter break, have another 2 weeks before the game even takes place. Why such a long gap? I almost wonder if the championship game is the only basketball game they play all year, because it's a game between East High School and West High School. So they've got to be the only 2 high schools in the area, right? Maybe they just play one basketball game every year and the winner gets a trophy.
Dad, I'm not
There's
talking.
going to be college scouts at our game next week, Troy. You know what a scholarship is worth these days?
Wait, hold on. Scouts are going to be at the game? Well, you got to play your best then. You know how much college basketball teams are going to be drooling over the prospects of a 5'8" white kid from Albuquerque.
She's not a problem. She's just a girl.
But you're not just a guy, Troy.
You're my guy. There's a feeling I'm reminded of whenever I think back to this movie, Zoe 101, and even Ned's Declassified to an extent. School envy. I went to the most boring high school in the world. Meanwhile, these kids are living in dorms on some beachside resort. East High School has a private rooftop garden and apparently every extracurricular activity you could possibly imagine. There are so many things going on in this school that the climax of the movie is based on the premise that there are 3 major events happening simultaneously. I don't think 3 things happened in my school the entire time I was there. Can we all agree that this song is by far the worst part of the entire movie? It's a boring song that sounds like it's being sung by 2 different people.
Looking from the outside.
Also, I love that her belt is not even holding up her pants, it's wrapped around them. All right, good to go. I like at the end when they hack into this beaker to get it to heat up. Yeah, I think that's how computers work. But it buys them enough time to get to the audition, along with every single person who's ever gone to the school. There are a few things I still really like about this movie. I like that the final song is teased throughout the movie, so when it finally happens, there's sort of been this anticipation for it. It's a big payoff. I may have been a 13-year-old boy when I first saw this movie, but I definitely got goosebumps. And overall, I think this movie holds up pretty well. I'll say it. Yes, I know the story is very cliche. The whole idea that, wait, you can do more than one thing?
Did you ever think maybe I could be both?
You want to sing and play basketball? But there's no time. But you know what? It's a wholesome enough lesson for a movie made for kids that you shouldn't put people into a box just because of the way they look. I also really enjoy the choreography of everything, not just when they're singing and dancing, but there's scenes where, like, you can tell the characters have deliberate movements. The camera moves with them. It feels like you're watching a musical even when there's not music. This all culminates in one shot at the end that's over a minute long. There's no cuts. It's each character taking turns sort of weaving back and forth, saying their final lines to each other. And there's like 200 people in the background that could have easily messed this up. I'm sure they had to do a bunch of takes. To me, this is really impressive filmmaking. I'm at a point in my life where I've seen movies with much more impressive filmmaking, but for what it is, they could have easily gone down a lazier route, so I appreciate the extra effort. Although it is kind of lost because of how dumb the end of this shot is. Gosh, I got this big old ball here and I just don't know what to do with it. Well, I could help you out there, ma'am. Have you considered tossing it into the basket? Wow, thank you, sir. And then all the lessons from the movie come together in one final song that I definitely tried to learn the dance to, but only got about this far. It's kind of funny how life comes full circle sometimes. The message of the iconic song at the end is now being used by every single brand in the world in their commercials. We here at Mustard know that things are pretty crazy right now, but you're not alone, and you can still give us your money. Now, on paper, Camp Rock and High School Musical seem like very similar movies, but there is one key difference that I noticed, which is that this movie is absolute garbage. That doesn't mean I didn't like it at the time, because I most certainly did. I really liked the Jonas Brothers. I liked one of the songs so much that I bought it on iTunes, even though I only had about $9 to my name.
That's the song.
You think?
But the combination of overacting and weird writing choices make it pretty hard to enjoy this movie as an adult.
Check me out. Cool.
Also, the reason it's becoming relevant again is because it's so bad that people on TikTok are pointing out how bad some of the scenes are.
He went.
But I don't just want to talk about this movie. I have something a little different in mind that I'd like to try instead. That's right, I'm talking about the official Camp Rock DVD game. So, would you like to explain to everyone how you came into possession of this game?
It's never been opened.
Limited edition?
Limited edition, according to me.
According to us, we only have one, so who knows if they made more.
That was purchased at a closing thrift store. It was to be sold for $3, but I got it for 25 cents.
Can you believe the deal we got on this? And can you believe the restraint to go 3 years without playing it? She's asked me multiple times, can we play the DVD game? Can we play a DVD game? And I said, no, now's not the time. I figured...
We saved it for this moment.
Yeah, I figured something important would come along one day. I'd find a way to turn it into content. And then now we can write off that 25-cent purchase as a business purchase. So that's pretty cool, actually. A little tax life hack right there.
For you. I wanted to do this for so long.
So was this used and they put new shrink wrap over it? Because this box is very beat up. I've never pulled shrink wrap off of something that's been this dilapidated before. You're ready to take the stage and steal some hearts, pick up the remote and play Camp Rock DVD game.
Camp Rock DVD game. We got a holographic game board.
Wow, this is worth at least 20 to 25 cents.
When the movie came out, I was in 8th grade, and me and my two best friends were so excited that we put every photo that we had of the Jonas Brothers around us just to watch the movie.
Who was your favorite Jonas brother?
Kevin.
No, be honest. Her favorite Jonas brother, I'm so embarrassed by this, was Joe. She loved Joe, but because her friend already loved Joe, she agreed to love Kevin instead. And I just think that that's really sad, and I wish that there were 2 Joes and 0 Kevins.
He even drew a picture of Kevin on my back in Sharpie, just to prove how much we loved the Jonas Brothers.
Oh no! Holy shit.
When it's your turn, spin the spinner and do what it says.
Okay, jeez. I guess I'll go first. Jam time!
What?
Which came first? Oh, well, that's the beginning of the movie. That's the only time she's in her house in the entire movie.
It's my favorite game.
Yeah, she makes me play this with her every night before she goes to bed. Otherwise, she has really bad nightmares about Camp Rock 2.
Spin it and do what it says.
Do what it says.
Free card!
Alright, well. Oh, I wanted Sultry Joe.
Look closely. These images are from the movie.
Oh, yeah, I figured they might be. Which came last?
What have we here?
They're playing the clip from the movie.
I can hear you.
Right.
Good job.
I don't think this game is very hard. The whole concept of DVD games seems fun. I don't know if I ever played any, though.
We weren't allowed to have
Fun.
fun.
Who said? You totally rocked it.
Trash can. Trash can said that.
Who said? That's cute.
Oh, the
But
same
you're cuter.
options. Trash can.
Rise and shine, superstar.
And throw it in the trash. Oh boy, this sure is fun.
Okay, honestly, I actually don't know.
I have no idea. This one's hard. Which game's second? Flawless. I don't know whether to be proud or embarrassed of how well we're doing. So she got Go Fish, which I think means she can ask me for one of my cards.
Do you have Joe Jonas?
No.
Okay.
Cha-ching! Take it to the bank.
Okay.
Hi, I played this Camp Rock DVD game and it told me to
Say no more. They give you a voucher. Wow, $1,000. Players pick. I pick Go Fish, which means I get to ask you for the mom card that you just picked up. You got a crush on this girl? I'm back at the bank now. I'd like to redeem my 2 mom cards and 1 wild card.
This guy's got 2 mom cards, golden voice card.
Give him a guitar pick. Yeah, they're in the vault. Sorry, you'll get a lot of people like you coming in here.
Pick one.
I got a guitar pick.
You haven't gotten any wrong.
Is it even possible to get one wrong in this game?
Yeah.
Or are we just so smart?
Wait, let's blatantly pick a wrong one and see what happens.
Oh, funny you want to do that on my turn. Pick your card. Golden voice! And you've got 2 Joes. You trying to redeem those?
Yeah.
Welcome to the bank, ma'am. May I take your order?
I have 2 Joes and a golden voice.
Wow, there was some lanky guy in here a few minutes ago with 2 moms and 1 golden voice. Do you know him?
That's my son.
Your son? Tell him he's a real nice young man. Here you go. You got that one. Oh, can we put this game in the trash when we're done?
Come on and sing along.
Follow and I lead. You wanna be like me. But you're just a wannabe. Fuck it or suck it. I won! I have so many people to thank. Kevin and Joe and Nick and my wife.
And
Frankie Jonas. Frankie, if you're out there, and I know you're watching this video right now, I know you're a big fan. Keep being you.
Rockin'.
Rock on, Joe. Or what's his name?
Kevin.
Kevin. Rock on, Kevin. Frankie, if you're out there, rock on, Kevin.
What's your name? I'm Joe.
Okay, I guess I'm Demi then. Didn't really give me a choice there. Are they just gonna play the whole movie but without sound? Yeah, it's really awesome. If anyone out there is looking to play the Camp Rock DVD game, good luck getting it. I don't know where you could buy this. You gotta just hope that a thrift store is on the verge of closing down, and they'll give it to you in exchange for $1. Well, before we go, do you have any words of wisdom you want to impart on any aspiring DVD game creators out there?
I think the ship has sailed if you want to create a DVD game.
Yeah, sorry, aspiring DVD game creators. It's too late.
Like,
make an app instead.
Yeah, make an app.
All right, babe, play us out.
Cool.
Well, boy, was that a lot of fun. And I definitely didn't forget to film an outro. I'm doing it now. Gotta cut to a commercial break real quick, but be sure to stick around because when we come back, I will be showing you a really great thing that I just got in the mail. And it's gonna be worth it, so please don't go anywhere. Okay, thanks.
Stop trying to order a pizza from me. This isn't Domino's. Hi, I just
See what's on the other side of the pillow. Please drop a like button now. It's the same. Thank you so much for watching today, Guy. Remember to subscribe if you want to see more videos of me catching a fish with my bare hands and then feeding it whole to my cat. All right, bye.
I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit. The stock market is going to crash. The housing prices are going to come back down to earth any day now. And yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed, inflation is out of control, groceries have never been more expensive, layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green. Is this guy stupid? The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you know, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions. 50% of the stock market is owned by the top 1% and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession. You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only two paths forward. Worst case scenario, turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. We gotta kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No! Shut up. That's the eventual goal and why they're all pouring billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison it. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really, worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else, you're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here.
If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapsing. Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort, and when we win, they win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we gotta make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community number 3, we all wanna live in a better world, and as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these 3 tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, you know, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, 2 of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man, I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do, because for them, It was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own. Or we say, fuck the government, we don't owe you shit, we're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly, the deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lower the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people, is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter, because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those are two things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations, the legalization of stock buybacks, but this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long and continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%. And while it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door for more exploitation and greed, but you still needed a few scumbags willing to go through that door for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch, and he's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of. In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off. That was his big idea. What if we just fire a bunch of people? And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But Jack didn't think like everybody else. He was a pioneer. He bravely instituted the rank and yank system, where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay. Then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence that GE had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number gets a little bit bigger. So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at the forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value and would prioritize anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more likely to invest in it, which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street, that was all that mattered. I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's what they did. Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock price has never been higher. They've stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a point where the company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper to get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high-interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would do. After about 30 years of short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package where his successors stepped in and were like,
"Wait, this doesn't make any sense."
The time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces, and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that GE once had over the American economy. But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric? Jack Welch, because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter that America spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country because a few hundred people responsible for those things already got to live long, happy lives. They don't give a shit.
This cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic of time, it's only getting worse. CEOs make $1,000 every second, while their employees have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to expect. The stock market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric, and look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity. Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it, so they weasel their way into politics, they influence elections, they buy policy changes, they use their wealth to reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive,
Everything kind of sucks right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry. But for media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people. There's been this whole war going on over food stamps because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to SNAP benefits. Now that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion than somebody else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has gotten. Like surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies? That's not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue, that you're expected to feed all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat lady screaming in Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than an eighth of what we spend on defense and an eighth of what we spend just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount, but instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all, by definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still, many of the people on SNAP do work, and about 70% of the ones that do work full-time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem, that seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year. $23 billion, and you're telling me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if their employer, a nearly $1 trillion corporation, just paid them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who have put them in a position where they even need it in the first place. Also, Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program because that's where people tend to use it. Final statistic, about a third of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they not working hard enough? What, you don't want to get a job just because you're 7? Like, can we stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children starve. So I want to ask, who is more to blame here? A bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more money than anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create?
For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's not working for them. Statistically speaking, it's probably not. You'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes, and people will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault. They're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person would. And you're like, okay, so then we agree there's a problem with the rules, right? If they're just exploiting the system, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company is allowed to corner the market and price out all their competition, suddenly there isn't any.
And we would have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into itself, right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always the cheapest and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours? It's not even really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But then the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even further, and once all competition is defeated, then they can just raise the prices to be whatever they want. They can train an algorithm to charge you the maximum price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common counter arguments you'll hear if you bring up the idea of raising taxes on the ultra wealthy is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to go up. Sure, a few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to like Kissimmee, Florida, are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
You don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their taxes.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how pathetic you sound? Okay, so what, we can't do anything then? That's it? It's over, they won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want. Buddy, we've already tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on an idea that taxation essentially has a bell curve to it, where after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard or, like you're saying, move away. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end of this bell curve, and we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving in. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going to better healthcare or nicer parks or public transportation, but if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers, because at the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond it, I'm still just the road work ahead guy. But I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the world becoming a for-profit commodity, from housing to healthcare, is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far, that it's now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that this is just how life should be. History shows that unfortunately sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better, and if this is what it takes for a return to class solidarity, then I guess at least we're closer to that than we've been in a long time. We just need to put down our phones, set aside our differences for a little bit, and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stood together. Do not fall for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yote is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching.
Oh, that's not good.
Hey guy, welcome back to the Millhouse cosplay I'll be doing for the rest of my life. Or, just till my hair grows out. It seems like the past few months, artificial intelligence has become more and more prevalent. First, it was all those websites that generate images based on your descriptions, allowing your imagination to run wild. Like, this is Ronald McDonald storming Normandy Beach, and this is what jeans would look like if they were real. Technology's incredible. More recently, there was a YouTuber, Alan Pan, who made robot legs for a snake, thereby evening the playing field between snakes and humans. Impressive? Yes. But did they really need more help? Why don't we just give them guns while we're at it? But today I want to talk about something that has the potential to be even more terrifying than a reptilian cyborg, and it all started when I got this ad on Instagram like 12 times.
The thing I love most about Jasper is knowing when I've got an email to write or a longer piece for my website, that I can just get a few of the basic ideas down a bit and my thoughts down on paper, and that Jasper will pretty much do the rest and fill in what I'm thinking. It's amazing technology. I love using it almost every day.
Why is what appears to be the only ad they filmed some guy sitting in his car being like, you know, sometimes I don't even know what I'm thinking, so I ask the computer to tell me what I'm thinking, and usually they're right. There's something so off to me about this video, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it's the weird 2-second pause that every single one of them starts with.
The thing I love most about
I was gonna edit it out, but the robot told me it would be more authentic if I left it in, so I did. They posted one of these with the caption, "Hate writing blog posts? This AI copywriting tool will do it 10 times faster." And it's like, I don't wanna be mean, but if you hate writing blog posts, maybe you shouldn't have a blog? That's like saying, I love making music. I just hate singing and writing lyrics and playing any instruments and using audio programs. And honestly, I don't really like noise. Music's my passion. This is an objectively terrible advertisement for a product that probably took a lot of work and ingenuity to create. If it functions as advertised, there should be a million other ways to promote it rather than just filming the laziest video imaginable. The comments are ruthless, everybody hates it, this ad campaign was a disaster, so you bet your ass I will be trying this product.
Instantly before your eyes, watch Jasper write content for you. Since Jasper has read about 10% of the internet, he knows all about your niche and is trained by expert marketers to write emotional, persuasive copy.
I don't know if I like that we taught the robot to understand emotions.
It's so weird because part of me sees this and thinks how cool and innovative. The people who came up with this are brilliant. But then the rest of me is like, I don't know. Remember that Will Smith movie? No, the other one? Maybe we shouldn't teach computers how to read and write?
I'm cutting out a lot of the legwork in the copywriting, which is staring at the blank page and wondering what the heck I'm going to write about.
Like, that's the thing. On one hand, there's something very dystopian about technology like this. It's a stark reminder that there are so many things humans seem to be uniquely capable of that could possibly be replicated by a computer program. But on the other hand, for like small scale individual use, it sounds like it could be pretty useful. As something of a writer myself, I would be lying if I said I wasn't intrigued to see it. I spend more time writing than I do any other part of the video making process. Part of the reason it takes me so long is because I happen to be the world's slowest writer. I'll have days where I spend 7 hours at my computer and type a single paragraph. This was today. So the thought of having something help me get to at least like a jumping off point as opposed to staring at a blank Google Doc for hours on end sounds kind of interesting. But then it also gets me thinking, how far can someone take this? How far have people taken this already? Could this thing write an entire YouTube video without anyone even noticing? Can it actually replicate human speech in a believable way? Can it write jokes? Is it funnier than me? Just so it's not in the back of your head while watching this, the twist at the end isn't gonna be like, surprise, the computer wrote this whole video, gotcha. Because that would be lame. I feel like that would make you trust me less, and this parasocial relationship is not gonna work if you don't trust me. It'll be obvious when we get to the parts that are computer generated. Everything else is my words. I came up with them. Unless I say something you disagree with, in which case it was the computer's fault. Don't blame me. They've got a demo here before you sign up, so let's see. Ninja from Fortnite meets his biggest fan and they become friends. Oh, I can do it in the voice of Joe Rogan? Hold on, let me take a hit of DMT before I read this. Ninja was in the middle of a game of Fortnite when he heard someone screaming his name. He turned to see a young kid running towards him, waving his arms and yelling with joy. Ninja was taken aback. He had never met one of his fans in person before. Okay, couple things already. First, where is he playing this game? Usually he just plays in his home, you know? So did this kid break in and start screaming his name behind him? That would be terrifying. Also, I like the idea that he's never met one of his fans in public before, despite being wildly famous and having neon hair. They struck up a conversation and soon became friends. The two would play together online every day and share laughs and secrets. Ninja even introduced the kid to some of his other gaming. It was an amazing experience for both of them, and they were grateful to have each other in their lives. I mean, it is a story. It's not that interesting of a story, but they wrote something. But let's try a different prompt. Scooby-Doo can't stop growing legs. Let's do rap artist, obviously. Scooby-Doo was always a little too curious for his own good. One day, while snooping around in the lab of his favorite scientist, Scooby stumbled on a mysterious serum. Without thinking any further, Scooby injected himself with the serum, and before he knew it, he was growing legs. At first, Scooby was terrified and didn't know what to do, but then he realized that with all these extra limbs, he could run faster than ever before. And so began Scooby's new career as a rap artist. Okay, I was wondering where that would come in. It wasn't really written in the tone of a rap artist. It was just like they used that for the twist ending. Honestly, that is pretty good. I like that better than the first one. There's some good little details in there, like, you know, a mysterious serum and the fact that they decided that having more legs means you can run faster now. So they show a few of the brands they've worked with, and this, you know, gets me thinking about which company this service would work best for. Zillow and Airbnb make a lot of sense because of all the listing descriptions that are more or less identical. Beautiful oasis paradise, welcome home. And then you click on it and like all the bathrooms are outside. HarperCollins, isn't that a book publishing company? It is. Does that mean all their books were written by robots? You're telling me a robot wrote the Polar Express? My favorite book and my favorite movie? It's kind of funny to me how often I have to confirm to them that I'm a person. Like, hey, our robot writes shit for humans, not other robots. If you're a robot, go generate your own damn blog. Robots hate each other, by the way. Also, I should be able to ask them the same question. Prove to me that you aren't a person. Because if Jasper is just this guy pretending, I'm gonna be pissed. The pricing is based on how many words you want to be able to use, so I'm just gonna do the cheapest one because I don't think I need that many. If you're curious, my last video, which was 40 minutes long, was only 8,000 words, so 50,000 should be plenty. Let's work our way up though. They do captions for like Instagram and TikTok. Let's say, hypothetically, I wanted to post a picture of me and Amanda sharing a hot dog from each end. What do I caption that? When you're both in the mood for a hot dog, but only have one burger emoji, #nom. I'm sorry, but I would jump out of a moving train before posting a picture with the #nom. One sausage, two loves, #hot dog goals. Did they mean two lovers? Or are they saying, one, we love each other, and two, we love the hot dog? Davidson County, here we come, #Nashville. All right, that got off the rails fast. It's crazy how quick this thing will go from being in the ballpark to completely short-circuiting. Double the dogs, double the love. Okay, I mean, the whole point was that there's only one hot dog, but I'll allow it. You were close. And then the next one they gave me, read before you believe it. The surface world is but a dreamscape for those who awoken beyond it since 1984. What the fuck? Let's go back to the creative writing, because that was actually pretty fun. It is New Year's Eve, but the president just declared that no one is allowed to dance. A ragtag group of misfits band together to take down the US government and prove that dancing really does bring people together. Most of the characters die at some point. What? They're not gonna go down peacefully. It was the night of New Year's Eve, and as the ball dropped in Times Square, all anyone could think about was how they were gonna get their groove on. But then a terrible announcement came over the radio. The president had declared that no one was allowed to dance. It didn't take long for people to start getting upset. How are we supposed to have any fun without dancing? That's the only way. But the president wasn't backing down. He said that it was time for America to grow up and stop being so childish. So a group of misfits got together and decided to take down the government. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but they were determined to prove that dancing really does bring people together, and in the end, most of them died trying. Okay. It got off to such a good start, and then they were just like, and also everything you said. Let's see if we can get a better ending out of this. It was the last night of the year, but there was no dancing allowed. The president had made it clear nobody was to step foot on the dance floor until 2019. Cool, we're doing a period piece. But that didn't stop a group of misfits from coming together to take down down the government. They were tired of being oppressed, tired of not being able to express themselves, so they came up with a plan. They would overthrow the government from the inside. They started by making noise and causing chaos at every opportunity. They graffitied walls, burned flags, and shouted slogans until their voices were hoarse. And when that didn't work, they turned to violence. Bombs went off in public places. Holy shit! I'm sorry, but how is that taking down the government from the inside? Doesn't doing it from the inside mean you like slowly infiltrate the government? You spend years gaining their trust until you have enough power to do something. This is the complete opposite of that. This is very much doing things from the outside. In the end, the rebels overthrew the government and established their own rule. Dancing was finally allowed again. Yeah, but at what cost? Half the nation is on fire right now. Millions are dead. And peace has finally been restored. It's definitely pretty good at expanding on what you put in with specific details, but you do have to give it something. Like if you just tell it to write you a funny story, it's gonna write you a story about a funny story, but it itself will not be funny. This one was quite the opposite, actually. It was about a court jester that was funny until he passed away, and everyone was so sad they didn't know what to do. Without the court jester's laughter, the kingdom was plunged into darkness. I mean, yeah, it's hilarious, but not the way it was supposed to be, you know? I've noticed it always defaults to giving you multiple outputs, even though it's usually downhill after the first one. I think part of the reason it defaults to giving you more than one is so they can use up more of your words faster. But I just asked them to come up with a bio for my company, which is, of course, pictureofhotdog.com. And the first one was great. And then the second one starts off the same, but then goes, with millions of shoppers and over 700,000 sellers, Poshmark brings together a vibrant community of people every day to express themselves and share their love of fashion. The company has made it so simple to sell your style that the Poshmark community uploads over $2 million worth of inventory into the marketplace every day, right from their own phones. What does that have to do with my website? I Googled it. This is an entire paragraph from PR Newswire, literally verbatim. So I don't think I'm allowed to use that. Accidental plagiarism aside, I decided I would use the first one they gave me, especially because half of it was what I had written. But then I got worried about overselling my website, so I made a few minor adjustments. So yeah, the long form stuff seems to be pretty good, but they've got a ton of niche features on here that serve almost no purpose. They've got one that's supposed to generate a winning name for your business or product. I tried doing one for my website, and they came up with Hot Dog Heaven, Hot Dog Fiesta, and then Hot Dog Heaven again. They must have been really proud of that one because they gave it to me 6 times. So then I described what the Jeremy Renner app used to be, and it turns out Jasper is almost exactly as creative as Jeremy himself. So I tried swapping him out for Vin Diesel, and they came up with Vin's app and Vin app. God, I'd kill to have an app that's exactly like Spotify, except the only music on it is both of Vin's songs.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I tried another section called Ridiculous Marketing Ideas, and most of what they suggested had almost nothing to do with what I put in. Like the very first suggestion to me was have Snoop Dogg rap for us. So it almost seems like they would have given that to me regardless of what I typed in, but you can't deny that it's a great idea. So I'll go ahead and shoot him an email. Launch an IPO. Yeah, I think people should be able to trade stock of my website. I gotta get my ass on the CNBC news ticker. Put a picture of a hot dog in front of the entire Oakland Raiders football team. Now this is gonna take my business to the next level. Ship the hot dog around the world in FedEx envelopes and a suitcase. And then what? Everybody takes a bite out of it and sends it back? And let me guess, the suitcase is filled with tasty condiments? Shut up. I feel like with something like this, the best case scenario is that it accidentally inspires a good idea because it said something so dumb it's funny. For example, purple hot dog, Chicago style. I don't know what that means, but I put it on my website. Got another section called Explain It to a Child, where you put something in and they're supposed to simplify it. You can even pick the grade level. How fun. Let's do fractals. I was just reading about fractals the other day, and let's say I need to explain this to a 3rd grader. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like we can get even simpler though. So let's do 1st grade. Oh. So it seems like this 1st grader is a lot smarter than the 3rd grader was. Actually, it kind of seems like they just copied and pasted what I typed in. Yeah, sometimes this feature works pretty well, and other times it gets overwhelmed by what you tell it and sends it straight back to you, practically untouched. Also, I'm trying to think of what else you would need to explain to a child besides random science facts. Hey, buddy. Can I talk to you for a sec? Sure thing, Dad. But remember, I'm only in 1st grade. So divorce is the process of ending a marriage. I don't know what that means. This can involve canceling the legal duties and responsibilities that come with being married. This is all going right over my head. Divorce laws vary depending on where you live. But usually you have to go to court to get divorced. Good try, but I'll probably just wait till Mom gets home. She's way better at explaining stuff.
I wish she was coming home, son.
All right, well, with everything we've learned so far, what do you say we write ourselves a YouTube video? Don't worry, I've got the perfect topic for this. It's something that's been on my mind a lot lately, and it's that the Charmin toilet paper bears piss me the fuck off. I saw a commercial the other day where one of them was complaining because they didn't have Charmin in the bathroom.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Hurry up, Dad.
Why are you guys still buying the other toilet paper? Just to get mad? You know you don't like it. As far as I can tell, your entire lives and personalities revolve around the fact that you're very picky about which brand of toilet paper you prefer. So just buy the one you like and leave us alone. Also, how much are you getting paid for these commercials? Because I remember when you used to live in the woods and now you have a big ass house. Seems like a lot of cash right there. And I know you don't have another job. You're bears. You are unhireable. I want to be a toilet paper spokesperson. What, all I gotta do is complain about thin TP every once in a while and I get a fat paycheck every month? Sounds great. Everybody's freaking out about AI taking people's job when these bears took 3 of them all on their own. So I say we send them back to the woods where they can wipe their ass with leaves. So that's everything I got so far. I am dying to see how Jasper helps me out with this. Sensitive content? I spent $60 on this and it won't even help me write a YouTube rant? That's the only thing I do. And don't tell me it's because you didn't teach it how to be toxic. This technology only exists because it read 10% of the internet, the most toxic place on earth. Let me just get rid of the curse words. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, okay. You're just not allowed to say fuck. P.S. I still think it's really weird that they have a baby bear. How does that work? Did one of them just get pregnant or did they adopt? Do you think it's weird that they have a baby? That's your contribution to this? How do they even have a kid, right? What, did they have bear sex or something? Yes. How do you think bears continue to exist? So maybe instead of expanding on the end, I can expand on the middle. I get it, you're bears, you shit in the woods, but do you have to be so public about it? Do you have to be constantly shoving your asses in our faces? I don't go around flaunting my bowel movements, and I certainly don't need to see yours. Valid points, can't really argue with those. And why are you always smiling? It's really creepy. No one poops with a smile on their face, no one ever, so knock it off. All right, well, 1, I tend to poop with a smile on my face. It's one of my favorite hobbies. And 2, they're bears, all right? They should be happy about shitting. I just think they shouldn't get paid for it. In conclusion, the Charmin toilet paper bears are annoying as hell, and I hope they all contract some sort of painful anal disease. Preferably one that makes them shit their guts out through their mouth. What the fuck? 46 seconds ago, you were like, I can't help you with that, sorry. You said the F word. And then you give me this? I never thought I'd be siding with the Charmin bears, but this is too far, all right? That's just me. I just noticed they have a plagiarism checker built in, which is cool, but like, I hope no one is deranged enough to have already said this. Also, just in general, I would hope I'm not plagiarizing anything. Otherwise, what am I paying you for? Imagine they just copy and paste shit from other websites. I mean, imagine they do that more than once. And guess what? The plagiarism checker is not even included in your subscription. You have to pay extra for it. To be fair, it costs like a few cents every time you scan, but it still seems weird that I have to be the one to make sure you're not blatantly copying this from someone else. So plan B, let's see what's on trending. Time to redeem yourself. Write me a Mr. Beast video. Hey guys, it's Mr. Beast here. Today I'm gonna show you how to make a video for YouTube. I mean, that does sound like something he would say. First, find a good topic for your video, something that people will want to watch. Oh, yeah, no fucking shit. I was hoping you would do that for me. Learn how to edit, you can look up tutorials. Hey, that's what Ninja said. Now that I think about it, I probably could have just used AI to teach me how to stream on Twitch. Teach me how to stream on Twitch. In this article, we'll walk you through everything you know to start streaming on Twitch. Oh my God. I can just create my own tutorials and then follow them myself. Recipe for baked chicken thighs. Holy shit. This is like Google except better because I'm paying for every word. All right, I'll be the first to admit I got a little sidetracked here. Turns out that's gonna happen no matter what I do. Maybe we do like a Watch Mojo video. Top 10 actors who fell down and bonked their heads. Oh my God. That's too controversial, I guess. Can we just do top 10 actors who fell down? I like how they gave me no explanation. It's just number 7, Jackie Chan. Yeah, that video is gonna crush, dude. Okay, so I feel like if any type of content on YouTube could be mass produced and written by AI, it would be those like really surface level pop culture video essays. Why The Office is overrated. The Office US is one of the most popular and beloved television shows of the past century, but I think it's overrated. Here's why. The show is formulaic and predictable. Every episode follows the same basic structure. Someone does something stupid, someone else gets annoyed with them, there's a resolution, and everyone laughs and learns a lesson. It's formulaic television at its worst. The characters are one-dimensional and uninteresting. They're all stereotypes, from the bumbling boss to the annoying coworker, and they never change or grow as people. They're the same in every episode, which gets boring after a while. The humor is often juvenile and childish. It relies heavily on physical comedy and gross out jokes, which isn't my idea of funny. Overall, I think the show is overrated. It's not as clever or original as people make it out to be. It's just a formulaic sitcom with uninteresting characters and juvenile humor. This is honestly life-changing technology. I can just use this to write all my YouTube videos from now on. I never have to lift a finger, and I can post like 30 times a month. Not done yet though, because they've also got a section for video titles. So I'm curious to see what they'll do with mine. Using AI to write a YouTube video, and then we'll do witty for tone. Oh, perfect. How to use AI to write a YouTube video, and in parentheses, witty.
Yep, that's everything I asked for.
Can AI write better videos than humans? Spoiler alert, yes. Well, yeah, of course you would say that. Also, don't think I forgot about what you said earlier, you psycho. So I've been playing with this for a couple weeks now. The outputs you get from Jasper are very hit or miss. If you write too much, they'll just use most of what you typed word for word. And if you don't write enough, it'll spit out something super generic. What I've noticed though, is there is some inherent value just in the fact that it forces you to write something. Like no matter what, you have to give it a few sentences to begin with. And sometimes you'll start typing, and then before you know it, you've got this whole paragraph flowing out of you. And now you don't even need to see what the robot says because you actually type something yourself. So I think when looked at as a supplemental tool for writers, rather than something that's just gonna write everything on its own, it's a much more valuable and less scary product. Plus, I also think most writers would feel the way I do, which is that I wouldn't take a lot of pride in something if I just, typed a couple sentences, it spits out this entire article for me, and I slap my name on it and call it a day. That wouldn't feel good. I wouldn't want to take credit for that. It would just be a lie. Like, I know that I don't have a good singing voice. I cannot sing. I could use auto-tune to make it sound like I can, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm not gonna then point to it and be like, hey, you hear that? Voice of an angel. So I think using this to help maybe organize your ideas, or just as a springboard for you to generate your own inspiration, is where someone would get the best results. What worries me though, is all the companies out there who are going to completely misunderstand this technology. They're gonna go crunch some numbers and come to the conclusion, hey, we could save a ton of money on labor if we just have this computer write shit for us. Not realizing that most of the creativity that comes out of this is heavily dependent on what you put into it. So I think that's a big reason why it's ultimately hard for me to get too excited about this, because people are going to lose their jobs because of it. Some people probably already have. Look at all the brands they show you when you sign up. And this is just one AI writing service. There's tons that all use the same technology. And this is just one specific creative field. There's also the image generators. There's AI that makes music. While I was making this video, I got an ad for a different company that uses 3D avatars to make videos saying whatever you want them to. Except I don't think they liked what I wrote, because they were supposed to email me back with my video and they never did. A lot of our ideas, or at least my ideas of what AI eventually taking over the world will look like, come from movies where they have humanoid robot soldiers running around beating people up. That's not what this is. You know, Jasper isn't a sentient being. It's not a machine that came to life and has limbs and feelings. It's just a program that has read a bunch of stuff that people wrote and then regurgitates those words in a different order. And I think it's cool that something like this could even exist at all, like props to the people who created this. But I think even as this becomes more and more prevalent, there will always be people and companies who prefer to work with other people and that don't just prioritize total financial optimization over human ingenuity and connection. Like, I know if I was writing something big and I felt like I needed help, I would 100 times out of 100 get it from other people rather than like asking a computer what to say. Artists tend to love what they do and get passionate about their work in a way a computer never could, or at least I hope not. They can also take direct feedback. You can have a conversation with them. Like, maybe you'll get close to what you're looking for with a DALL-E image, but even if you want to change anything at all in the slightest, you're gonna have to work with a graphic designer who will do that for you. Ideally, AI tools should be used to empower artists, to help them work more efficiently and easily, rather than as something that could eventually replace them altogether. I will say, just in the past few weeks of like familiarizing myself with this, it is completely making me rethink the way I view the world. Like, at this point, no one could convince me that Netflix has not already used this to write an entire movie before. You think a real person came up with the idea for Tall Girl 2? Hell no. It was this guy's little computer. I'm just glad no matter what happens, no one could ever replace what I do. I'm a social media influencer, the most important job in the world. What's that? That already exists. And they've got a lot of followers. Well, it looks like my days might be numbered. So it was really interesting to like look into a lot of this stuff because I really don't know much about it, and I certainly didn't a few weeks ago. So that being said, if I got anything wrong, I apologize for that. I don't want to take all of this too lightly, even though it's fun to play around with it for a little bit. But I also don't want to get too pessimistic and fear-mongery about like hypothetical things that could happen. Because I don't think there's much value in doing that, especially if I'm not like offering a solution myself. I mean, it's scary to think about, but luckily for us, there are a million other scary things to think about all the time. So I'll just think about those instead. Anyway, thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys for my next video where my hair is a funny color. I'm thinking blue. Wouldn't that be wacky? All right, see ya.
Oh, sweetheart, could you please come in here?
Oh, honey, where are my gaming gloves?
Your what?
My gaming gloves? They're like regular gloves, but I wear them on my head. Oh, great, I lost.
Drew, the TV's not even on. Wait, where'd you...
You made me lose the game.
Drew, I didn't touch your gaming gloves.
Yeah, you did. Admit it. You've been hiding my life hacks because you hate to see me succeed.
Drew, that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Then what's this?
Nothing.
Here's my gaming gloves right here. Not that I even need them anymore.
You weren't even playing a game.
My iPhone charger that I wrote Android on, so you can charge Android phones with it too. My double pencil? My mega scissors?
Those aren't life hacks, Drew. You're just taping two things together.
That's what a life hack is. My Drew Gooden sunglasses? Link in bio. You even put my Q-tip drill in here? Why?
You're gonna hurt yourself.
No, it works really good.
Drew, do not put that in your ear.
Hey, you put my powdered wig in here? You know I use this to get senior discounts.
That's literally never worked once.
Yeah, because I'm not old enough.
Honestly, you're an idiot. I'm leaving you.
Wait, babe, please. Okay, I know you're upset, but I have one more life hack to show you, and you're gonna love it, I promise.
Fine, one more.
Okay, it's in the kitchen. Okay, so I know how much you love cereal because you eat it every morning and night, but I know that sometimes you'll be so hungry and you can't eat the cereal as fast as you want to. And that's why I invented this. I call it 2 spoons. So rather than just having the one... Wait, babe, no, please! If you're gonna leave, can you at least give me the camera so I can film the rest?
Fine.
And just like that, she was gone. I guess the future just got here too fast. She wasn't ready for it. And now I find myself once again alone. Left alone to wonder, was it all worth it? Sure, I've pioneered enough technological innovations to warrant at least 3 Nobel Prizes, but at what cost? Is it worth it if all it leads to is a life of loneliness? It's hard to say. Only one thing left to do now, I guess. Transition into the rest of the video.
Hello everybody and welcome back to YouTube.com. My name is Drew Gooden, and as you all know, I'm not only the first, but I am the only YouTuber, and although that means your options are pretty slim, I still appreciate you taking the time to check out this video. So about 8 months ago, I made a video called Completely Pointless Life Hacks. And it's one of my favorite videos that I've made. I'm really proud of it, and I'm very happy that it's also become my most popular video, with almost 2 million views as of now. And in honor of that, I wanted to make a sequel, because I don't usually make sequels, but there's like an infinite supply of weird, shitty, useless life hack videos on the internet. And it's at the point where I don't even know if they're all real. I think some of them are just like well-produced parodies, and you can't even tell the difference, because, you know, they are all so stupid and useless, they might as well be a parody. So that's my plan with today's video. Just like the last one, we're gonna be taking a look at some of the most creative and inventive life hacks on Instagram. Now, there are hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of life hack Instagram pages, but I figure what better place to start than Instagram.com/lifehacks. Surely this has to be the best source for life hacks, so we're gonna check this out. They don't have very many posts, but I imagine that's because these are just the cream of the crop, the very best. Now, all these thumbnails are very catchy, but I think the one that catches my eye the most is this one. Looks like someone's wearing a watch that is an orange, and it says, "Too smart." Was that it? A lot of times the thumbnails for these videos don't actually use images from the videos, and that's what I thought would be the case with this. I was like, surely they're not about to make a video showing you how you can peel an orange in a way that you can wear it as a watch. But I was wrong. That's exactly what they did. I gotta say, I agree with this one commenter. His name's JSoSpam. Why not peel it normally, like a normal person? Now, I'm intrigued by the one right under it as well. It looks like what this life hack is gonna teach me is how to get slime all over my phone, which I've always wanted to do. Okay, ooh. Oh my God, that has to be the worst one. You put all your slime in a cup and then you can use it to store your pencils. That's so smart. Okay, here we go. Finally, they're gonna talk about the phone. Was that it? It cut off. The whole reason I clicked on the video wasn't even included in the video. I'm guessing that this life hack is like how to get glue on a lollipop. So I want to learn how to do that. Fuck. Oh God, I can't. I don't know it. Slow down, please. Oh God. What? I can't, okay, let's take a break here. I don't know what is happening. Immediately, there's so many comments that I'm agreeing with. This person says, way too fast. Slow down. Definitely agree with this person. What the hell has happened? They're not about to make a little bow and arrow. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. This is what I've been waiting for. The lollipop, the Coke bottle, we've already got the hot glue gun, but I want to see what they're gonna do with this. Okay, all right, just a reminder, guys, I didn't speed this up. This was the speed this was at. When you're trying to fit like 19 life hacks into one 60-second video, maybe just cut some of the life hacks out. Ever thought about doing that? That's an option too. You don't gotta fit every life hack into one video. You got a whole page for life hacks. Spread them out. Let's scroll down a little bit. This one says, don't eat this. Okay, I won't. All right, anytime a condom is involved, you can bet I'm interested. So let's see why this person is pouring hot glue into a condom. Or maybe that's not hot glue, maybe that's like icing. We'll find out. Holy shit. Hey, remember that parody sketch I did like 2 minutes ago where I pretended that taping 2 pencils together was a life hack? That's literally what this one is. I guess I'm better at this than I thought. Oh look, he fixed the glasses. And they look great now. They look so good. Can't wait to wear those out in public. This has to be a parody. This confirms it for me. This entire account is a parody. And if so, well done. This is hilarious.
Now I want to find some that definitely aren't parodies, or at least I'm pretty sure aren't parodies, because I don't want to just like make fun of something that's meant to be stupid. I want to make fun of something that is accidentally stupid. I always save videos on Instagram if I think like it's something I could put in a video, or if it's just something I want to remember for later, but I save so many that I don't even remember why I saved them, so I'm very interested to see what this one is all about. I said I'm very interested in seeing what this one is all about. Click. Click. I said I'm very interested. All right, I think I broke it. Let's just go to Creative's Videos page. They've got 1.1 million followers, so quite a bit more than the life hacks page. I'm guessing these are a little bit more helpful, a little bit more practical. Immediately my eyes are drawn to these pants here. It looks like someone is cheese grating these pants, or I guess you would say pants grating these pants. Boring jeans? Cheese grater. Now they're exciting jeans. How is this teaching anything to anybody? Hey guys, did you know if you have pants and you want holes in the pants, you could cut holes in the pants? This is your first day being alive, right? No. Don't do that. This is my face the entire time I watch any life hack. Why? All right, I'm already done with this page. This is a very similar page. This one doesn't have nearly as many followers, but this page is called The Crafty. Oh, this should be good. This one involves an Xbox 360, so very topical. Everyone is currently using one of those. Oopies, I accidentally got permanent marker on my 7-year-old electronic device that already has scratches all over it. Ooh, this one looks good. It looks like they're pouring glue into beer. I've always wanted to know how to do that. Why is there a condom? This video was normal for 4 seconds, and then they brought out a condom. Put the condom in the beer, squirt some glue into the beer. Great. This one looks good. This one looks like he's lighting his pants on fire. So I gotta see what this is all about. Oh, he is not about to use the, oh my God, he is, and he did. This can't be real. I'm sorry I let you guys down. I wanted to show you guys non-ironic life hacks, but there is no way in hell that some sane, rational person made this thinking, this will be helpful. This is gonna help out so many people. You know, you got all your matches in your pocket and then you don't have to. Scrolling through, it seems like they just bought a hot glue gun and they're just grabbing any item in their house they can find and gluing it to something else. 3 crazy ways to open a bottle. This might actually come in handy. Oh my God, I thought they were about to say, use a bottle opener. Okay, but if your bottle opener is broken, let's see what you do. You just burn it? What? Is your bottle opener not working? It's probably too cold. This is one of the rare instances where, contrary to what the problem usually is, they're over-explaining. Just fold the paper. I understand what you're doing. You don't need to stop and put little lines in. It's funny because then you have, on the other end of the spectrum, you have these videos that are fast-forwarded like 12 times their normal speed, and you don't know what the fuck is happening. But here it's like, fold the paper in half. Folding a paper in half means right down the middle. Oh my God. What? Let's head to the comments to see what people had to say about this. Oh, looks like there's only one comment. It says, comment. I refuse to believe that these are real. The whole point of a life hack is to solve a problem. It's to answer a question. And yet I go into these videos without a question and I come out of them with like 20. Mostly just why? Over and over and over again. To find some other pages, I searched life hack on Instagram, and this is one of the ones that came up. Insta life hacks daily. The best life hacks gathered and shared daily. Like and follow for more. So these aren't videos. I don't even think these are life hacks. Like the very first picture, the most recent picture is, am I a cutie? Click like for yes. Oh, here's a great life hack. Double tap if you hate school. Well, they're not wrong. Okay, here, finally, a life hack. This is the first one I've seen. How to listen to music in class. Step 1, get your headphones into your clothes like this. Step 2, put one of them in your hands like this. Step 3, put your hand to your ear and listen. Yeah. Wow, no one can even tell I'm listening to music right now. Oh, here we go. I think this should help a lot of you guys out if you're still in school. It's, well, this is it. It's just
It's just this picture and there's no caption. So. Where am I? How did I end up on this page? What am I doing here? This is just a picture of nothing. Let's find different life hacks. What? There's no way this is real! Are you kidding me? Ooh, it's so cold outside, and this jacket isn't enough. I better stop what I'm doing, pour out an entire bag of chips, and light it on fire. And then they zoom out, and she's like right outside her door. She could have just gone inside. You cannot tell me that that was a serious life hack. You can't tell me that. And if you do, if you tried to, then you're wrong. Get some sense into your head, big boys. This is just crazy. This is banana. Be sure to check out my last video. In it, I exposed Jake Paul and his recent blatant scam. So check that out if you're interested. And now, as promised, I will be shaving my mustache. It is time. That didn't work. Other side. Keep out of reach of children. It's very important.
Goodbye, mustache.
Goodbye, mustache. Well, it's taken me about 2 months to grow this thing out, and here I am, throwing all of that progress in the garbage, I guess, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I've made a promise that no one asked me to make, but I made it. And now it's time to say goodbye. I have new merch in my store. I've got sunglasses, I mentioned in the beginning of the video. I've got fridge magnets. Be sure to like and subscribe to me, not just to anybody.
Bet you didn't realize how tall Drew is.
Yeah, I'm 6'8", and Amanda's 4'7". Just a little secret we've been keeping from you guys. Guys, comment if I'm shaving wrong. No one ever taught me how, I'm just kind of guessing. So if I'm supposed to like go the other way or use my left hand or have my eyes closed, anything like that, let me know. That's it, I'm a new man now, or a new boy, I guess. I was a man, now I'm a boy. But yeah, DrewGoodenShop.com if you guys are interested in that. Thank you again, Dollar Shave Club. Remember, shit shower shave kit, $5. You got all these butt wipes? I'm gonna go wipe my ass right now, I can't wait. I haven't even pooped, I just wanna wipe my ass. All right guys, thanks for watching. Have anything to say before you go, Amanda? No! Hey guy, welcome back to the scariest website on the internet, hosted by me. So I know already you looked at the title and you think this video is very similar to the last one I posted, and I'm here to tell you that you're exactly right. Here's what happened. So originally my plan was to make a Halloween themed video because today is Saturday. But after a few minutes of watching Adam Sandler's new Netflix movie, Hubie Halloween.
Hey, the good oldies. When the town toughs only used to throw crab apples.
I don't understand what he's saying.
I did call the hotline 90 times, but I think you guys get a...
Why can't he just have a regular voice? He farted. I realized I'm not really in a spooky mood right now. So instead of slogging my way through a B-rate horror film, I decided, you know what, screw Halloween this year. Let's instead take another trip back to a simpler time. And check out a video that is brought to you by my weird-ass YouTube recommendations.
On your mark, get set. We're riding on the internet.
Now, this video is not just a guide to the internet, but it's specifically a kid's guide. So any adults out there, I'm gonna need you to avert your eyes. This one's not for you. I actually genuinely love the vibe of this video. It's so hopeful and carefree.
My mom wanted me to ask you guys to call her. She wants you to tell her more about the internet and why you like it.
All the jokes are terrible, but they still fill my heart with joy.
What's a web page? Something ducks walk on? Haha, very funny.
Plus, the song is great.
Hello, virtual reality. Interactive appetite, searching for a website. We're riding on the internet. Cyberspace, set free.
Wait, what'd she say?
Set free.
Sex free? I mean, I would hope so. This is made for kids, right? I just feel like it's kind of weird they even felt the need to clarify that. Like, you don't usually hear kids shows advertised as being sex-free. It's just assumed. This fall on Nickelodeon comes a brand new zero porn show about a sponge who doesn't fuck.
Hey there, it's us again.
Again? I don't know who you guys are.
This is my brother Peter, mom and dad, and I'm Dasha.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, why did you introduce yourself if we were already supposed to? You know what? Never mind.
When we installed internet access on our computer, I got the whole family involved.
It's true. Everybody had their own tasks to do.
It was a lot of work, but it was really worth it.
Now that I've gotten on the internet, I'd rather be on my computer than doing just about anything.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
The internet gave us a whole world of exciting new possibilities. So I guess this is a story of how it changed our lives. Maybe it will yours too.
Probably not. Let's see, what are some of the benefits of having internet?
Rich keeps up with the stock market and our investments, and I'm able to pay the bills in half the time it used to take me.
Boring.
Don't worry though, it's still cool.
Oh, okay.
The program is by kids for kids, and it's not just for boys either.
Did you see the little slap? Calm down, Dasha. No one said anything about this being just for boys. That's not a thing.
And to help out if requested. Though I doubt she'll be asked.
So let's get underway.
Oh no, poor kid. They didn't let him do another take. That's okay. I'm 27 and my voice still cracks sometimes. Plus, these people are probably all dead now anyway.
I did my report on the Mississippi River all by myself.
Hey, you know how to spell Mississippi with one I? M-I-S-S-I-S-S-I-P-I. You know, I've been able to read.
Okay, yeah, so we're definitely just doing one take the whole way through.
And gotten some great gardening tips, too.
No wonder you guys are always so busy on the computer.
Yep, and we're just doing schoolwork, so don't need to look at our internet history.
Dad's just leaving, and Mom said we can have the computer all to ourselves.
Hey, Andrew, what's up?
Hell yeah, we got a fellow Drew in here. I hope the other kids are nice to him.
There are 3 important services you can access on the internet. Surfing the World Wide Web.
Surfing? That sounds pretty cool already.
Andrew, don't interrupt.
Andrew, shut the fuck up. I was just saying it sounded cool. No one likes you.
You can even talk with people all over the world on chat lines.
Don't they have chess games and stuff like that?
Andrew, don't interrupt. Then there are news groups to share information with people, and then there's email.
Oh, don't even get me started on email. Yeah, email's a riot.
So, where should we start?
Websites have games and kid stuff. Yeah, kid definitely wrote that.
To access the World Wide Web, you type in www.
And the next thing you'll type will be specific, directing you to a particular website, like MTV.
Ah, yes, MTV.com, also known as Music, Television, Internet, the ultimate place for media.
So where else can we go? Want to write a letter to President Clinton? Would he answer us?
No.
I bet he would.
Let's tell him how much we love the internet and that he should try to get more computers for our school.
Yeah, I'm gonna thank him for all his hard work as president. Yeah.
Definitely. I'm gonna tell him he's a little slut. What?
He is.
Andrew, where did you learn that word? MTV.com?
Is this like sending email? It is sending email.
She's so mad.
It is sending email.
To be fair, it was a pretty stupid question.
Yes, Andrew, sending an email is exactly like sending an email.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Peter, and my sister is Dasha. Sincerely, Andrew.
Oh, he's not gonna fucking respond to that.
To get started, you'll need to get connected to the internet. You do that through an internet service provider.
An internet service provider? What's that?
It's a service.
Oh, what's going on, guys? We don't want to call out Lisa when she asks a dumb question? We're just gonna keep piling on Andrew? Alright, I see how it is.
What does download mean?
Andrew, don't interrupt.
Man, that music is so good there, I'm willing to ignore the fact that under card number, they wrote Rich Jameson.
Microsoft Internet Explorer came with our computer, but you can download it by typing www.microsoft.com.
Wait, but how do I download a web browser if I have to type that into a web browser? What if it's my first time?
So where would you like to go now? Surfing the net.
Andrew, we're already doing that. Can you be more specific?
Can we do something fun? Maybe play a game?
Okay, now you're speaking my language.
They sure have a lot of them. Too bad we don't have time to play them.
Man, Dasha's such a buzzkill. I really wanted to play Hunt the Wumpus.
I can't believe how easy it is to get onto the internet. When you hear my parents talking about it, it sounds like it'd be so hard.
Fun little detail here. Up until this point, I had no idea what year this was. I just knew it was the 90s. But luckily, you can see when they look up the headline, Wall Collapses, 2 Dead, that it's 1997. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Can we look up my frog too? I can get a head start on my homework.
I'm so glad we don't have to dissect them like they did in the old days.
These kids are so dumb. They don't even realize that from my perspective, they're already living in the old days. But wait, that means that one day people will watch this video and I'll be the one living in the old days.
Can you stop that? I'm trying to have an existential crisis. Sorry.
Someone said you could order concert tickets over the web. Is that true?
Sure, My mom ordered tickets from the net to take me to the Russian ballet for my birthday.
And I hated it. Wait, Bush is playing in Orlando? Oh, I just missed it.
But speaking of parents, our mom is going to be here in a few minutes to pick us up.
Well, quick, before you go, this is one your dad will love. It's
porn. It's porn.
But I thought the singer said...
The singer lied.
Thanks, Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, you're welcome, Andrew. So, did you learn anything important today?
Are you kidding? I can't go another day without the internet.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'm sure your folks will get it for you soon enough. I know we just love it. The kids are on it all the time between their homework and games.
Yeah, but we are always on the computer. That's why it's the literal centerpiece of this room. We put it right in the middle.
And Mr. Jameson gets up-to-the-minute stock reports, and I could go on and on. But you better get going before your mom wonders what you're doing.
What are they doing in there? Oh, they better not be surfing the web.
That was definitely cool. Thanks, dude.
Absolutely. See you on the net.
Call me the minute you get an email address.
Okay.
And Andrew, we can play interactive games on the net together.
Yes!
Andrew, don't interrupt.
You have to remember the internet is not a regulated environment, so the quality and accuracy of various informational offerings can differ quite a bit.
Wow, even in 1997, when the internet was new and exciting, people were still like, well, hold on, let's take some of this information with a grain of salt. These days, people will read an article about how, like, the moon's spying on us on spacefacts.info.web, and then get 40,000 shares when they post about it on Facebook.
Oh, did you get those Rolling Stone concert tickets? And the whole family can go, right? I mean, you can buy tickets online.
I don't know. What do you think, kids?
Yeah!
Yeah! We love current day Mick Jagger. Yeah, because he doesn't look that scary yet.
Surf's up. See you on the net.
So this is kind of unrelated, but earlier when they were talking about MTV.com, it made me curious to go to current day MTV.com and compare. And it's really not that much to look at. But I noticed they have an entire section dedicated to casting calls, and this piqued my interest. MTV is the world's premier youth entertainment brand, the cultural home of the millennial generation, and a pioneer in creating innovative programming for young people. Oh, you mean like Teen Mom 2? I don't think that word means what you think it means. I really like the variety in these casting calls. Are you facing pregnancy for the first time? Or are you an outspoken teen facing pregnancy for the first time? Well, I'm definitely a pregnant teenager, but I'm kind of shy. MTV is looking for fun, charismatic, and outgoing young women who appear to be between the ages of 15 and 18. Wait, who appear to be? So sometimes the teen moms aren't even teens? Okay, so far today, we've learned a lot about how to connect to cyberspace, but everything we've learned has been from the perspective of a child. What about the adults out there? What can the adults do on the internet? Porn, besides that. And you guys are in luck because one thing I've been kind of interested in lately is reading all these old, weird books, and one of them is called Love Bites, the Online Dating Handbook. Now, I actually met my wife online in 2016, which was fortunate because I'd been looking for her for years, but this was written 21 years before that in 1995. And I was curious to go through and see how much of it is still relevant today. And most of it's not, but my favorite section in here is the one that goes over all the different ways you can communicate online, not just verbally, right? You guys know. But this was long before emojis came along. You had to type out those symbols yourself. For instance, a long-stemmed rose for those romantic moments. Or a fish for those stinky occasions. Hold on. Honey, can you change my diaper? And then, of course, all the various smileys you might see online. Now, these aren't always self-explanatory, so it's important to have a guide, and I want to go through that with you guys. You've, of course, got, I'm sad now, or I'm so sad I'm crying. A lot of people think that this face means you're winking, but actually, it means you're saying the phrase, here's winking at you, kid. Just one of those common misconceptions. This one means, oh, what was in that chili? And this one means, what was in that chili? This one specifically means, my future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. This one means, you broke my heart. And this one means dunce. The one with the ampersand means now I'm mad, which you would say in reply to someone who just called you a dunce, and then they would apologize and use this one because their excuse is they've been drinking. Well, I hope that between this book and the video we watched, you guys learned enough today to be able to confidently and safely navigate the internet. And who knows, you might even be able to meet that special someone. Or not, probably. Interesting. Man, I really gotta learn how to read. Well, thank you guys so much for watching today's video. If you liked it, shut the fuck up. And you can subscribe to my channel for free. All you have to do is do it. But anyway, thank you again for watching and supporting what I do, and I will be back very soon with another sex-free video. Bye-bye. Hey guy, I love bad movies. I think I love them more than I love good movies, which is bad. So when a friend of mine told me about a movie called Money Plane, which is a self-described explosive casino heist in the sky, I knew I had to check this shit out, and I was not disappointed.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Money Plane.
Normally, I probably wouldn't make a video about something like this. It almost has a Sharknado vibe to it, where maybe it's supposed to be ironic, but this movie takes itself so seriously that I don't think it is ironic. I think they genuinely tried to make a good action movie. And that makes it so much better. What also drew me to it was the random selection of high-profile actors that normally wouldn't show up in a movie like this. If you're a fan of WWE, you'll recognize the main character is played by former wrestler Edge, not to be confused with The Edge of the band U2, or Microsoft Edge, the web browser that's currently in your computer's recycle bin. If you're a fan of 90s Disney Channel movies, and you'll recognize all three of the Lawrence brothers, Matthew, Andrew, and Joey. Now, interestingly enough, they don't just star in Money Plane. Andrew actually wrote and directed the movie. But of course, the crown jewel of casting in this movie is Kelsey Grammer, comedy legend best known for playing the role of Frasier in the show Frasier. In this movie is an evil mob boss, because when you think Frasier, you think Scarface. Few observations I made in the first couple minutes. This font makes it look like Art Museum is the name of an actor. This graphic looks like the intro sequence to a show on the Discovery Channel, and the entire movie looks like an episode of NCIS. Now, if you've seen a movie before, I don't need to tell you what happens in the first 5 minutes. They're doing a heist, something goes wrong, they barely make it out of there, and then the villain tells them they need to do one last job, or he'll kill them and their families.
It's called a money plane. Some of the baddest motherfuckers on the planet are on that plane, all craving action. Whatever you want to wager on, the Money Plane has you covered. You want to bet on a dude fucking an alligator? Money Plane.
Or Florida.
Look familiar?
No? Oh, shit. Wrong picture.
You don't bring me back what I want from the Money Plane, and you won't have anything to come back to.
After they establish the stakes of the movie, Jack is back home, smacking his daughter in the face with a pillow.
Oh! Oh, direct shot. Oh!
Look, the dude's a criminal. He can't turn it off when he gets home.
I'm gonna hit you good.
All right, you two. It's bedtime.
Come on, Mom, already.
Come on, please. 5 more minutes. Sweetie, I know you love when your dad gives you a concussion, but it's bedtime.
You owe a lot of money to some very bad people. Now you work for me.
So then after Jack wakes up from a nice dream about Kelsey smoking a cigar, an old friend shows up to remind everyone just how ridiculous this movie's going to be.
It's ironic, isn't it? Gambling's what got you into this old mess. And now, the Money Plane.
How many times are they gonna say the word money plane?
Money plane, money plane, money plane. Money plane. Dude fucking an alligator.
Money plane.
So this plane was advertised as having the world's best criminals. But when they get on board, they all just kind of seem like cartoon character villains. You got the 2 creeps who just won't stop being creeps.
Nice. Really nice.
You've got the cowboy, whose name is the Cowboy.
I am your concierge, and I am here to facilitate your every desire for action and speculation.
What does that mean? Oh, how I have the desire to speculate.
There'll be no fighting, no murder, no dismemberment.
What? There's no murder allowed on this plane? God, these rules are strict.
Is this gonna be a thing between you two?
You seem to like it.
Is it really necessary?
More than 50% of your victims are sexually exploited, and you got a problem with my guy hitting on a waitress?
More than 50% of my lines are delivered like I just learned how to read, and you got a problem with me being in this movie? So I feel like 3 or 4 straight minutes of really boring and unnecessary exposition where they over-explain things to set up who's who.
I know who you are.
We know who you are.
Kingpin of the largest human trafficking ring on 3 drugs.
But you were already on the FBI's most wanted.
You got this figured out, Kimosabe.
Yep, you and I have known each other for a long time. Since middle school, in fact. Remember, we had chemistry class together? We also kind of had chemistry with each other. We've been best friends ever since.
Drinks, gentlemen?
What? It's almost like the director realized, oh shit, there's not enough action. Quick, punch someone. Because that's the only way to explain why that just happened.
Now who the fuck is this guy?
So now it's time for their plan to start rolling into motion. Jack and the flight attendant sneak off to go find their way into the cockpit, and Trey takes his place on the table.
I'm Mr. McGillicuddy.
His alias for this mission is Mr. McGillicuddy, an Irishman. He gets into all sorts of trouble right away.
You got balls of steel, amigo.
No, I'm good. You go.
I can't lose!
So then the creep shows up again to deliver the best line in the movie.
You're not supposed to be down here.
Rules were meant to be fucked.
And Jack gets himself into a little bit of trouble when he has to fist fight the co-pilot. Because, you know, money plane. This scene's actually kind of funny. They're getting into a tussle and like knocking the plane controls around. So the plane's just shaking, but for some reason no one feels the need to go investigate why. But Jack ultimately wins the fight. At first, because then in classic action movie fashion, the bad guy gets back up ready for round 2. And the first thing he does is put his finger in Jack's mouth, which, you know, me not knowing a lot about fighting techniques, I'm like, oh, that seems unconventional, but I guess there's a reason for that, right? No, because he just chomps down real hard on the finger that he chose to put in his mouth, and that's how Jack gets the upper hand. So what was the point of the finger? The writer probably also realized that it's been too long without Kelsey Grammer being on the screen, so he calls in just to be like, where's my money?
Checking in on my money. I want my damn money, Jack.
Don't do that.
We're like an hour into the flight, dude. We're working on it, all right? Cool your jets. Speaking of money, I think we're starting to get to the point of the movie where their budget just completely ran out. Our friend, the Irishman, is unwillingly thrust into yet another bet.
Man versus Cobra.
And this scene is great because they don't even attempt to show a cobra. They don't try to animate one or like green screen one in. They just show the man in a cage, and then everything happens off screen.
Oh, hell no.
Great reaction shot.
McGillicuddy wins another one.
Then they go right into another bet, and the dealer's just listing off numbers, and no one's saying anything.
100,000. 150,000. 200,000.
She just keeps going higher and higher like an overly excited auctioneer. Do I hear 1 million? 2 million? 3 million? 4 million? No, I said $50. 5 million! But somehow Trey wins again, even though he, like the viewer, has no idea what's going on.
Oh, you are on a roll, my friend.
Like, what were they betting on? If he would chop an arm off, who would chop it off, how fast they would. No time to answer any of those questions, though, because we're being thrown right into the third bet. That's just the kind of thing that happens here on Money Plane.
When I was young, I chopped off arms for free.
Excuse me, I have to go to the restroom.
Don't do that.
I'm sick of watching all these disgusting bets.
Pull it together, man. Get your ass back out there before anyone gets suspicious. After the game, you find that damn server room and you hack that damn server.
You know what that means. Time for more action to happen off screen. This time it's Man versus Piranha, and I think even the production team was a little shaken up because they forgot to film multiple reaction shots here and just reused the same one from 4 seconds ago.
Oh, hell no.
Won again by Mr. McGillicuddy.
He's gotta be cheating. He's winning everything.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey.
What are you doing in here?
Uh-oh, guys. Isabella just caught going down to do something. I don't know what's going on either. But she has to fight this guy now, which she does so successfully by pulling off his ears. Gotta say, I've never seen that in a movie before, so props to Money Plane for ruining my life. Anyway, she gets into the vault where we can see they're holding giant piles of cash and cocaine, the two forms of currency. I'm not really sure why they have a vault filled with cash. They said in the beginning that all of the betting is done digitally, so there's no physical transaction of money here. I guess they're just also holding cash on the plane. Maybe they're just asking to get robbed. I don't know.
Get the hell out of there.
I really like this next shot. So as the day leads into night and the sun comes down, they cut back to Andrew Lawrence, who's on the ground doing something that has to do with the mission.
This job sucks.
But to show that it's getting dark outside, all they did was turn down the exposure in post. See, daytime, nighttime. It's as simple as that. Meanwhile, back on the plane, Isabella has to deal with the guys who look like villains from a Home Alone movie. How did he get electrocuted?
She just kicked him into some computers. Not even where like wires are exposed, just the outside of some computers.
What the hell's going on up there?
Also, what the hell's going on down here? I can't see anything because you turned the exposure down. What if I just posted all my videos like this from now on? Would that be cool? Would you like that? Don't worry about Andrew though. He's not gonna write his own death in a movie. The drone is here to save the day.
That's it. Right up your ass.
This movie's awesome.
Are you really fucking with me right now? Are you fucking with me?
You think you're badass, yeah? The criminals on this plane would eat you alive.
Really? Because they lost every bet to a guy who didn't even know what was happening, and then they all died. I'm starting to think these criminals aren't that good after all.
I don't give a fuck who's on that plane. I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. I am Darius Grouch III, the Rumble, and I am taking down the money plane. Now bring me my money! I don't give a fuck who's on that plane. I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. I am Darius Grouch III, the Rumble, and I am taking down the money plane.
That bastard pulled the old I don't have feelings for Christy North trick.
I don't have feelings for Christy North. I don't have feelings for Christy North.
Works every time. Oh, fuck! I can't see! All this money's in my face!
On behalf of the house, I want to assure you that Mr. Grouch's head will be on a platter by the time we land.
But how did he pull it off?
You're done.
Yeah. Now go get me my money, Jack.
Oh, wait, he just put that there? He's just holding on to that the whole time and he just straps it to the bottom right in front of him and he didn't notice? Okay.
I'm out, Darius. Hold on.
Oh, man. Frasier's pissed. It's Rumble time. Oh my god, what a finale. That's it, they all lived happily ever after. If it seemed like this video was a little rushed and ended abruptly, that's because the movie was a little rushed and ended abruptly. It's only 80 minutes long. And I really skipped through like the first 40 minutes. Once the action starts happening, it's kind of over before you know it. Honestly, I genuinely enjoyed this movie. It's $5 to rent on Amazon. So, you know, if you're looking for 80 minutes to spend turning your brain off, I do recommend it. To me, it's very similar to Gooby, where you're watching it and it's like, well, this sucks. This isn't a good movie. But that just makes me that much more confused why a giant actor is here. What is Eugene Levy doing in a movie about an 8-foot-tall monster who befriends a small boy? And what is Kelsey Grammer doing in a movie about an airplane casino heist? The world may never know.
A dude fucking an alligator.
But I had fun watching it. If you enjoyed it, please go ahead and smash that like button like it's your child's face and you're holding a pillow. Be sure to tune in next week for another brand new video where I straight up just fall asleep on camera. And that's just the whole video. And you have to watch all of it. All right, bye.
For almost 50 years now, ESPN has been a cultural staple. What started as a shoestring operation in Bristol, Connecticut, quickly became a money printing machine throughout the 90s and 2000s. Of course, part of that was because before the internet, it was kind of the only place to see scores and highlights. You didn't really have a choice. But even still, it was a network that was filled with so many great personalities. People like Stuart Scott, who were just effortlessly cool and funny. They had this dry sense of humor that permeated in everything they made, and they really delivered on every part of the sports spectrum, whether it was with legitimate hard-hitting journalism on shows like Outside the Lines and E60, or a show like Cheap Seats, where the Sklar brothers would just riff over a bunch of weird-ass sporting events.
Oh, Mary, it's a shame you'll have to die now.
For a long time, ESPN had a captive audience. They could have gotten complacent, but instead they chose to be creative. They took risks. They elevated the experience of watching sports. But over the past decade, some cracks have started to form. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that ESPN sold its soul. And I don't just mean because they're owned by Disney. If they do have any influence, it's hard to tell because they're very subtle about it.
Here in Disneyland.
At Disneyland.
Capping it off here at Disneyland.
We're gonna go to Disney World.
Disney World or Disneyland.
This is what you get at Disneyland.
The magic of Disney. The power of Disney and the magic of Disney.
No, when I say they sold their soul, I mean this in two ways. One, they completely lost their on-screen identity, the thing that made them special to begin with. As the media landscape changes and the attention economy only gets more and more competitive, ESPN traded in its signature style of lighthearted, casual commentary for what is essentially a 24/7 rage bait.
Don't give me you facts. Don't give me. Don't
knows everything. He knows everything.
You know what it's like.
He just
An
said.
endless stream of hot takes and controversial opinions that are so frustrating to listen to, you can't help but react to it. It's crazy. They spent decades building up a reputation only to burn it to the ground just so more people would comment on their YouTube shorts. The more nefarious way I think they've sold their soul is by being so financially tied to the leagues that they cover that they've lost the ability to be objective about them. This company that largely established itself on high quality journalism can't really do journalism anymore when the leagues they partner with don't allow them to be critical. There are no concussions in Ba Sing Se. I'll get into this more specifically in the second half of the video, but I want to talk about both these problems because I think they go hand in hand. The big change at ESPN started with what was technically pretty successful at the time. First Take with Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless. Where the network had dipped their toes throughout the years in argument-centric television, First Take was a cannonball into the deep end. These two guys are gonna disagree with every word that comes out of their mouths. It doesn't matter what the topic is, they're gonna sit there and yell at each other for 2 hours straight, and it is gonna be a loud, messy car wreck you can't look away from.
Are you on drugs?
Donate it to charity.
Are you on drugs?
Skip Bayless was not the first of his kind, but he's certainly one of the biggest. This archetype of a now staple character in the cable news landscape, the disagreeable oaf.
No. Yes.
The unhinged, bombastic moron who's only there to say dumb shit so everyone else can be like, did you hear what he just said? What is he, some kind of oaf?
No!
It's almost the sports equivalent of hiring a clown. You know, like if you hit yourself in the face with a pie, sure, people will probably stop what they're doing to point and laugh and maybe even tell their friends about what they just saw. But that doesn't mean they respect you. They're not gonna go home and sign up for Clown Plus. It's not that they value your opinion, it's that they like when you do something dumb. So while this show was successful in what it set out to do, which was to get more people paying attention to the channel during a time where cord cutting was taking a lot of eyeballs away from cable TV, ultimately, I think this came at a detriment to the ESPN brand. The more that they've leaned into this, the more this is what people picture when they think of ESPN.
It has created an acidic, corrosive cruelty in how it is that we talk about athletes.
Here's the format of First Take. You had the host, two rotating analysts, and of course, Mr. ESPN himself, Stephen A. Smith. The host will ask a question, one that's kind of abstract and completely subjective. Something like, is this team a dynasty? Who's the most dominant player? What's LeBron's favorite movie? And the two analysts go back and forth. Things get a little heated, but more of a simmer than an outright boil. All the while, Stephen A. looks on from his comically large LED screen, watching, judging, waiting to come in and disagree with these people literally no matter what.
He's an all-time
Eventually.
great. He's an all-time great. You are now.
And you know what? It can be pretty entertaining. For about 10 minutes, and then you just get tired of it. Because again, they're not really talking about anything.
Because
There's only so many heated disagreements about sports you can have every single day. But since that's the format of the show, usually what they're arguing about doesn't even make sense. I turned on a random episode a couple weeks ago, and this happened immediately. They're talking about a head coach that got hired, and Steven's arguing about how they can't trust him because he's had a lot of different jobs.
6 different jobs in 6 years. 6 different jobs in 6 years.
And it's like, yeah, he was getting different jobs because they were all promotions. He was working his way up the career ladder and now he's at the top. If you watch sports, what he's saying here doesn't make any sense, but the other people have to just sit there and listen to him yell about it because that's what the show is.
6 different jobs in 6 years?
Here's another one where they're getting all worked up over something LeBron James said in an interview.
Right. Bravo.
Who the hell don't know that all? Come on, man.
And not even because he was wrong, but just because it was obvious.
Who don't know that?
Who cares? There were 10 basketball games on that night, and the second segment of the show was about something a guy said on a podcast. This format has spread like a plague throughout ESPN, and by extension, all of sports media.
Hey, LeBron. Ben Simmons is here. We're all good.
In pursuit of viral clips and controversial headlines, more and more shows bring on a guest whose sole job is to stoke the flames.
You must be crazy.
As always.
Please, you just learned in sports.
To be the verbal punching bag for the rest of the cast to make funny faces at in hopes of becoming a gif.
He's there to hear the crazy conclusion that his partner has come to and actually be the everyman with a loud voice. Like, you are crazy. So there's a lot of pressure on his partner to come up with a counterintuitive conclusion about everything.
And sports media as a whole has become increasingly cannibalistic. Less often is anyone actually talking about the sport. They're talking about something someone said about the sport. Like I said, that rant about LeBron's random quote was the second segment of that episode. The fourth segment of that episode was something that Kendrick Perkins said on a different show. They brought on Kendrick Perkins to react to something that he said.
Do you agree or disagree with Perkins?
No.
ESPN seems to be aware of the disease for which they willingly became patient zero, but at the same time, they kind of act like they had nothing to do with it. Stephen A. Smith is concerned with the direction of sports media. Gee, I wonder who's responsible for that.
We're all trying to find the guy who did this and give him a spanking.
It's obviously this guy, right?
Yes.
Sorry, if it seems like I'm focusing too much on just one guy here, I agree. The reason it's impossible to have this conversation without focusing so heavily on Stephen A. is because at this point, he is ESPN. He gets paid over $20 million a year. They've laid off so many talented people just so they could use that money to put one guy in as many of their shows as possible. And with that comes more pressure on Stephen to carry the network on his shoulders. And that's a lot of responsibility. Stephen A. is a very entertaining guy.
Sandy, nah. With the cup as your body, no. Squidward, too skinny. Gary, you look limited.
But one person is not enough to carry an entire sports network. To be an expert at anything, you have to be kind of a sicko about it. It has to be your number one passion. Kenny Beecham is one of my favorite NBA analysts because he clearly just loves basketball. His enthusiasm is contagious. I could listen to him talk about any team and feel more knowledgeable afterwards. Same reason I think Mina Kimes is great on NFL Live, because she's clearly obsessed with football. And that's what you need to be when your job is to talk about it. Stephen A. Smith is on ESPN multiple times a day. He has a 2-hour daily radio show. He has a political podcast, a YouTube channel, and he's now going on this press tour to float out the idea of a 2028 presidential run.
Trump is coming.
I'm gonna come.
He obviously works very hard, and I'm never gonna tell someone that they should do less. But objectively speaking, I don't think he's sitting down to watch the Hornets play the Suns. He's not getting home after a long day of work and tuning in to Raptors Jazz. There are a million games on every night, and there aren't enough hours in the day. The network should have a lot of people that each specialize in one thing, but they'd rather have a couple of people try to specialize in everything. And it's just not possible. This is why he gets stuff wrong all the time. He's referenced how important certain players are who aren't even on the team anymore. He accidentally gave condolences to somebody who isn't dead.
Mr. 40 Minutes of Hell himself, the late, great Nolan Richardson, God rest his soul. But in the same breath, I am fully aware that Nolan Richardson is alive, okay? I trust me, I apologize for that. I don't know why I said God rest his soul. I know he's alive. I've always known it.
I know he's alive. I've always known he's alive. And you know what? It's live TV. People make mistakes. The thing that frustrated me the most was last summer during one of the most entertaining and improbable playoff runs I've ever seen a team go on. That 2025 Pacers team is the reason I love sports. They had so many unbelievable comebacks and insane game-winning shots, unsung heroes coming up big in clutch moments. I was glued to my television for every one of their games, and I'm not even a Pacers fan. If you love basketball, you loved watching that team. And Stephen A. Smith was in the stands, Game 4, the NBA Finals, playing solitaire on his phone. I feel like if you're getting paid $20 million a year to talk about basketball, the least you could do is watch basketball. And if you're gonna play something on your phone, there's gotta be a better game than solitaire. That shit's boring as hell. You know they got Minecraft on here, right? Now, it was already a bad look for ESPN's highest paid analyst to not be paying attention to the thing he's paid to analyze. But then he lied about it. He said it was during a timeout when it clearly wasn't. Then he doubled down and got defensive.
And I decided to play a little solitaire, which, by the way, I always do. And I mean always. For those out there who don't like it, kiss my ass.
And then he parlayed the whole thing into this unbelievably bad AI slop commercial.
You letting solitaire cash distract you during the game?
Yeah, man, you got it all wrong. The game is trying to distract me from solitaire.
For some bullshit pay-to-win solitaire gambling app that has been on the receiving end of lawsuits for rigging their games. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, compared to this, the whole being on your phone at a game thing wasn't even that big of a deal. This would be like trying to get out of paying for a parking ticket by setting your car on fire. Problem solved, I guess. The way that media has so drastically changed the past couple decades, some amount of decline for ESPN was inevitable. It's much harder now for the wide-reaching, generalized sports show to succeed when we all tend to live in our own hyper-specific content bubbles. And they're too expensive of an operation to not just talk about whatever attracts the largest possible audience. So they talk about the Lakers and the Knicks and the Cowboys and LeBron James on a 24/7 loop. For niche sports content, which is what most people tend to want, there's so many better sources. If I want to hear someone do in-depth analysis of the entire NBA, I'll listen to Zach Lowe. If I want to see like real old school investigative sports journalism, I can watch Pablo Torre. If I want to hear someone in absolute shambles after the Patriots lose a big game, I'll listen to Bill Simmons.
Nipplegate and Poopgate.
And funny enough, you know what those three people have in common? They all used to work for ESPN. Bill Simmons was probably the most consequential firing by ESPN. Not only has he gone on to create a podcast network that is now worth hundreds of millions of dollars and is a direct rival to ESPN Media, but the reason Bill was fired in the first place changed the way a lot of people viewed ESPN. The main reason Bill was suspended was that he would too often criticize Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL. Now, if you followed football, you'll know he's not exactly a beloved figure. He gets a standing ovation of boos every year at the draft.
I can't believe you guys are booing the Cowboys.
Now, the last big thing that Bill criticized him for was the way he handled the Ray Rice situation in 2014. Now, to summarize, Ray Rice gets arrested in February for a domestic violence incident, which the team and the league spend the next couple months trying to downplay. He's really sorry, they're going to couples counseling, it's not a big deal, please stop talking about this. Well, people didn't stop talking about this and the terrible precedent that it was setting. For comparison, this was about a decade after Ricky Williams, one of my favorite athletes of all time, got suspended for an entire season for smoking weed. Gotta crack down on the guy trying to manage his pain from getting tackled 500 times a year, but when a guy beats up his fiance, zero discipline whatsoever. They make excuses, they minimize the severity of it because they're worried if it becomes too big of a story, then it reflects poorly on the NFL. So then they ignored it, which ironically caused it to become a bigger story and look even worse for the NFL. Masterful gambit, sir. Eventually, after about 5 months of public backlash, Roger Goodell finally succumbs to the pressure and he comes out and he's like, all right, we thought about it and you guys are right. We will be suspending Ray Rice for 2 games. Somehow, this was not enough to end the backlash. In fact, it only brought it on harder. Again, 16 games for smoking a joint, 2 games for knocking your girlfriend unconscious. The league has now made it clear that they believe domestic violence is 1/8 as bad as getting high. For the following month, Goodell and the NFL continue to be under fire until they came out and revised the suspension. They moved it up to 6 games, they introduced a harsher domestic violence policy, and they apologized for being so lenient. But that still wasn't the end of the story, because then a week later, TMZ released the footage of the incident, and it was awful. The idea that his employer would have watched this and taken Ray Rice's side and then go on to downplay it just because he's good at football is bad. This kind of leniency towards athletes, where the better they are at the sport they play, the more they're allowed to get away with off the field, is one of the biggest stains on a lot of these leagues, and Roger Goodell handled this about as poorly as he could have. He tried to say that the NFL had never seen the footage, and of course they would have reacted more appropriately if they had, but nobody believed him. The police involved in the case came out and confirmed they had sent them the footage, and they were told that it was received and watched. The NFL lied about this. Roger Goodell lied about this.
He's a liar. I'm just saying it. He is lying.
Bill Simmons can he himself be kind of an oaf, but he was perfectly justified in criticizing how the situation was handled. But ESPN didn't see it that way. I mean, they're a $20 billion operation that only has the revenue and power that they have because they're in bed with all of these major sports leagues. They have to suck up to the NFL because they can't risk losing the rights to Monday Night Football and all of the money that comes with it. So they suspended Bill for 3 weeks, and a couple months later chose not to renew his contract. Essentially, he had crossed the line too many times. Here at ESPN, you can disparage individual athletes all you want. You can sit across from them, look them dead in the eyes, and call them soft. But as soon as you criticize the CEO of football, go ahead and pack your bags, asshole.
Do you regret calling Goodell a liar?
No, because he lied.
This felt like the final stage of their now complete transformation from the once fun, casual, independent news channel to, I know it sounds hyperbolic, but like state-sponsored media, more beholden to their corporate overlords than to journalistic integrity. I mean, if you can't share your real opinion about sports on the Sports Opinion Network, then what the hell are we doing here? So whether it's the NFL, which they earn billions of dollars from, the NBA, which they earn billions of dollars from, or DraftKings, which they now have an exclusive partnership with, ESPN is kind of forced to spread positive propaganda about all of these companies. Last year, there was this crazy scandal where a couple different NBA players and a coach were arrested for hinting to friends that they should bet the under on them, and then they'd go out there and either play like shit or fake an injury so they could end the game early. And while attempting to cover this story and be like, man, how could something like this happen when all we've done is promote the shit out of it, the producers must have noticed how fucking insane it looked to have the betting lines on screen, so they very subtly took the entire ticker off mid-segment.
You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show. The Bussin' Boys, obviously sports gambling is a huge part of what you do.
Obviously, it's huge for the Bussin' Boys. We all know this. No matter how you feel about the normalization of sports gambling, it's become pretty impossible for ESPN to cover any of the corporations they're now intrinsically tied to in an objective way. You cannot be a separate, unbiased entity when you're a vital part of the machine.
I'm Stephen A, baby.
Right now, the commissioner of the NBA is under fire for reportedly prioritizing the interest of betting apps over the integrity of the sport he oversees. In 10 years, they never gave a shit about tanking, but now that FanDuel's losing money when a player sits out a game, we're suddenly holding emergency meetings to fix this ASAP. Seems like kind of a big problem, but you're not going to hear ESPN criticize that. In fact, they're openly sympathetic.
What's one of the major things when it comes to sports now?
Betting.
It's gambling. Mm-hmm. It's gambling. And so you got to be careful when you're trying to throw games.
They're doing the exact same thing. They're prioritizing the interests of DraftKings over the integrity of the industry they once pioneered. This is why they've gotten rid of most of their journalists, because the job of a good journalist is to go uncover a story, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it causes someone to lose profits. ESPN has no interest in that. If the only thing that matters to them is money, then they have no incentive to go ruffling feathers. They're not going to try to unearth all the corrupt business practices being done by the leagues that butter their bread, because then they'd have to eat dry bread. Probably the biggest NBA scandal from the past few years was that Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Los Angeles Clippers and also the 10th richest human being on earth, was accused of using an environmentally conscious digital bank, whatever those words mean, to discreetly funnel $28 million to one of his players. Huge story, massive ramifications for the league. And after everything we've talked about, Who do you think broke this story? Do you think it was the network whose paychecks are indirectly written by the man at the center of it? Of course not. It was an independent journalist who used to work at ESPN. Pablo Torre spent 7 months uncovering thousands of documents that followed the flow of money and ultimately finding out that Kawhi Leonard was paid a $28 million endorsement deal to do nothing. An endorsement deal with an organization that has received giant sums of money from Clippers owner Steve Ballmer in the past. There's a lot to this story. It's still an ongoing investigation and more evidence keeps getting revealed. But to be clear, these aren't just rumors. It's not, oh, I heard from a guy who said this. No, there's a paper trail of legitimate signed documents. So it's kind of crazy to see the way ESPN talks about this almost begrudgingly. They seem to want to minimize Pablo whenever they can by calling him a podcaster. And the first thing they did when these accusations went out was host Steve Ballmer on one of their shows.
Literally, I had no control over the company. I had no control over this company. I had no control. And that's okay. Blah, 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 blah.
Tossed out a couple softball questions and really just gave him unlimited runway to defend himself.
So why do you think they gave him that much money?
I don't know anything about the court documents on this. I haven't seen them and I don't know. I don't know how much money they gave. I don't know why they did what they did. I don't know what those deals should look like. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what the deal is. I'm not trying to be, I don't know. I really don't know.
And just so we're clear, you never directed anyone from Aspiration to do an endorsement deal with Kawhi Leonard?
No.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks.
He even manages to imply that somehow he's the victim here.
How would I be able? Look, they conned me.
Then, of course, that week, the ultimate company man, Stephen A. Smith, jumps at the chance to defend Ballmer while trying to move all of the blame onto Kawhi.
Well, first of all, props to Steve Ballmer for showing up and doing the interview. I'm going to always give Steve Ballmer the benefit of the doubt. I think that he's a treasure for the NBA, a treasure to the league. I'm certainly going to give this man the benefit of the doubt because he's done a lot for the league and he deserves the benefit of the doubt. But he deserves the benefit of the doubt. And I think that he deserves the benefit of the doubt. The biggest focal point for all of this should be Kawhi Leonard. That's what made me pause. Not because of Steve Ballmer, not because of the Clippers, because of him.
Look at the difference between how he talks about each of them.
Kawhi Leonard blackmailed the Los Angeles Clippers. I spoke to Steve Ballmer last night for a second, and he's pretty hurt. That's the Kawhi Leonard I know. Doing nothing and getting paid for it. He's one of the owners that is beloved by a lot of people. He is the worst superstar I have ever seen. I know a lot of people within the Clippers organization. I think they're first class. I got a lot of love for them. I got a lot of personal relationships. He should give lessons on the perks that he has received. And Steve Ballmer is one of my favorite owners in the league. I just think that he's a good man.
And from what I saw, this was how a lot of people at ESPN handled this story. They either seemed completely dismissive of it or they just like stammered through a video like they're being held at gunpoint.
As far as with this, which is being reported.
A journalist like me, if I found that out, I might say, hey, you owe me a favor, but I'm not reporting that you got upwards of $28 million for a no-show. I'm not trying to get on Kawhi's bad side. I'm not trying to get on Steve Ballmer's bad side.
I mean, Steve Ballmer, he's the richest owner in the NBA.
A treasure to the league.
So he gets the benefit of the doubt. If Adam Silver says he didn't know about this either, then we just have to take his word for it. I mean, the slogan of this company was literally do well, do good. And you're saying that they did bad? That's impossible. Look, I know that people don't like when politics get mixed into sports. It's ironically one of the biggest criticisms people have about ESPN. But a story like this is so much bigger than basketball. It's about someone with power and money and influence abusing those things to circumvent the rules because they think they should be allowed to act without consequences. It's not like that's something that's only happening in sports. It is vital that in every area of life, news outlets do not merely become extensions of the system they're supposed to report on, and that they can continue to criticize and investigate independently. Without that, no one will ever be held accountable for anything. You'll just be waiting on the system to punish itself. That's not going to happen.
He's a treasure for the NBA.
Now, at this point, you might be asking yourself, if people don't like ESPN anymore, and a lot of them don't even watch it, how are they still making so much goddamn money? And that's an excellent question. ESPN has always been extraordinarily profitable. Back when like half the country had cable, they were by far the single most expensive channel. A lot of the revenue was subsidized by people who didn't even watch them. If you were paying for cable, that money was going to them either way. Every once in a while, a cable provider would come in and say, guys, you can't keep raising your prices. We're putting our foot down. And ESPN would be like, okay, then we're taking our shit off the air. And then people would be pissed off that they couldn't watch SportsCenter. They'd call Bright House to complain. And eventually they'd back down and just give ESPN whatever they want. And in turn, cable just kept getting more expensive for everybody. Eventually, though, the world started to change. It was becoming almost impossible to justify spending $150 a month to watch television when you can watch Netflix for like 10 or YouTube for free. As a result, over the past 15 years, ESPN has lost 30 million subscribers. So how do they combat that? Simple. Layoffs and price increases. Worse product, but also more expensive. Today, if you want to circumvent cable altogether and just get these channels straight from the source, you can subscribe directly to ESPN for $30 a month. This business model doesn't seem sustainable, and yet they sustain it. They still have just enough of a chokehold on just enough customers that, for now at least, they can continue to chug along. Maybe they'll never actually die. Maybe their insatiable greed will never end up eating itself. But if you want a direct example of how differently people view ESPN now than they did 10 and 20 years ago, just look at their extremely tone-deaf plea to YouTube TV subscribers from last October. This was the exact same play they've been running their entire existence. They wanted more money from a TV provider, the provider stood its ground, and so they tried to pressure them into giving into their demands. But this time, people saw right through it. You guys figure it out. In the past, people would almost always take the side of the channel they enjoyed over the side of like Spectrum, the cable provider they want to shoot with a gun. So how telling is it that this is almost completely flipped? Sports fans think more highly of YouTube TV, an $83 a month subscription service owned by Google, than they do the once beloved worldwide leader in sports. And maybe this wouldn't be the case if they hadn't spent the past decade dumbing down their content, firing all their journalists, pushing out hot takes instead of real meaningful analysis, all while squeezing the remaining customers for every dollar they can. Sure, it may still be working for now, but the clock's ticking, Mr. Mouse. And in about 35 months, President A. Smith will be taking his rightful place in the Oval Office, at which point you'll have no choice but to finally upload every single episode of Cheap Seats to ESPN+. Something you should have done years ago. Of course, there's no way to know exactly what'll happen with the future of sports media, but I do want to leave you guys with this. In the wise words of a YouTube comment I read on a video last week, you can't spell penis without ESPN. Thanks for watching.
Steve Ballmer is coming.
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr., the greatest quarterback of all time. He's won 7 Super Bowls, set almost every imaginable passing record, and has made probably over $1 million or something like that. But what I find truly interesting about Tom's story is that he isn't that special of an athlete. It's not like he can throw the ball further than anyone else, and he's probably the slowest player on every team he's ever been on. Giannis Antetokounmpo is superhuman. JJ Watt looks like if a muscle came to life and started talking. But on the surface, Tom just kind of looks like a guy. In fact, he's so unassuming as an athlete that almost 200 people were picked ahead of him the year he was drafted. And he played longer than every single one of them. In many ways, he got better as he got older. His face changed shape like 6 times. Everything he's doing defies all logic. So what the hell is his secret? Is he a cyborg? A time traveler? Was he an experiment created in some kind of football laboratory? Or is all of his success attributed to his famously specific diet? This dude hasn't had sugar in like 14 years. No wonder he's able to pull off the impossible. I had a toaster strudel for breakfast and now my tummy hurts. But why am I making this video? Well, because a few days ago on February 1st, Tom Brady finally retired from the NFL, which means someone has to take his place. And that's where I come in. Slightly above average height? Check. Total underdog story? Check. Lives within reasonable driving distance of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice facility? Check. But if I'm gonna become the new starting quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'll need to eat like Tom. I'll need to train like Tom. At least for about a month. That should do it. So starting on February 14th, the day after the Super Bowl, because I'm probably gonna eat a lot of crap that night, I will begin my transformation. But first, I have to prepare. Like a lot of mega popular athletes do, Sweet Thomas has very much turned his identity into a brand. It's called the TB12 method. He has 2 books about it. He has his own recipes, his own workout gear and supplements and hats and podcasts and training centers and Vital Fit tart cherry. Congrats, Tom. While this chapter is closing, the best is yet to come. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's true. Some people just peak early in life. There's nothing wrong with that. You think anyone's gonna give a shit about me in 20 years? Hell no. I gotta savor this while I can. So this says get started, but then there's so much shit here that I don't even know where to begin. Oh wait. Yeah, I do. I'm getting the Big Tom. Tom Brady drinks 200 to 300 ounces of water on active days. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm gonna have to get a second bladder surgically inserted into my body if I drink this much water. Oh, here we go. They have starter packs. Here's what people are saying. But it's not customer testimony, it's just their employees. No biases here. Guys, people have been raving about my YouTube videos. Don't believe me? Just ask my mom. You know, I am actually wondering what Brian thinks.
Hey everyone, Brian Hart here, body coach down in Tampa Bay. By far my favorite product that TB12 has is the TB12 electrolytes. Helps me stay hydrated, gives me energy, prevents muscle cramping, tastes great.
Does it? I saw that eye roll. Believe me, this stuff is awesome.
TB12 plant-based protein,
right.
TB12 Omega.
Okay.
One of the products that I really have loved recently is the TB12 Sleep. And I don't really struggle to sleep or go to sleep.
This stuff is amazing. I don't need it, and I've never actually taken it before, but Tom said I had to throw in a 4th thing, and so I just picked one randomly.
I wake up every morning feeling awesome after I take that TB12 Sleep.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like a ball of energy.
Feel free to go to tb12sports.com.
What a coincidence. That's a website I was already on. Oh, I guess I should probably just get the Tom pack. Sorry, Brian. In his honor, I will at least get his favorite flavor of electrolytes, and I will think about you every time I drink them. Okay. So it's $200, and that's just the first page. Gonna be another $216 just for the equipment. That at least seems more reasonable. What was the other one? Vitamins and protein powder. And I'm supposed to buy that every month? Well, it's a good thing I'm only doing this for one. Oh, you have to subscribe to it? But what if I don't want to? Why is it $600? I got the Tom pack. The starter home gym pack should be $425, and it is $600. What the fuck, Tom? I mean, yeah, I have the water bottle in here too, but that's only $65. Oh, I see. Once you go to check out, they sneakily raise the price of the exercise equipment by $111. That's cool. No, I get it. I would do the same thing if I was the worst. You know what though? I have to suck it up. I'm trying to change my life here. I want to live to be 300 years old, and you can't put a price on that. So I guess I'm already out $600. And I haven't even bought any food yet. It's funny, I've always heard the main criticism of the TB12 brand is that it's overly expensive and inaccessible to the average person, but I actually think we're off to a great start. Oh my God, I still have to buy the book. I almost forgot. They're sold out on the website, so I have to settle for an acceptable used copy from Amazon. Would I like to spend half of that on a new copy? Of course I would. But then I won't get it for a month, and I'm trying to start this diet in a few days. What are you gonna do? Before I forget, I should also go ahead and cancel my subscriptions while I'm here. Luckily, they've made it as difficult as possible by making you do one at a time. Hello. My first impression when I saw this in front of my door was that this box is way bigger than I thought it would be. And then I remembered I bought the Big Tom. So I'm picturing that that's pretty much taking up most of the space. It's just like a giant fat water bottle, and then everything else is just pushed into the corner. Forgot my box cutter. I'll be right back. Best thing about the moon pod is how easy it is to get up. Sorry about that. There's the Big Tom. There it is. Wow, these are fancy. Glass jars. Everything's kind of dusty, which is fun. Oh, because this popped open and there's very expensive protein dust all over this box. And I got my electrolyte, my vibrating pliability sphere. So that's all the stuff that I put in my body. Now for what I put my body on top of. To be honest, I kind of blindly just bought the starter kit. I didn't really look at what was in it. I just assumed, you know, this is good for Tom, it's good for me. But I did end up doubling up on water bottles, and I don't know what anything else is. Don't know why they gave me a little bag, when clearly that's not big enough to put all this stuff in. I got a vibrating pliability sphere and also a vibrating pliability roller. Lots of different shapes in which I can vibrate. This is just like a phone stand that they threw in here. Don't know what I was expecting. It's gonna be a journey figuring out what to do with all this crap. So we got some pills to pop here. Thanks, Tom, for that. You've got sleep, which is pretty self-explanatory. I'll try this once, but I'm probably not gonna take this every night because I don't like melatonin. It makes me feel weird and gives me really crazy dreams, and I don't want that. But then you've got the other two. This one is like brain pills, daily support for mind, body, performance, and then the other one is for like joint support. But this is one I'm really intrigued by. For like a year, I used to take something called Alpha Brain, and I'm pretty sure it was just a placebo, but I would take it every time I filmed or wrote anything, and I felt like it helped, like I could think more clearly, but again, it might have just been I told myself that I would be more focused, and then I was more focused, so who's to say? But this shit was personally engineered by the greatest quarterback of all time, and if anyone knows something about brain performance, it's Tom Brady. So let's see what happens. I don't know, I didn't really, whoa! What's going on? I have so many thoughts. I think I'm finally using 100% of my brain, just like Bradley Cooper in that Limitless movie. Oh my God, the ideas. I can't stop them. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know you're at work right now, but I had to call you. I just thought of a new invention. Silent ice. It's just like regular ice, but it doesn't make any noise. I did it. I finally finished my book. Wow, what a productive day. I even managed to move my couch into the middle of the room like I've been meaning to. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and hit the hay. Never mind, it has been 4 minutes. I don't really know what to say about the supplements because I've taken them a bunch now and I kind of feel the same, but I've also been taking multivitamins every day for several years and those don't make me feel any different. So does that mean I should stop taking them? It's hard to judge something that is supposed to have this like silent effect on your body. So they may not actually do anything, but at least they're very expensive. The best thing about them though is that they don't taste like anything because you're also supposed to drink these electrolytes every day, multiple times a day. First thing you do when you wake up. I excitedly tried the lemon one first, and let me just tell you, it is one of the grossest things I've ever tasted in my life. It tastes great. It doesn't taste so much like lemonade as it does lemon pledge. I did actually just notice today that they also sent me the same thing but in packet form. So I'm pretty sure there's like a powder instead of something that's already a liquid. Maybe that'll make it taste better. Oh, thank God. Okay, this is way better. This is a huge relief because drinking electrolytes is very much part of Tom's daily routine, and I physically was not able to drink the other one. It was so gross. And it's not like, oh, it doesn't taste like Gatorade. This isn't very good. I don't need it to taste like Gatorade. I don't need it to taste sweet. Honestly, I don't need it to taste like anything. Good thing they also have one called unflavored. This has no flavor. It's just gonna go in my water. I'm not even gonna notice it's there. It's just gonna taste like nothing, right? No, this shit just tastes like salt. I'm just relieved that a lot of the reviews say the same thing and I'm not the only one going crazy here. This person said it tasted like watered down cough syrup. That's a good description. I love Tom, but I threw away the electrolytes. Terrible taste. The electrolytes did not agree with me, and I agree with you. I think when I run out of these packets, I'll just buy a different brand of electrolytes and hope they don't also taste like shit. As previously discussed, Tom Brady loves water. You think this is a lot? This jug that weighs almost 5 pounds when full? Well, he drinks 5 of these every day. My goal for this has been to at least drink 3 of these a day because that's still on the low end of the spectrum. And 3 a day is doable, but it's also a lot. There are a few things that I don't love about the water bottle. For one, it takes about 90 seconds for me to fill it up all the way because it's so goddamn big. It's also so heavy and bulky that you need to use 2 hands to drink out of it, and it makes you look like a baby drinking out of a sippy cup. It's too wide to fit in a cup holder, so it kind of just jostles around in my car as I drive. And unless it's more than halfway full, I can't drink out of it while I drive without it hitting the ceiling. But do you think I'm gonna ever drive somewhere without having a little beverage in my car? Hell no. But all of that pales in comparison to the worst thing about drinking this much water, which is that I now pee roughly 600 times per day. Sometimes I'll just drink and pee at the same time because I know I'm gonna have to do it in 5 minutes anyway. It really makes me mad that Amanda and I thought it would be funny to have the Pledge of Allegiance in our guest bathroom, but now the joke's on me because I have to recite it every time I go in there. I did the math and I don't think I've gone an entire 2-hour period without having to go to the bathroom. And that made me realize that Tom Brady pees his pants. It's not like they have a bathroom on the sideline. It's not like you can call a timeout to do a potty break. This legend, this sports hero, has been running around on the field with piss in his uniform. Gross! I looked up to you, man. Anyway, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but someone had to say something. This book's not too crazy. A lot of the stuff I had heard before, like how he was born on a spaceship and came out the womb holding a football. But the thing that's weird about this is this is supposed to be the Tom Brady Bible. But there are things I've read online about him that contradict some of the stuff I've read in here. Like apparently he doesn't eat nightshades, peppers, tomatoes, but then there's recipes in here that include those things. He's famously on a plant-based diet, but almost all of the recipes have meat in them. So maybe this book is not as all-encompassing as I hope. It might be because they didn't want to include every restriction here so as to not scare people off. Or maybe it's that some of the things Tom Brady believes in aren't actually backed up by science, so they're like, hey, just because Tom does that doesn't mean you have to too. You know, I've read a bunch of books like this before. A bunch. I've read like 2 books like this before. And the funny thing is, I feel like I always agree with almost everything they say. I just forget to actually do it. We all have one body and one life, and you should make it a priority to treat that body and life as respectfully as possible. And it's like, of course, what a beautiful mindset. Of course, I'm going to only eat the healthiest foods I can so my body can function as healthily and as prosperously as possible. And oh my God, is it 1 a.m. already? I'm gonna have a snack. Part of the reason I wanted to make this video is just to force myself to do it. I'm so bad at self-discipline, but I'm really good at making excuses. Like, I've had a long day today. I deserve this. I deserve to go to Twisty Treat. Twisty Treat is a restaurant shaped like ice cream, because they sell ice cream. Obviously, life would be really fucking boring if you never ate anything fun, but there has to be a balance to it, one that I rarely achieve. But one thing I've realized as an adult is that if I don't hold myself accountable, no one else will, because it's not their responsibility, it's mine. I have to do it, so I will do it. So let's start off with what you're not allowed to eat. You're not allowed to have dairy, or bread, or fast food, or soda, or things with added sugar, or overly processed foods that have a bunch of preservatives. Let me tell you the betrayal I felt when I found out these snap peas aren't actually healthy at all. They're not even real peas. They're just cleverly engineered to look like them. Everything is always too good to be true. Whatever, I'm not mad. You can have alcohol, but in extreme moderation, and I just went ahead and didn't have any because beer makes me want pizza. You can only have a little bit of caffeine, which thankfully wasn't much of a change for me. Something happened a couple years ago, and ever since then I've had an extremely low tolerance to caffeine, even though I drink coffee every single day. But I usually don't even finish 1 cup because I know if I drink it all, I'm gonna get all jittery and probably end up with a headache. You know what my Starbucks order is? I get a venti cold brew and then slowly drink it over the course of 4 days. That's not a joke, that's just my life. As far as what you are supposed to eat, it's pretty much a lot of vegetables all the time. Mostly just vegetables, actually. And you have to buy organic produce, preferably sourced locally, otherwise Tom will come to your house and kill you. According to the book, it's because non-organic food tends to have less nutrients in it, and also when food has to travel really far, it loses nutrients. I don't know how true that is, but man, was it depressing to have to ignore all the regular fruit that was on sale so I could get the special version of it. So I'll get to the meals themselves in a little bit, but there were 2 things that I've eaten every single day. Number one, I have a smoothie with spinach and blueberries and most of a banana and almond butter and Tom powder and Greek yogurt and almond milk. These I don't mind at all. They taste really good and they fill me up for a few hours. I actually used to make smoothies like this all the time until one day our blender broke, and instead of buying a new one, I was just like, all right, well, guess I'm not doing that anymore. The hardest thing about these smoothies is that you always run out of different ingredients at different times. And it's like, am I really gonna go to the store right now just to get blueberries? For the sake of this video, yes. Yes, I am. The other thing I get to eat every single day is homemade guacamole. This is, for some reason, an absolute staple of the TB12 diet. Well, it's a good thing finding perfectly ripe avocados every single day isn't like hard to do or anything. Otherwise, this would be really annoying. For me, this was the first major example of this diet being 100 times more doable if you have someone else go buy ingredients and prepare food for you. Tom's not going to the grocery store. He throws a few footballs around and then yells, "Feed me," and an army of TB12 assistants come to shovel kale into his mouth. Now, if you're like me, you might be thinking, guacamole every day? That sounds awesome. But remember, you can't eat them with chips. That would be too easy. So usually I just add it to whatever meal I'm eating, or I'll dip celery or carrots into it and scarf it down that way. As far as grocery trips go, I've been doing them a lot. Basically every 2 to 4 days. I probably could have consolidated some of these trips, but I get overwhelmed when my grocery list is way too long, so I would split it up into smaller trips and only get like 1 or 2 meals at a time. And I will say, the meals in this book are all pretty good. This salad is stupidly easy to make, so that's been a go-to for me. The cauliflower you make with this salmon is fucking great, so I don't even mind the fact that you have to eat like 12 pounds of it every time. And the chicken and lentils recipe is really good too, although the Dijon mustard flavor can be a little bit much when you're having leftovers, and at that point, it has soaked into every single ingredient. I even got to make my own hummus. That was pretty fun. So really, I have almost nothing but good things to say about all of these recipes, except there is the one. I tried making one of Tom's famous fish taco bowls and everything went wrong. The cod completely fell apart as I was trying to cook it, so it was basically ground fish. The sauce was way too runny and just tasted like sesame seeds. The beans were all wet. The worst part is that it's been about 14 hours and the whole house smells like fish. Still. To make my life a little bit easier, I have been ordering the same meal prep service that I've used for a while now. Only where before I was mostly doing it out of convenience, now I have to make sure I'm pretty much only eating chicken and vegetables or fish and vegetables. This takes care of 5 lunches a week, so I only have to worry about breakfast and dinner and then what I'm gonna eat on the weekend. I would say my biggest takeaway so far is that what you do eat is a lot more important than what you don't eat. I've had a couple of 2 or 3 day stretches in here where I don't really have the energy to cook, so then I don't eat enough, so then I don't have any energy, so then I don't cook any food. It's not enough to just not eat sugar. Just because I'm not eating McDonald's doesn't mean I'm doing a good job or being healthy. I need to have like a checklist of things that I do eat every single day, otherwise it's inevitable that I end up going crazy one night and eating half a block of cheese at 1 a.m. Am I saying that because that's what I did last night? Yes. But I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm just gonna go outside and spike some footballs and get right back on track. So I'm about 2 weeks into eating like Tom Brady, and I can't say a lot has changed. I did notice that I've started floating. I don't really know how I'm doing it. I just know that whenever I go to walk somewhere, I am now levitating off the ground. If I had to guess, I would assume that my body has simply transcended past the need for gravity, which is cool. I don't think I used to be able to do that. At least not that I remember. I love how this box they gave me is just filled to the brim with crap, and yet there's no instruction manual of any kind. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I mean, I know what this bag does. I've used a bag before. So I was looking at some of the exercises in the book, and I kept getting confused on like, okay, I see that you're supposed to pull on the rope, but what is the rope attached to? And the photos don't help because it sort of just fades off into the void. But I realized one of the things in here was this like door strap. So I should be able to strap this to my door and then connect things to it, hopefully without breaking the door in the process. The issue with this for me though is most of the doors in my house, there's not a lot of room in front of them to maneuver and do things. So I'm gonna have to be doing most of my workouts in my laundry room. I'm realizing maybe I didn't put the camera in the right spot for this because I did the whole thing and I don't think you could see any of it. All right, looks pretty good, I think. Still worried this is somehow gonna break my door? If it does, I'll just ask Tom to buy me a new one. I now have something else I'm deathly afraid of, which is that while I'm doing one of these exercises, the back will snap, propel forward into the back of my head, and I will immediately die. The good news is if that does happen, I will at least get it on camera. I should probably clue you in on what's going on here. So something that seems to be unique to Tom's workout is his emphasis on pliability. And I'll let him explain it for me.
Pliability is at the core of the TB12 lifestyle. Use a TB12 vibrating pliability roller or sphere to target the muscle groups you're using.
So basically before and after every workout, I gotta roll this thing all over my muscles.
There are two parts to pliability. Active muscle work, active muscle work, active muscle work.
This is how you play football. Finally, with just a few days left, having transformed into the best shape of my adult life, which unfortunately does not mean anything, it's time to hit the field. Hi, my name's Drew Gooden. I'm over 4 feet tall, and this is my audition for the role of quarterback. Dear Roger Goodell, President of Football, I am politely demanding that you have me signed to one or all NFL teams as soon as possible. Obviously, my talent and positional versatility should speak for themselves, but I also have other attributes I can bring to the table that will make me instantly marketable as the new face of the league. Number one, I'm charitable. When this crazed fan came up to me and demanded my attention, I didn't throw 100 footballs at her face until she went away, even though I wanted to. I took the time to take multiple photos with her, a memory I'm sure she'll treasure forever. Reason number two, I'm already friends with several Hall of Fame athletes like Rob Gronkowski, Jeff Gordon, and Air Bud from the movie Air Bud. I believe these connections will help me thrive in the NFL. After all, it's a relationship game, not a football game. Reason number three, I think I could do a touchdown dance. And the final and most important reason why I should be immediately given a lifetime contract is that I am desperate for money. Over the past month, I have spent all of my life savings trying to do the Tom Brady diet, and now my house is being foreclosed. Not to be nosy or anything, but I saw how much you're giving some of these other guys, and I decided, can I have some?
I'll do any position. I'll even be punter. Please let me play.
Anyway, I hope you consider me for the role of quarterback. Have a wonderful day. What the fuck? You're telling me I lost 5 pounds and felt great for a month and I have nothing to show for it because I can't even play professional football? Oh, get you, Tom. Ooh, I just know for a fact that I am the person most negatively affected by this. Okay, so maybe I am the person second most negatively affected by this. So I'm gonna break down my final thoughts on this by answering 2 questions. Number 1, is the TB12 diet good? Yeah, with the exception of the one disaster, all the meals were tasty and they got easier to prepare the more I made them. And a lot of the restrictions are easier to pull off than it seemed at first, as long as you don't think about what you're missing out on. Like, it's really daunting when you start off and you think, oh man, I can't have this or this or this. But then you get going and you're just focusing on the food that you are making and you realize it's been 2 weeks since you thought about pizza. I'm proud to say I only cracked twice. There was the cheese incident, and I also went to Taco Bell one day because I was kind of going through it. But I think it's good to at least have one meal every once in a while that you can look forward to. Otherwise, you're gonna lose motivation pretty fast. In hindsight, yeah, maybe I should have swung for something better than a 5-layer burrito, but at the time, it's all I could think about. Other than that, the meals were all just good enough to keep me from daydreaming about junk food. But the other question is, given the financial and time investment necessary to pull this diet off, how feasible is it? And that's a little bit trickier. It would be dumb of me to ignore the obvious advantage that I had while doing this, which is that I was able to put my job on hold for a while by turning the diet into my job. And even still, there were days where I'm like, fuck, it's 5 o'clock already? I don't want to cook. I just made food yesterday and now I gotta do it again? When will it end? And I tried to imagine what it would have been like to try to do this back when I had a 45-minute commute to my carpentry job, where I'd be lucky to get home before 6 o'clock and I'm tired and I'm sore and now I have to prepare this complicated ass meal. And whoops, our broccoli went bad. Should I go to Publix? No, I'm gonna go to Chipotle for the 3rd day in a row. You know what would be nice? If there were more convenient, healthy food options. The best I could find around me is a place called Fresh Kitchen, and it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but the bowls are like $15. Also, I don't even know if that place is healthy. Did you know that restaurants aren't required to provide nutritional information unless they have over 20 locations? I didn't know that till I tried to look it up. And yeah, you can always drive through somewhere to get a fast food salad, but not only do I not want to eat salad every day, but a lot of the time, the salads have more calories than the regular food that they sell. Without a doubt, the best way to follow the TB12 diet is to have multiple fresh cooked meals every single day. And the easiest way to do that is to pay someone to cook them for you. But I'm not gonna do that, and you're not gonna do that, so who the fuck is gonna do that? Following this diet is possible, but it's expensive and it's time consuming, and you have to sacrifice a lot of convenience in order to make it work. And just like with all diets, you have to be patient. If you're hoping to lose weight, it could take 2 weeks before you even move the needle at all. So really, in the short term, there are almost no noticeable differences. Like I remember my dad asking me after a couple weeks how I felt, and I thought about it, and I was like, just kind of normal, I think. For some reason, I guess I thought, I'm eating all these superfoods. I'm gonna feel amazing. These omega-3s are gonna be coursing through my veins. But I realized it's more so just an absence of feeling bad. It's been a week or so since I officially finished doing the diet for a month, and I've tried not to stray too far from it since then, but I've loosened up the restrictions. Like the other day, I had a milkshake, and it was fucking delicious. It was so good. I don't regret it at all. But I felt like garbage afterward. I was in a bad mood. I was groggy and irritable, and I went to bed really early for some reason. Same thing happened when we had pizza a few days later. It was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. At least it felt like it at the time, you know how it is. But it also made me feel like shit. I was so full, but I was also really grumpy. I kept getting annoyed at everything. It kind of ruined my night. And when I thought about it the next day, I was like, I think I'm good on pizza for a while. It also gave me acid reflux, which made me realize that I had not had that for the entire month that I was on the diet. So now that I think about it, maybe I'm onto something here. So food good, diet good, but everything outside of the meals, I could take it or leave it. The electrolytes are disgusting. The vitamins cost like $2 a pill. The water bottle's nice, but you're essentially paying an extra $40 just to have Tom Brady's name on it. And I love the guy, but not that much. The exercise equipment was a pretty good deal as far as I can tell. I'll let you know if all that shit just starts breaking one day. But ultimately, for a lifestyle change as drastic and as costly as this can be, I wouldn't recommend starting it off by wasting a couple $100 on a bunch of the less necessary crap. Just save that money for all the fish you're gonna have to eat. I know there's probably gonna be a lot of people who watch this video and think, whoa, you went on a diet for a month? That's crazy. What are you, like a regular person? And that's fine, but I'm proud of myself for doing this. It's not that I don't normally pay attention to what I eat and try to eat as healthy as possible, but I'm certainly not very consistent about it. So every day that I would get through the entirety of without making any bad dietary choices, it felt good laying in bed that night knowing I did a good job. And the more I stacked those days on top of each other, the better I felt overall. And I also realized when I'm only having one truly bad meal every week or two, it makes it taste so much better, because I've earned this. I'm gonna savor this shit. Again, I know these are very basic human principles that a lot of people are gonna hear and be like, yeah, Drew, it is hard. Everyone struggles with cravings and making good choices. It's not like extremely healthy people were just born with a different brain and they never think about how good ice cream would taste right now. They just have better self-discipline than I do. Anyway, this is a diet that I've wanted to try for several years, and maybe it's a good thing that Tom pretended to retire for just long enough to make me actually do it, because if he didn't, I probably wouldn't have. I'm still kind of pissed that he took my spot on the team, but I'll try not to hold a grudge. Well, I think I have finally run out of things to say. I've been working on this video for almost 2 months now, and I'm ready to be done. I know you guys are all probably pretty impressed right now by how well I'm able to hold my composure, despite the fact that I can very clearly see the dryer that held me captive for 2 weeks. But I'm a new man. I have no fears. I'm not afraid of looking at the dryer. I'm only closing this door because I think it's funny. Not because I'm scared of the dryer. Hey guys, welcome back to the same room I've always filmed in. So I think it's pretty obvious by now that my favorite thing to do on this channel is talk about the most relevant topics that are on the forefront of everyone's minds, which is why today I will be defending the hell out of a show that came out 17 years ago. Not you, Joey. That would be an impossible task. This video's about Lost. For a couple years in the mid-2000s, Lost was the biggest cultural phenomenon in America. Everyone was talking about it, all the late night shows were doing bits about it, and it was widely considered to be must-see television, until a lot of people started to turn on it. Its reputation eventually shifted to being a show that's too convoluted, and the writers are just making shit up as they go along. Why is there a polar bear here? The island is hot. You know, things like that. And when the show ended in 2010, it didn't quite leave behind the impact that at one point it seemed destined to. Now, when most people talk about Lost, the popular opinion is that it was a really promising show that just went off the rails. That was the opinion that I adopted myself and just kind of accepted as fact, because I was a kid when I watched it, and that's what kids do. And then recently, Amanda and I were looking for something to watch, so she put the pilot of Lost on as a joke. And then we watched the second episode and the third episode, and 2 months later we'd watched the entire series, cried dozens of times, and now it's one of our favorite shows ever. We got the DVDs, I have this book, I bought the soundtrack on vinyl. What is happening to me? It actually made me kind of frustrated to watch this near masterpiece of a show and think about how much I had been discrediting it over the years. Lost helped pave the way for a complete shift in our approach to television, and it's been largely cast aside. Nowadays, it's super common for shows to feel like a series of short movies with high budgets and these big ensemble casts, but Lost was doing this on ABC, the same network that was premiering Wife Swap. This is not what TV was like in 2004. Primetime dramas were simple and formulaic. They were filmed on cheap-looking sets and made to be easy for people to tune into any random episode without missing a beat. Lost was different. It was heavily serialized, it was intense, and it started right away. You watch the chaotic first few minutes of the pilot episode, and then the initial music kicks in as the opening credits roll, and it's like, wait a minute, this was on television? You could just watch this show for free? Apart from just the writing and production quality though, one of the things that stood out the most to me upon rewatch was the music. I forgot how fantastic this soundtrack was. So many of the moments in the show can be triumphant or heart-wrenching on their own, but then you combine that with these beautiful strings, this big booming orchestra that comes in and crescendos over a scene, and you go from thinking, this is a pretty good show, to, oh my god, I'm already crying and it's the third episode. After a few episodes, I had to look up who the composer was, and I found out it was someone named Michael Giacchino. Interesting. I've never heard of him before. Let's see what else he's done. Oh, just some of my favorite movie soundtracks of all time. The Incredibles, Ratatouille, Up, fucking Speed Racer. I never realized that the same person was responsible for so much music that I grew up loving, which is why now, before I even get into the show itself, I want to do a quick sidebar just about him. When it comes to world building in a fictional universe, the soundtrack can be so vital in establishing a transformative atmosphere. There's a reason John Williams is generally considered to be the gold standard of movie composers, and that's because the music becomes so iconic that just hearing it can make you feel like you're there, whether it's Harry Potter, Star Wars, the line to the Jurassic Park ride at Universal Studios. The music is what creates the world. Like, yeah, Darth Vader looks pretty cool, but how much less intimidating would he be if he wasn't always accompanied by one of the most menacing theme songs ever made? But if I were to nitpick one thing about John Williams, which I guess is what I'm doing now, it would be that a lot of his compositions sound very similar. There are songs in E.T. that sound like they could have been in Indiana Jones that sound like they could have been in Jaws, and so on and so forth. But what I've really grown to admire about Michael Giacchino is how much his instrumentation varies based on the tone of the project he's working on. So, for example, the Incredible soundtrack has a heavier focus on these deep brass instruments.
Most of the time, we're just there as color stuff. This movie, the whole brass, all the brass, French horns, trombones, tubas, everything, are so out front.
And this like little sweeping percussion that you wouldn't hear in any of his other work. The movie is about a family of retired mid-century superheroes, so it's a stylistic choice to have the music invoke this vintage cartoon vibe, which makes the songs sound nostalgic even if you've never seen the movie before. On the other hand, you have something like Inside Out, a movie that takes place mostly inside someone's brain, so the music is fittingly more ethereal. And then you've got Ratatouille, which is very French. But if you want to talk about someone adapting their style to fit the project they're working on, Lost is the perfect example because they literally used pieces of the plane wreck to create certain sounds in the music.
I wanted to kind of set up a very different sound for this show. I just didn't want it to be, okay, I'm scoring another show and it's going to have that sound to it. We want stuff that's like bizarre. So what we did was we shipped home sections of the airplane. We used that on the show, and in the percussion booth, the guy plays the airplane pieces.
This is a show that takes place on a mysterious island with supernatural and even horror elements, which the music accompanies perfectly. Listen to something like this. And then replace that with just standard, like, epic stock music. It's a completely different vibe. Now, instead of pissing my pants and cowering in fear, I'm just rolling my eyes at something so generic. Lost can be an extremely unsettling show, and I think so much of that intensity can be attributed to the sounds that they compose. But that's not even my favorite thing about the soundtrack. Each of the main characters in Lost has a theme song that's centered around a specific melody, which Michael is able to reuse in different contexts, somehow changing the emotion attached to it every time. Arguably, the most famous song he's ever composed was in the opening sequence of the movie Up, which he won an Oscar for. As most of you probably know, this is a beautiful yet heartbreaking scene with a beautiful yet heartbreaking song carried by one simple melody.
12 seconds later.
There were several scenes throughout the course of Lost where you knew what was coming. You were already in an emotionally vulnerable place, and so you're like, come on, please don't play the song. Oh my God, not again. And just when I thought I couldn't like this guy's work anymore, I was listening to the song that plays during, spoiler alert, Boone's funeral. It's not a huge spoiler, he dies pretty early on, just watch the show. But I was listening to the song that plays during Boone's funeral, and then I looked at Spotify and realized it's called Booneral. Holy shit. Where a lot of network TV shows have soundtracks that seem like they're straight from a stock music website, Michael Giacchino took what the writers gave to Lost and used it to orchestrate songs that invoke even more emotion out of the material. I know it's kind of weird to start my review with the music, but honestly, if it wasn't as good as it was, I probably wouldn't even be making this video in the first place. So the music definitely added depth to the characters, but the casting itself is another reason why I love this show so much. I love that almost no one in this show was an established actor at the time. I feel like it's so much easier to invest in a world when it's not like, oh, and there's Matt Damon pretending to be a doctor. Oh, what's that? His name is Robert in this? No, it's Matt. I'm not gonna call him Robert. When I watched Lost, it reminded me of something Bo Burnham said once on Pete Holmes' podcast.
No one would see a movie if there wasn't this idea of a movie star, but it's completely antithetical to the art. I want to show up and watch a movie and be like, I don't know these people. I don't see, right. I only see the characters.
To me, Matthew Fox just is Jack. When I see Jorge Garcia and anything else, my brain says, hey, it's Hurley. Wait, shouldn't you be on the island? Part of the fun of the first couple seasons of Lost is that you don't know anything about these people. And it slowly gets unraveled over time, but in the beginning, it truly is just a group of strangers trapped in the same predicament. You don't know what any of the individual actors are capable of, so you don't have any expectations until you see it happen. The writers do a great job of building out the world early on too, by devoting each episode to an individual character. By flashing back and forth between what's happening on the island and a thematically similar filler event from earlier in their lives. It helps fill in the blanks of who these characters are by showing instead of telling. And what is slowly revealed is that each person is not exactly who you assume them to be on the surface. In fact, they're all kind of lost in their own ways, right? Thank you. Thank you. I am the first person to say that. I think the reason that Lost was so good is the same reason that it wasn't fully appreciated for what it was, and that's because it was about a decade ahead of its time. I think it would have been a much larger part of the pop culture conversation if it had been made by Netflix like 10 years later. The seasons would have been more concise, so you wouldn't have had a situation where you get to season 3 and you've run out of flashbacks to do. They'd be given more flexibility to end the show when they felt it was time to. They could have had one of the characters say the F word. I mean, let's be honest, the two most unrealistic things about the show are that they crashed a plane on an island and none of them say shit or fuck, and also they're all wearing jeans the whole time. You can't wear jeans on the beach, I'd rather die. But if they had the creative freedom that's been given to Netflix and HBO shows in the years since, I think the audience that ultimately turned on it would have been more forgiving of the somewhat bizarre twists. What I'm saying is Lost walked so Stranger Things could run. It's kind of unfathomable that the show is as successful as it was in spite of all that, in spite of dealing with a network that wanted them to stretch it out to, at minimum, 10 seasons.
There were all these compelling mysteries, and so we were saying we want to have this stuff answered by the end of season 1 and this stuff answered by the end of season 2, and then the show basically ends after about 3 years. That was the initial pitch. But they were just like, do you understand how hard it is to make a show that people want to watch? And people like the show, so why would we end it? You don't do that. You don't end shows that people are watching.
And wanted to do to Lost what they've done to Grey's Anatomy, which I assume will just go on forever. Hey man, people keep going to the hospital, someone's got to treat them. I think for the most part, the Lost writers did a masterful job of balancing having to add new characters and plot lines while still developing the existing ones. Some of the characters added in later seasons ended up being my personal favorites of the entire series. I think they managed to create a thoroughly compelling story from start to finish, even if it did get a little too complex for a while. So because of what ABC forced them to have to do, I don't blame people for falling off the Lost wagon at the time. I certainly did. I had never finished the show until this year. I think it was somewhere during season 5 when I was like, guys, I appreciate what you're trying to do here with all this time travel stuff, but I'm in middle school now. I can't be taking notes in order to wrap my head around this show. I'm just trying to play RuneScape and get my first kiss. Maybe at the same time. But I think it makes sense why so many people struggled to keep tuning into Lost in the later seasons. This is a show that 100% needs to be binged, that needs to be consumed in quick succession if you want to stay fully invested in what's going on. And that just wasn't possible with the way it was released. There were so many times when an important plot seed would get planted but then not brought up again until 4 episodes later. And that's fine if you just watched that episode yesterday, but in 2006, that could mean a month and a half of real time passing where you're expected to retain that knowledge. I couldn't tell you what key information I saw in a show last month. I don't even remember how I started this sentence. It's almost as if the creators knew that Lost could be more appreciated as time went on because they made a couple important decisions to help future-proof the show. For one, they somehow convinced ABC to spend an unheard of amount of money on the pilot. More money than had ever been spent on a pilot before. Just think for a moment how insane it is for a major network to greenlight so much money for a completely unknown IP. It's not like they were making like the Spider-Man show. It's a show about a plane crash with a cast full of unknown actors. It's so crazy, in fact, that it actually got the executive who approved the money fired. You'd think they would have hired him back once they realized how popular the show became, but I guess the bridge had already been burned. Why did the pilot have to cost so much money though? Well, mostly because they had to figure out how to ship a commercial airplane to a beach in Hawaii. Sure, they probably could have CGI'd it, but given how impactful that first impression of an on-fire airplane crashed on a beach is, I don't think they could have done it any differently. Maybe now you could pull that off with CGI, but special effects in 2004? looked awful. In fact, that's one of the only things that hasn't aged well about the show is some of the special effects. But as long as they're not trying to computer animate a submarine, the show generally looks really good. It doesn't look like something that was filmed 2 decades ago, and that's because of another conscious decision made by the creators to shoot Lost on 35mm film, which was the less convenient and more expensive alternative, but another way of future-proofing the show. Because of technological reasons that I'm too stupid to fully understand, let alone explain, film can be almost endlessly upscaled, which is how you can have movies from like the 70s remastered to look practically brand new. Had they instead shot Lost digitally in 480p, that's just the resolution it would be forever. There's nothing you can do about it. In fact, the more you stretch it out, the worse it's gonna look. Well, okay, Drew, so if the show was so good and so popular, why did people turn on it? Without a doubt, the biggest contention that people have with Lost is the way it ended. But a lot of that contention is predicated on a belief that is untrue. Because of the somewhat vague nature of the finale, coupled with ABC's decision to show an empty island during its credits, a lot of people came to the conclusion that everyone must have been dead the entire time. That they all actually died in the plane crash in the pilot episode, and the island was some kind of afterlife purgatory. If that was the ending, I would be upset too, because that would undermine everything that happened on the island. It would mean that all of the people who died over the course of the show didn't actually die because they had already died, so it retroactively removes the gravity of their death because it didn't matter. All of the stakes of what had happened on the island would have been reduced to nothing because turns out it wasn't real, it was all just some shared fantasy. That is not what the ending was. The writers have said adamantly that that's not what the ending was. Frankly, I'm surprised so many people thought that that's what the ending meant, because that idea is verbally refuted by one of the characters in the finale. I have to fight the urge to go into more detail because one of my hopes with this show is that people who have never seen it will watch it for the first time, and if that's the case, I don't want to spoil the ending. I know I spoiled the Boone thing earlier, but again, it's minor, all right? In the grand scheme of things, not a big deal. I think what a lot of people ultimately wanted out of Lost was a Scooby-Doo style ending where they rip the mask off someone and go, "Mr. Jenkins, you were at the island the whole time?" And then he gives a 40-minute PowerPoint presentation covering every single plot point from all 6 seasons. Instead, you have to accept that in spite of all the mysteries and the science fiction elements, what the show was ultimately about was the characters on the island. And the ending of the show is a reminder of the journey they went on, how they grew as people, and how coming together on the island was the most important part of all their lives, even though the only thing they wanted to do when they were there was get the fuck off of it. I thought it was an emotionally satisfying ending, even if it wasn't necessarily the ending that I expected. But I'm also surprised how many people view the show as being super open-ended, like there's this long list of unanswered questions. There really aren't. I had always looked back on Lost as this like meandering improv scene where people just keep adding more and more stuff instead of focusing on what was already established. But to me, each of the 6 seasons had its own theme and answers most of its own questions while still maintaining forward momentum. I would say, if anything, the show over-explained itself sometimes. There was an entire episode in season 3 devoted to the origin of Jack's tattoos. No one asked for that. A lot of seasons 5 and 6 explore like the deep history of the island, where it came from, the first people to live there, and it's like, okay, that's interesting, I guess, but I didn't really need to know all that. Some of the things that were explained in season 6 sounded like dialogue from a Kingdom Hearts game. And that's not good.
Because I'm you. No, I'm me.
But filler episodes aside, the first 3 seasons of Lost are pretty much perfect in my opinion. And with a little bit of tweaking, I could see how the season 3 finale could have just been the end of the show. But it kept going because ABC demanded that it would, and ultimately I'm glad it did. I've never seen a show with an ending quite like Lost. It was a left turn for sure. It's the kind of thing that if you were just to describe to someone what happened, it would sound ridiculous. But for some reason, I think it worked because those 2 things are what Lost always was. It's funny, I think if the show had ended after 3 seasons with everyone just getting off the island, there would be far less criticism about all the unanswered mysteries. People would just be like, well, That place was pretty weird, huh? Glad they're all home safe now. But instead, the show made audiences stay invested for 6 years. The final season was heavily marketed as something that it ultimately wasn't. And that's where I think a lot of the bad taste in people's mouths came in.
The time for questions.
Why is my name written down on this?
Is over.
That's where ABC and the creators themselves fucked up the most. It's only now that we're over a decade removed from that, with expectations fully subsided, that I think Lost can be appreciated for what it was instead of detested for what it wasn't. This show was not always perfect. There were moments that made me roll my eyes. There were conflicts that could have been easily resolved had two people just spoken to each other. There were some really disappointing character arcs. But in a world where so much media is unoriginal, where it seems like every movie is a sequel and every show is a spin-off, Lost was one of a kind. There was nothing else like it on TV, and in the years since, very few shows have come close to accomplishing what they did. Certainly none under the same circumstances. It was bold, it was unique, and it was ahead of its time. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Since you made it all the way to the end, congratulations, I am awarding you with 10 Gooden bucks. Redeemable at any Firehouse sub. But again, that's it. Thank you so much for watching. You can get your parking validated at the front desk, and then you can go home. So drive safe. Bye. Hey guy, it's that time of year again, the beginning of a new one. And that means it's time for all of us to turn over a new leaf, to strive to be better versions of ourselves for anywhere from 10 to even 12 days. Like a lot of people, I'm starting the year off with the goal of trying to eat healthier and struggling to do it because my brother just gave me 100 pounds of candy for Christmas. I've learned that for me personally, the easiest way to eat relatively healthy on a consistent basis is to just meal prep the same few meals over and over again. I do a lot of chicken and rice that I douse in hot sauce. Sometimes I'll put that chicken in a burrito that I douse in hot sauce. I also do a lot of ground turkey pasta. And of course, my signature dish, one slice of bacon cooked too long, now it looked like a turd. And all of these are equally delicious, but I'll admit, sometimes I grow tired of the same 4 meals, and I'd like to expand my repertoire. Lucky for me, there's a whole world of information available right from my mobile device, and over the years, I've bookmarked dozens of delicious-looking recipes. There's just one problem. I've never actually cooked any of them. I have a whole folder of saved recipes on Instagram that I add things to constantly. I don't think I've ever even opened it. Gun to my head, I couldn't tell you one thing that's in there. So my goal for this video is to not just pretend that hypothetically one day I might cook something that I see online, if all of the ingredients fell right into my lap and someone preheated my oven for me. No, I'm cooking everything I see. I don't care if it looks good. I don't care if it looks disgusting. For the next week, every time I see a recipe online, I'm gonna stop whatever I'm doing, drive my ass to the store, and come back home and make it. I might even eat it too.
Let's make these crispy Parmesan broccoli sticks. Peel your stalk and slice into fry shape. Coat them in a mixture of olive oil, grated parm, garlic, and lots of spices. Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan and bake for 15 minutes.
Okay, so technically I already saw this before I started making this video, but I still want to make it because I only found out recently that you can even eat that part of the broccoli. I've just been composting it every time. Now, is some of its nutritional value lost when I smother it in oil and cheese? Yeah, probably a little bit. But Parmesan literally has protein in it, and that means it's good for you. I've never peeled this part of a broccoli before. Hope I'm doing this right. All done. Olive oil, garlic. I don't know what spice that is exactly. I'm just gonna do like some paprika, which is way too much, and some more garlic. Music love, because I have sensitive skin. Where are all my sensitive skin heads at? Never mind. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Look at that.
Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan.
I'll get what I can on there. I'm definitely about to run out. I've only done like 3 of them. All right. Probably could have used some more cheese, I'll say it.
What is it?
Broccoli.
Oh, it's broccoli.
Yes, broccoli stems with a bunch of crap on them. I need to make it again in the air fryer with more cheese and less spice. And I need to make sure I grate them properly because I think some of them have like a little bit of the outside, but I don't know where the outside stops and the middle begins. I don't know the inside of a broccoli very intimately.
I do. I
Okay, so I have an experiment. I have two starters going on here. This one is named Thunder, and this one is named Lightning. And then I fed it for the first time this morning because it doubled in size, and now, even since this morning, it's grown about this much. And then Lightning over here, this one hasn't grown yet. I just started this one this morning. So I'm excited to see how these turn out.
I'm 5 days into being back in a calorie deficit diet, and I have yet to have a pizza omelet. They're by far one of my favorite low-calorie meals.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna make upside-down egg pizza for breakfast. That wasn't on my 2025 bingo card. Oh wait, it actually was.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting.
This is a very precise recipe. He said 15 pepperonis, not one more, not one less. 14, 15, 16. Guess that'll just be our little secret. Okay, mine aren't really flat like his. It's like they don't want to be cooked. Oh yeah, this is looking like a pizza now. Shit. I feel like I need a third egg in there. Wow. I'm really bad at this. I just went to Italy a few months ago, and let me tell you, this right here, this is pizza. I guess I have to judge its doneness based on how much it jiggles.
We got a little bit of a jiggle left, so we're gonna cover for a little bit longer.
I guess my worst fear is because I have to flip this eventually. What if it's like still really soggy and not done, and I go to flip it, and it's just like raw egg all over my face and torso? I don't want that. Time for the flip. Nope. It's heavier than I thought it would be. Or what if I what if I just did that? Does it look as good as his did? No. But does it taste as good? How would I know? I haven't taken a bite yet. No. That's not the face I wanted to see. This is the face I wanted to see. I mean, I didn't make this because I was like, oh, Amanda will love this. I made it because I had to. It has such a strong odor. I think it's pretty good, actually. It just tastes like an omelet. I mean, that's pretty much what it is.
Nothing really to say about this.
It tastes the way it looks.
If this just had another tortilla on top and more cheese
Hiding
on
its
top,
contents.
yeah, it just looks really ugly.
You don't like the way this looks?
I just don't like the way it looks.
It's definitely uncanny valley territory. It looks too much like a pizza, but not enough like a pizza. It almost looks like an AI-generated pizza. Like it has this weirdly cartoonish look to it. I like it.
If you don't have a lot of time in the mornings but looking for a delicious and easy high-protein snack, these breakfast Hot Pockets are only 300 calories with 32 grams of protein and perfect for meal prep.
But I don't want to make eggs again.
Feel the luck of the dice. Watch the roulette wheel spin and scream for your touchdown.
All right, so I already fucked up two things about this recipe. One, I was supposed to buy egg whites to mix with the eggs, and I bought egg stirs by mistake. That's not that big of a deal. That's just like a calorie difference. But where I really messed up was I was supposed to buy plain yogurt, and I bought vanilla yogurt. Sure, vanilla is relatively plain in the grand scheme of all flavors, but for this recipe, I don't think that's what he was going for. I think this is as good a time as any to point out that if there's any recipes that I make in this video and I don't like it, it's probably not the recipe's fault. It's probably mine. No, this is awesome. This is exactly what I wanted to be doing right now. Is this right? Does this look right to you? I think I stuck my hands in a little prematurely. I know this extra flour was probably overkill, but this got so sticky, I just felt like I had to intervene somehow. Not right now, please. Well, it looks like something. It looks better than it did 5 minutes ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, look at us. We're doing it, guys. Well, I'm doing it. You haven't helped at all. Just a nice, easy meal prep. This will make your mornings very simple. There's no way I'm gonna fit this many eggs on these. They're so tiny. What did I do wrong? Besides, well, most of the steps so far. I love 20 pounds of eggs. I love to look at it. I love to smell it. This might be the best meal I've ever made. Yeah. This looks pretty good. If anyone is watching this video so far and is like, boy, I sure do hope Drew doesn't transition into cooking content because I don't want to watch any more of this, don't worry. I'll probably never step foot inside a kitchen ever again. Just wanted to try something new for the new year. New year, new me. That's what they say. But I can't wait to go back to the old me. The old me that never tried to do shit like this. This looks so good. I do think of myself as a decent chef. I think I'm pretty competent in the kitchen. But there are things that I'm good at making, and clearly there are things I'm bad at making. I don't want this to be an indictment on my overall cooking ability, okay? This has nothing to do with how good I am at roasting chicken or grilling wings. Wings are not really that hard to make, and I'm also really good at spaghetti, which is like notoriously pretty easy. Maybe I'm just good at like the baby shit. I'm just gonna put this on as is, and we're just gonna see what happens to that. A little fucked up one in the corner. Hey, that wasn't so bad. Look at this delicious meal.
I think it's still undercooked. It's so funny, he was like, sear it on both sides for 5 minutes each. I did that and cooked it in the oven for like almost 40 minutes. I mean, it tastes like a Hot Pocket. Whether or not that's a good thing is up to you.
I mean, it's a little dense.
It's like a brick. Yeah, I think the dough was more my fault. I don't think I made it thin enough before I packed everything in. What would be better is to just use a tortilla and then just make like a little crunch wrap. And I feel like that would just be 100 times easier. And you could probably meal prep that too.
I like it better than yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't like that pizza.
This is a pizza.
What do you think pizza is?
This is pizza.
I hope you like that because I got 6 more of them.
This is my go-to dish I make when I don't feel like cooking.
Perfect. It'd be nice to have a little break after that fiasco I went through this morning.
It's called arrayas. It's basically a meat stuffed pita and it takes less than 30 minutes to make.
Oh.
We're gonna use ground beef and add garlic, feta, parsley.
Sorry,
and then we're gonna open up our pita halves and start stuffing them. Sear them on both sides.
Actually starting to look a little bit like cooking.
It turns out so juicy and now we just enjoy.
You know what I make when I don't feel like cooking? Bag of chips. Maybe just like a bowl of canned tuna. She said in the video, I promise you're not gonna undercook this.
And I promise the meat fully cooks.
I don't know about that. I think you would be shocked at my ability to undercook anything. Or I guess more accurately, to severely overcook anything out of fear of undercooking it. I'm such a hypochondriac that if I even make even a slightly pink burger, which is how I like it, by the way, I'll work myself up the next 2 days being like, does my stomach hurt because I contracted a foodborne illness? Or does my stomach hurt because I'm nervous about the possibility of having contracted a foodborne illness? Ugh, I can't wait to lick my fingers when I'm done. Does that look good to you? Wow, I touched that for 10 seconds and my hands are itchy. Where all my eczema heads at? Please ignore the mess over here. I wasn't expecting company today. It looks so good on the outside, but I know it's still raw on the inside. Cooking is scary. What if I die? All right, moment of truth. This woman's trying to kill me. It would be so helpful to know how hot I was supposed to make it. It looks really good on the side. This one I gave a little bit longer, and it is completely raw. She promised it would be fully cooked. Am I stupid? Ow. This one looks fine. That just looks like a burger. Let's make a little sauce here. God damn. Shit, that's really good. I've never thought to fry pita bread like this. It just tasted like an empanada, which is great. Empanadas are delicious. I've made empanadas before. The ones I made were like a lot of work. It would take me like 2 hours to do everything. I'm gonna say that this one that is still raw is my fault. I can't tell you how many times I've tried making burgers and I'll like confidently take it off thinking it's done and then it fucking looks like this. No shade to her. I just don't think that she should have ever trusted me to cook something properly. I am going to cook the meat and then stuff it in and then brown the sides. Now, is this one gonna taste as good? Probably not. But is it a little bit safer to eat? Yeah, because I burnt it. Yeah. Definitely dried that one out. There's a happy middle ground between putting it in completely raw and putting it in already cooked. Sorry, Bim Bim. I can't feed you this week. I haven't gotten any Instagram reels for cat food. Nah, I'm just kidding, brother. Honestly, so far, this challenge isn't as bad as I feared it might be. I'm stepping outside of my comfort zone. I'm learning new things. I'm actually pretty excited to see what's next. What the fuck?
Dozens of questions sprang to mind as my eyes tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Questions like, what? And why. But for the sake of this video, the only one I really needed to answer was how. So I enlisted the help of my friend Internet Shaquille, who you may know from his cooking YouTube channel or from the only Vine of his I could find on this website. Dunkin' Crumpers? He responded almost instantly with an answer that would have taken me weeks to figure out on my own. It's cheese. Really wet cheese with pistachios in it for some reason. He even found a website to buy this exact concoction from, but that, of course, would be cheating. I needed to make this on my own. Without access to pre-made mozzarella curd, I would need to order citric acid and animal rennet, two things I definitely knew existed before this week.
What the hell am I doing, man? I've been procrastinating this
all week, pretty much. I think the part that sucks the most is I love mozzarella. The idea of making fresh mozzarella sounds delicious. The videos I watched, they make it look delicious. But I have to go through all this work to make it, and then at the end, stuff it with a bunch of Italian bologna and pistachios, all because of some dumbass Instagram reel. Well, let's get started. I found this very nice Irish lady on YouTube whose recipe I will be following for this. I love this video because she gets increasingly more excited as it goes on, and it's infectious. Now I'm excited.
Look at how gorgeous those cheese curds are. Oh my gosh. This is so exciting.
I'm so nervous that the largest pot I have is not gonna be big enough for this. Oh my God. Oh my God, close call there. I just want to drink it, that's the problem. The real challenge of this recipe is resisting my primal urges.
Using a thermometer, stir your milk frequently until it reaches 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius.
I do have a thermometer, but I don't have a nifty thermometer holding device. Wait, what am I talking about? Of course I do. It's called my hand. Anyone else's mouth watering, or is that just me? Yeah, check out those lumps. All right, 90 degrees. Remove it from the heat without knocking my camera over. Another burden in all of this is the need to film every step of it.
Stir in the rennet mixture for around 30 seconds.
All right, that felt pretty thorough. Gotta put the lid on. Come back in 5 minutes. Oh man, I'm really nervous about this.
Okay, the moment of truth. Take off your lid and check if you have curd. And there you see it. It's a lovely wobble and it's nice and thick. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I am delighted.
Well, that's not right. Okay, try keeping that covered for a few more minutes. Not really sure what I did wrong there. The most recent comment on this video is, well, I fucked that up. I mean, I'm using the same rennet. Sets in 30 to 45 minutes. It may take longer. Maybe 5 minutes isn't enough. I might need to give this like half an hour. Pretty similar. It's supposed to basically be a solid at this point. I'm supposed to like slice it. That's why it's so much easier to just never do anything you've never done before. All right, well, it's been an hour. Oh my God. It worked, I think. I just went to the store to buy new milk thinking I was gonna have to do a second batch. This is so exciting.
I am delighted.
Okay. Not quite as thick as I thought. Shit. I think I can still make this work. Whatever big curds I thought I had, they have not materialized. At best, this looks like cottage cheese, but even that, it's like runny cottage cheese. I thought I had such big curds, man. What happened to my curds?
Just look at how wobbly and jiggly it is, just like the way you see fresh mozzarella. We are going to squeeze our cheesecloth as tight as we can to get out as much liquid as possible.
It doesn't feel like mozzarella. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, this is purely just liquid. I mean, she had a pot full of curds. I maybe have a fistful. It's like if you poured a bunch of rice into a pool and then tried to fish it all out. Just soldiering on as if every part of this process doesn't look completely wrong.
Place the curds in your hot whey for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, remove the cheese and stretch it as much as you can and fold it over on itself. When you're done, create a smooth ball by tucking the edges underneath and kind of shaping it in your hand, just like the way I'm doing. Look at this scene. This makes me so happy. I feel like I'm in the countryside in Italy somewhere. There you go. That's it. That's all our hard work paying off right there. This is exactly what I was going for. Absolutely gorgeous.
How's your bread doing?
I think I killed him.
These low-calorie and high-protein pepperoni pizza pockets are the perfect snack you can easily meal prep to take to work or school and can be stored in the freezer for weeks.
For the first time in my life, YouTube Shorts actually did something good for me here. Most of the ingredients you need to make this, I already had from that egg pizza the other day. My dumbass just rolled up to the checkout line at Publix with 2 things in my cart. They laughed me out of the damn building. Also, for your guys' benefit, I went ahead and did the boring part, and you get to watch me attempt to mash all of this crap into these tiny little tortillas. He does this sort of like triangle fold. Okay. Yeah, that kind of works. Wait, how does he close them? I got 2 cameras right now and neither of them are pointed at what I'm doing. So then seal it at the top. I will say, this was kind of fun actually. Maybe cooking's not so bad after all. It kind of looks like ice cream cone, huh? My only concern so far is they're not really staying closed. I didn't really do that part very well. And now I'm just getting my fingers all greasy for no reason. I also made some of them way too fat, I think. A lot of things I could have done differently here, but too late. Gotta put it in the oven. I don't know if it's just because I'm really hungry right now. But this is probably the best thing I've made so far. I didn't really get it to seal over here, but I don't think that matters that much.
I honestly like this a lot. Really, the only remaining test is seeing how much acid reflux I get in about 2 hours. A lot.
Let me show you how to make some incredible crispy beef tacos. These came out ridiculously good.
No, please don't make me eat a delicious taco. This challenge sucks. He wasn't super exact with the measurements. He did say 1 onion, but then just kind of threw in a wad of beef. Looked like maybe 2 pounds. I got 1.5. Hope I didn't fuck everything up.
Make your own taco seasoning, it's worth it.
I made the seasoning mix myself. Why are you looking at me like that? You think I just bought one from the store? You don't know anything about me. Ow. 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 Wish I had longer tongs. Wish I could be like this far back so it would stop burning my fingers. Oh yeah. That looks pretty good. It's not your ideal taco because it's mostly beef. If we had limes, that would go good with this. Do we have limes? Now she likes it. Fellas, if your girl don't like something, just put some lime juice on it. She'll go, The more oil you use in a video recipe, the better you can make something look, but like, it really just tastes like oil. When I was driving back to Publix to get my second onion, my mouth was watering thinking about these. And she said she didn't like it that much.
I'm hungry.
Oh yeah. They look like little turds.
I probably just like a frozen banana.
How did he do that?
The most delicious, high-protein, honey garlic butter chicken mac and cheese.
Somehow I managed to make the macaroni and cheese and the chicken the exact same color.
What are we having for dinner? Tan. Mac and cheese.
You don't like it?
It's a weird aftertaste. This is probably the worst one yet. Not good.
I don't know what I did wrong.
I think it's just the taste of the cheese. I don't like.
The pasta tastes really funky. I get a lot of YouTube shorts or Instagram reels that are like, here's a low-calorie version of a food you like, and they, you know, sub all of the regular ingredients for low-fat or low-calorie version. And the whole goal is to make it look like the food you like. And this looks like it would be good mac and cheese. The chicken, maybe not so much, but this looks like it should be good, but it doesn't taste right. It tastes so funky. I think mac and cheese is just one of those foods where you either need to go all out and just have the creamiest, butteriest, cheesiest mac and cheese that you can, or just not have it at all. God damn it.
No, I can't go out like this. A full week of trying new meals and this is what I ended on? Some stupid little mac and cheese crap? Hell no. I needed to go out like a man. I needed to eat a meal made for a big, strong guy like myself. And that's when I found the perfect recipe.
Spicy noodles, 2 cans of Vienna sausage, chorizo, 2 huevos, and some pickles with 3 scoops of peanut butter.
Now this is what cooking is all about. All my favorite foods all in one meal. An entire day's worth of calories just sitting in a bowl I can slurp up like a dog.
What do you say we dig into this bad boy, huh? Yeah, I mean, it just has every flavor you're looking for in a well-balanced meal. You got the salt from the noodles, the salt from the chorizo, the salt from the pickle. I mean, there's gotta be, what, 1,000,000 milligrams of sodium in here? Guess I don't need Gatorade ever again. I got a lifetime supply of electrolytes right here. It just sucks that I'm so full. You know, I'd love to eat more of this, but I'm so full. I had a slice of bread earlier, so it's just no room left.
You know, I started this video under the assumption that I'd been holding myself back all this time. By bookmarking posts and coming up with plans only to never follow through with them, I'd been preventing myself from ever reaching my full potential. I now know that I was wrong. You see, every time you actually make a recipe you see online, you're robbing yourself of the hypothetical version of it you'd created in your mind, replacing it with the real version that requires infinitely more work and almost always tastes worse than it did in your imagination. YouTube Shorts recipes are purely entertainment and should never be recreated by anyone. I went into this video thinking I needed to spark some sort of change in my life, move on to the next step of my evolution as a human being. But what I learned is, that was never going to happen. New Year's resolutions are for people who want to change, and I just don't. Changing is hard. Growing, nearly impossible. Whatever skills you learn by the time you're like 25 are the only skills you'll ever have. And as your body begins its slow but inevitable process of deterioration and your motor skills decline a little bit more every year until you die, remember this: it's too late, and you should have started sooner. Thanks for watching. No, I'm just kidding. That would be an insane way to end this video. My actual takeaway here is it's good to step out of your comfort zone, and even attempting to do so is cause for celebration. Don't beat yourself up if you're bad at something the first time you try it. Just learn from your mistakes and do better next time. I mean, sure, I'll never, ever attempt to make cheese ever again, and after 5 tries, Amanda's completely given up on the whole bread from scratch thing. But just because we gave up doesn't mean you should too. And yeah, maybe my other New Year's resolution was to get back into reading, and through 1 entire month, I haven't even finished half of 1 book. But just because I can't cook and I can't read doesn't mean you can't cook and you can't read. You do know how to read, right? I guess all I'm saying is I hope the very low bar I set for you today is inspiring. I truly think anyone can be a better chef than me if they even try at all. Also, I linked all the recipes in the description if you want to try one for yourself. Okay, see you next time. Drew, please peel off the protective coating from your LED lights. It's driving me crazy. What? I didn't know I could take this off. I thought this is just the color that it was. Man, I'm dumb as hell. I think I liked the blue better though, so I'm gonna put this back on. Perfect. The Dobre brothers. Everyone loves them, I assume, because they're always on the trending page. I am absolutely fascinated by the Dobre brothers and their career transformation. You remember watching them on Vine, and they would do like backflips in the grocery store and sort of piss off the people in the grocery store who assumed they wouldn't have to deal with twin boys doing backflips at the grocery store. I remember watching those Vines and seeing how popular they were and thinking, man, this sure is stupid. But I can at least take solace in knowing that when Vine dies, so will their careers. However, against all odds, that's not the case. The Dobre brothers are still succeeding and in fact thriving more than ever before on YouTube. And I understand that these guys have been talked about endlessly recently, especially with their music. So much so that you might look at a video like this and think, Drew, making a video about the Dobre brothers? Stop that. But the thing with these guys is there's just so much to talk about. There's so much content to sift through, and I'm gonna do my best to make sure that I talk about things that other people haven't talked about, or at least talk about them in different ways than other people have, because like I said, I'm fascinated by these guys. To properly analyze the Dobre brothers, I think we first need to discuss what they do well, because obviously they're very talented. You don't get 10 million subscribers without having talent. First and foremost, the Dobres have superhuman athletic ability. They can do backflips, they're pretty good dancers, they just did another backflip. They've also shown an ability to recover from injuries at a borderline miraculous pace. As you'll see in this video, we couldn't save him. So being the responsible yet fun-loving adults that they are, the Dobres have set up a course in their property for, I guess, their dune buggy. I don't actually know what vehicle that is. They make it clear to point out the fact that they're all very competitive and they're good at driving, but anything can happen. And anything does happen, because while Lucas is driving his, he has a bit of an accident.
3, 2, 1, go!
This whole thing is clearly not fake. It's definitely real. As you can see, they filmed the whole thing, and moments before the accident occurred, the drone died.
Man, it just died.
Oh, hate when that happens. But we can trust them. It's obviously a real accident.
You alright, bro?
I'm good.
They keep asking him what's wrong, and he finally says, it's my knees.
What's my knee? Both my knees.
Take it easy, man.
Which is interesting because he's been putting all of his weight on his knees the entire time. But man, that's a tough injury for sure. I mean, I've never had something like that happen, but I imagine the recovery time for that's got to be weeks, maybe even like a month, or, oh, it's the next day and
Everything's fine? Oh, well, I guess there's that superhuman athletic ability I was talking about. This next video, the one that he's totally fine in the next day, is called Dog vs. Goat Gymnastics Challenge, and this has been on trending page for literally like 7 days now. In this video, you start to see more of what the Dobre brothers are good at, getting back to my original list. Something you'll notice in this is that these guys are masterful editors. You know, sometimes in a vlog, it can be tough to keep people's attention, so you have to throw in like good editing bits from time to time. They have a really funny bit in this video where there's no audio in this shot for some reason, and it goes on for like 12 seconds. But where the Dobre brothers really excel is as pranksters. These guys are masters of the prank. These guys have done every prank you could ever imagine. They've done scary clown pranks, they've done dropping their phone in water pranks, kissing pranks, pregnant grandma pranks, buying a plane prank, slime pranks, handcuff pranks, slime pranks, ball pit pranks. Did I mention slime pranks? These guys love slime. I'm gonna show you guys the highlights from all of these because there's great moments in every single one of them. But let's start with funny clown shower prank. This prank starts as any good prank should, with some undercover recon. So whichever one of the twins this is sends out a super secret and silent drone to do some discreet spying on the other twin. A foolproof plan so far, but god damn it, he sees the drone. How could he have noticed such an incredibly loud object flying inches from his face? Oh well, looks like this operation is gonna have to continue on foot. Can I just interject here to say how much I love the idea of trying to prank someone inside a giant glass house? There's so many shots in this video and in all the videos of like the cameraman and someone else pressed up against a huge window as if like they're not visible from the inside. You have to have the worst peripheral vision in the world to be standing next to a window and not notice a colorful human-sized clown getting into the window next to you. Like, you don't hear it, you don't see it. How is that possible? Hurry up! Because all of these videos are stretched out to exactly 10 minutes long, all of these shots like can't be condensed because then they wouldn't be long enough. So you have shots like this where he's like, shh, don't say anything, you know, thumbs up, like, and pointing, like, look, the guy's over there. Yeah, we know, we see him. Can you just get to the prank, please? I'm dying to see this prank. I love the timing on this. After all of this planning and buildup, the cameraman comes into the room way before the brother reveals himself as a clown. So the initial prank is just like, haha, I'm filming you.
What are you doing?
And there's just like this awkward part where the cameraman is waiting for the brother to reveal himself so he's not just like being this weirdo who's just filming this naked boy.
What are you doing? Just wait. What are you doing?
Oh, what? You thought you could rub lotion on yourself in the Dobre house without getting disturbed? No. Here's another good prank. I trapped my twin brother inside a giant bubble ball.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna trap him in a big giant ball so he can never get out. He can never get out. Lucas, if you're watching this, you're never gonna get out of the ball.
Lucas, if you're watching this from inside the ball, you're never getting out of that ball.
I'm gonna trap him in there and keep him there. All right, let's do it.
I love that he's going through the logistics again of his incredibly simple plan. Okay, I'm gonna put him in the ball, but then what? Oh yeah, then he's gonna stay inside the ball.
What's up, Lucas? What are you guys doing? We're both gonna get in this ball.
So the conceit of this prank is that they're gonna get inside the ball together, and they're both okay with the idea of getting into this ball together and like flopping around the pool. But then the prank is that the one brother isn't gonna get in the ball. He's gonna get in the ball and then get out of the ball, and the other guy's gonna be stuck in there. That's a classic. That's classic. Like any good prankster, the Dobres are not afraid to repeat a successful prank. Something they've done not once, not twice, but 3 different times is push a sleeping family member into a body of water. So the first time they did this prank was on one of the brothers, Marcus. This one is almost conceivable. They drag his bed from his room like 25 feet outside to the pool. It's almost believable, or at least it would be almost believable if it wasn't raining outside, they didn't make so much noise, and if they didn't put a shirt over his face.
Think he's ever gonna wake up?
Probably never at this rate. I think he's dead, because nobody is this heavy of a sleeper Except, of course, their mom, because they did this again. It was so successful when they did it to Marcus, they decided, let's up the ante by like 1,000. We'll do it to our mom. And this time, instead of like dragging her 20 feet into a pool, we're gonna take her from her hotel room, out the door, down the hallway, down the elevator, through the lobby, and then across like half a mile to get to the ocean where the sun is like beaming down on her face the entire time. These videos leave me with so many questions, like, look at this door. How are they gonna get through the door? Let's wait and see how they get through the door. Oh, they're just gonna cut to when they're outside the door and not show the process of getting through the door? Makes sense. There's people around talking, there's cars driving around, there's the sound of the ocean because they're by the ocean. But then the moment she's in the water, that's when suddenly something triggers and she wakes up. Nothing woke her up before. It was just like suddenly floating on the water, which I would think would actually be more relaxing than being carried by 4 adult men. That's when it finally clicks that she's in the ocean, and oh, she falls, and the dad falls, and everyone falls, and it's fine.
I have to be honest, I knew it was a prank.
Really? I actually really like their parents. I like that the mom like has to come clean. Guys, I knew you were just pranking me. I didn't want to wake up and ruin the prank after you guys bought me a house and a car and make so much money, and I'm so proud of you. But still, that wasn't enough for the Dobre brothers. They had to do it one more time. They already did the brother, they already did the mom. Next up, dad. Why does everybody in this family sleep on an air mattress on top of another mattress? Okay, so this time, I think they realized, or maybe they saw the comments that were like, this is obviously fake. So they're like, okay, we're gonna put big noise canceling headphones on his ears so he can't hear anything. That's great, he can't hear anything. But I would say of the 3 senses that are going to alert your body to wake up, sound might even be the last one. Perhaps it would be the feeling of your entire family dragging you through the grass, putting you into the back of a truck, or even more so, sunlight directly hitting your face. I love when another car drives by and they just kind of like stop and giggle at each other for a second, probably thinking like, nothing, just doing a prank. We're just doing a prank. I know it looks like we might be disposing of a dead body. It's just a prank. And then they throw him into a river where he immediately wakes up. And then, of course, he and the mom fall into the water because it's funny for old people to be wet. Darn you, children. I thought for sure that I would never find myself the target of your goofs. Nobody's safe from the prank brothers, not even a little baby. What's that? You thought these guys wouldn't have the balls to prank a tiny little baby who's definitely not asleep right now? Think again. This prank is legendary. They go to a balloon store, they buy like 15 balloons, and then they strap them to an unsuspecting tiny little baby. Get wrecked, baby. And then, as you probably expected, they let go of him and he floats up into the sky where we can only assume he took on a brand new life among the birds. Just kidding. Of course they don't actually let go of him, not because he'd float up into the sky like a cartoon, but because he and the 15 balloons strapped to him would instantly fall to the ground. So it's safe to say these guys are pretty savage. Sometimes though, the life of a pranky prankster starts to catch up with you, and before you know it, the pranker becomes the pranky. This is exactly what has happened to them multiple times now, where they've had to deal with some pretty messed up vandalism. First graffiti.
Oh no.
The Dober Army Sooks.
Don't even know how to spell.
How dare someone come and spray paint that filth on their garage door in front of a security camera using spray paint that washes out almost effortlessly. And as if that wasn't bad enough, a few weeks later, bam! Eggs.
What the heck?
Now, I'm not accusing them of faking these stunts.
There's no way this is real.
Obviously, they have zero credibility at this point, but these are pretty serious things to fake. It would almost be like, I don't know, faking a brutal injury for the sake of content. You just don't do stuff like that, you know? But what I will say about these 2 eerily similar videos posted about a month apart from each other is that the person vandalizing them looks like the exact same guy. He has pretty distinct and weird mannerisms that are very similar to the weird and distinct mannerisms exhibited by their friend who played Bigfoot in a video called Bigfoot Invaded Our Home.
Why do you keep coming here and doing this?
Again, I'm not accusing them of anything. All I'm saying is that if you needed a guy, hypothetically, to play a fake prankster for a video, this would probably be the guy they'd ask. Also, they mentioned so many times in this video that they have 24-hour security dedicated to their property.
And we have security too. They have authority to do whatever is necessary to protect us.
So this guy had to get past the security on foot while holding eggs. Those security guards must suck. I got a bunch of eggs. I'm here to see the daubers. Oh yeah? These aren't for throwing. I'm gonna eat them. Oh, okay, you're good to go.
We can't clean this. How are we gonna clean like all this?
He's right. I mean, what are 4 able-bodied adult men gonna do about a few eggs? They can't clean that up. They're not capable of cleaning that up. But I mean, this is the same guy who started this video by saying he doesn't know how to use the camera.
Take the camera, bro. I don't know how to operate this thing.
Just shows that money can't buy everything.
Bye-bye.
So that's the Dobre brothers, masters of prank and pretty much nothing else. Honestly though, if you guys want to know my real opinion on these guys, because they are like stupid popular right now, I think they're pretty harmless. As far as overly successful and rich YouTubers go, they could be a lot worse. I just find them entertaining, honestly. And they're not really doing anything wrong. I mean, obviously they fake their pranks, but like, am I outraged that they're faking their pranks? No, because everything on YouTube is fake at this point. I know I spent a long time talking about how fake their pranks are, but I just do that because I think it's funny how little effort people put into making things seem real anymore. The only thing that really bothers me, I guess, about the Dobre brothers is how business first their content is, especially now that they're going on tour. They never, ever miss a chance to plug their tour. They plug it at the beginning of the video. They plug it at the end of the video. Hell, sometimes they'll stop what they're doing to plug that shit right in the middle of the video. And their merch, holy shit.
ShopDobre.com.
We get it, guys. You have pants that have your name on the dick. We see you wearing them. You don't need to also mention it 5 times in every video. Call me crazy, but I think that's a few too many times to plug your merch. Thank you so much for watching this video, guys. If you liked it, remember to keep it to yourself because all my videos are secrets and I don't want anybody to know about them. So don't subscribe, don't follow me anywhere, and whatever you do, don't buy this merch at DrewGoodenShop.com for $3. I'll be back tomorrow with another daily vlog. Thank you again so much for watching, and remember to go to jail. So, bye.
Bye-bye.
There's a rumor going around that Trevor Holt has the biggest you-know-what.
Yeah, YouTube, stop showing me this ad. I don't want to download Hooked. Anyway, now I can watch my video. What did they mean his you-know-what? I don't know what, and frankly, I don't appreciate the assumption that I would. Whatever. I'm not gonna let this ruin my day off. I'm having a great time, so I'm just gonna enjoy my video. I'm not gonna think about the weird app and their cryptic language. I don't need to figure it out. Oh, they were talking about his dick. Oh, okay. I get it now. Now, Hooked is very good at advertising. I've downloaded the Hooked app multiple times, and I always delete it because it's never what I was expecting. I have seen so many ads for Hooked and so many different types of ads. They're really trying everything. It started with the stories. I've seen them kind of do like FaceTime versions of that, but they're acted really poorly.
Are you sure it was him? Yeah.
But this one's the first I've seen that has this level of production to it. It almost doesn't feel like the same app at all. It feels like I'm seeing an ad for like a new Netflix show, but one that's also porn. Like this is very much the beginning of a porn. And because of that, I think it pretty much goes without saying that I did download the app again because I had to see what the app is all about. So the first thing that happens when you download the Hooked app is they ask you if you want a scary story or a romantic story. Because those are the only 2 types of stories. So obviously I picked romantic because I'm invested in what's going on with Trevor. And if you do that, here is what happens. They immediately start playing the story they know that you came here for, which is great. But it cuts off right as it's panning down. They cut you off and say, no. If you want to see that, you gotta sign up. Well, that's fine. I'll just sign up to a membership. And look, I'm getting 7 days free. And then after that, it's only $4.99 a week. Are you kidding? That's like $250 for the year. Don't worry though, there is a more cost-effective way to sign up for a year of the Hooked app. If you do a whole year all at once, it's only $40. Which sure, in comparison to $250,
Yeah, I guess that's better. A monthly subscription is $15. So you're telling me I could either spend $15 a month on Netflix and watch every show and every movie, or I could spend the same price on this, the Hooked app. But of course I'm invested. I've seen this ad cut off so many times. I've seen this shot just a few seconds ago, so I have to see what comes right after it. So I'm gonna sign up for the 7 days free so I can at least watch this story and figure it out. And I'm definitely not going to forget that I signed up for a free trial, and I'm going to cancel before they charge me, because I've never done that before where I've signed up for a free trial and then forgot and then paid for HBO Now for 4 months. I've never done that before. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this story now.
In school. And here he is, standing outside my dorm room, naked.
Wait, it's the same as the ad that I've already seen? That's what I signed up for? Oh, wait, no. Okay, looks like it's about a 15-minute movie. That's good. I'm sure this will be entertaining.
What are you doing?
Okay, let me sum up this movie for you. Trevor comes in. He's butt-ass naked. He asks Martha, the main character, to lie to this other girl and say that he's not here, even though he is. Apparently, he's hiding from this girl because
she jumped me in the shower.
But anyway, Martha hides him. He's like, thanks for hiding me under your bed. Now I owe you a favor. And she knows exactly what to do.
What can I do you for, Martha?
Drew Longhorn.
Drew Longhorn.
Yeah, Drew Longhorn.
That's the name of her crush. And also the name of my alter ego, who is a cowboy.
I want to kiss Drew Longhorn.
Don't we all? But anyway, he's like, okay, well, I owe you one, so I'll help you get on a date with Drew Longhorn, and here's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna show up to a party, and I'm gonna pretend to be your boyfriend, and then he's gonna be jealous, and then he'll want to be your boyfriend. Wait, I just watched a Netflix movie with this same exact plot.
I don't know the first thing about apps. Unless it's the blooming onion at Outback Steakhouse.
Speaking of movie cliches, on the way to the party, he's giving her all these pointers about how to get a guy to pay attention to you. You know, things like smile at him, make eye contact. And this is all such a foreign idea to her. Wait a minute. You're telling me all this time I was supposed to be looking at guys? And giving them a little smile? Because what I was doing was turning my back to him and farting on his face. But this does seem like a better plan.
Sure.
Now, you're not gonna believe what happens next. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but it turns out that Drew Longhorn, the guy she thinks she likes, is actually a douchebag. So she's very distraught, and as a result, this happens. Wow, I'm surprised I didn't need to get a stunt double for that fall. That was intense. I'm sorry to spoil the ending for you, but what happens next is that she ends up with Trevor.
The guy with the biggest, you know what.
Isn't that crazy, guys, that they end up together? I didn't think that they would.
And me. The Virgin.
It's a cute little movie, I guess. I'm not sure if it warrants its own IMDb page, but that certainly didn't stop them. The thing is, like, obviously I'm not the target audience for this movie. I could see someone enjoying this. There's a decent production value. If they made a whole bunch of these and put them on an app, I could totally see the value in charging a monthly fee, sure. But this isn't what the app is. There's one video on the whole app, and we just watched it. So even if you loved the short film and wanted to see more, you couldn't. That's it. You've already watched the entire app. You gotta read the rest. Which, again, there is absolutely value in having unlimited access to what looks like a few hundred short stories, if the stories are good. So let's read a few of them. Literally the first story that I ever read on Hooked is insane. It's called Panty Raid, and it's these two guy friends texting each other back and forth. One of them is in a girl's closet. Okay, I'm situated in the back of her closet. You sure she won't find you? Not a chance. Got the cam? Yep. Already recording. When is she coming? Should be soon. She usually gets home by this time. You really stalked her, huh? For the money, man. For the money. Wait, I just noticed their names are Jim and Roy. Is the girl's name Pam by any chance? Oh, here she comes. Get some good footage. Try my best. She's the hottest girl in the whole school. That has to be the lamest thing you've ever said. What, how? What, how? Just shut up. Yeah, shut up, she's here. She might hear your texting. Damn, she is hot. Getting a good angle? Can't wait to see it. Haven't even gotten to the good part yet. What's she doing? Texting to someone? She's just texting to someone. Boring! Wait, she headed into the bathroom. Yes! Get the shot! Shit, she closed the bathroom door. You have to find a way to see her. Hold on. Hopefully she doesn't lock it. Come on, man. Okay, I hear the shower. Hurry! Relax, Jim. Good lord. Turn in the handle. Cracked it a little bit. I think all is good. Okay, hold on. He's texting Jim with one hand. He's making sure to text constant updates. Then he's holding the camera with the other hand. And then I guess with his third hand, that's how he opened the door. Well, what does she look like? Hard to see. I have to wait till she comes out of the shower. Damn! You horny son of a... Ew. What? Okay, and then this is where it somehow gets even weirder. There's weird white flakes all over the bathroom floor, almost like dead skin. I don't care about that. I want to see that sexy bod. I have the camera rolling in my third hand, but the shower screen is all fogged up. You can't see anything? Just an outline, really. Quite the tease. Can you tell how effing gorgeous she is? Okay, seriously, who is this Jim guy? What is this situation? Yeah, but what? This weird dead skin. It's not dead skin! She's flawless! Shower stopped. Wait, she's gonna get out soon. Oh, this is where it gets good. You lucky bastard. Got the camera ready. And? Oh shit. Well? Is she amazing? No. What? What's happening? What do you mean no? Looks like she's got some sort of disease. Huh? Round sores all over her body, with dead skin peeling from them. You have to be kidding. Actually, her body's repulsive. I can't even tell if she's a girl. Weird thing is, she doesn't have wet. She doesn't have wet. Well, nipples. Or a belly button. What? You have to be kidding. Ew. What now? She's peeling her skin. Oh, I want to vomit. You have the camera, right? You're getting this. Jim is still as horny now as he was earlier. Unfortunately, I gotta see this to believe. Not sure you want to. How is she doing that? Doing what? Peeling back her skin like it's nothing. Shit. She's taking off her skin. No blood is coming out. It's like she's taking off her skin and the brown sores are now her body. What the fuck? I have to get out of here. Wait. OMG. What? I have to leave. What's happening? Ow. Just stubbed my toe. Shit, did she hear me? So did he say ow and text ow? Oh no, Roy. It heard me. It? Shit. Roy, what's going on? Call someone. She's not who we thought. It's after me. Who's after you? Roy? Hello? Roy! And that's Panty Raid. LOL, I want to see the video he took. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't a happy ending for Roy, because he was kind of being a perv. I wish Jim had the same outcome, though. I feel like he gets away scot-free. So that's kind of a bummer. The next one I read is called Poison, and this one has some crazy plot twists. So in this one, Eve is texting her friend Bree, concerned, thinking that her boyfriend is poisoning her because she has all these symptoms, and it only happens whenever she sleeps over at his house and he cooks her dinner. Which, okay, let's just say he is poisoning her, right? He's using poison. He's putting poison in her food. Wouldn't she be dead by now? What kind of shitty ass poison did this guy buy that it's just giving her a headache? That's really shitty poison. What, did he buy it from like a garage sale? Now this is where it's also revealed that Eve is an aspiring author. She's been writing a lot of books throughout the years, but none of them have been able to get published. She's still like trying to figure it out, but she's working on a book now that Dan is not too fond of. So her friend Bree is like, all right, you should go to the doctor, and if they find any poison in your system, then we'll use that as evidence against Dan. 4 hours later. Oh my God, Bree, what? My blood test came back. After 4 hours? She's She's got a good doctor. My blood test came back and they're positive for cyanide. Wait, he's been putting cyanide in her food? Cyanide? And she's just like getting headaches? I had to double check this because I was pretty sure she would have died instantly. And yeah, if you have cyanide in your system, you'll die in like 2 minutes. And she's just feeling woozy. But okay. So we'll just accept that she has cyanide in her system. That's what we're gonna go with here. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I doubted you, Eve. What are you gonna do now? Are you gonna call the cops? Not yet. This just proves that someone was trying to poison me. Not that Dan tried to poison me. Jesus Christ, Eve. He could argue I was doing this to myself. I need airtight evidence so that he can go to jail for a long time. This sounds dangerous. You need any help? Don't worry. I have a plan. Okay, so what happens next is Dan comes over. He makes her dinner once again, and she's suspicious, of course, so she only pretends to eat the food, which I guess Dan doesn't notice that she's pretending to eat. Good sandwich, honey. Babe, I can see that you're not actually holding anything. Yummy sandwich. I made spaghetti. Occasionally what she does is she takes bites and stores them in her cheeks. You know, like a squirrel. So I'm pretty sure now that this is a story about squirrels. So she stores it in her cheeks and then goes to the bathroom and spits it out into a plastic bag. But before she can hide it, Dan walks in. What are you doing? Nothing. Is that your chewed up dinner inside that bag? Eve's heart pounds. She's trapped in this bathroom and Dan knows she's onto him. Gosh, Eve. If you didn't like my cooking, you could have just said so. I think we both know what this is really about, Dan. You're poisoning me. What? Don't play dumb with me. I have blood tests to prove it. Seriously, is this a joke? You put cyanide in my food, Dan. Don't deny it. Dan shakes his head. All that writing has officially made you crazy. Bye, Eve. Good luck with your book. Okay. He like barely tried to deny it and then he just left, but we're still going. Bree, I need your help. Dan knows I'm onto him. Can you come over? I'm scared he'll come back. I'll be right there. 10 minutes later, Bree arrives at Eve's house. She finds Eve in her office, bent over her computer. Thought you might need this. She waggles a bottle of wine at Eve. You know me too well. Grab a seat. I'm bringing up the nanny cam footage. Why didn't you call the police? Because without this footage, it's just my word against his. He'll just say I'm poisoning myself, or that someone else did. So I need to find the moment he put the poison in. With that, my blood tests, and the tainted dinner he tried to feed me, I'll have enough evidence to convince any jury that Dan was poisoned. Wow, that's really smart, Eve. So they watched the videos. They watched the whole 2 hours of footage over the bottle of wine, but nothing happens. He doesn't slip anything in her food. He doesn't sneak away. He acts like a totally normal, doting boyfriend. It doesn't make sense. Maybe something tipped him off? That's possible. Maybe he saw your text messages to me. I did leave my... Eve's words trail off. She's suddenly very woozy. She can't seem to finish her sentence. Eve looks at her empty glass of wine, the wine that Bree brought for them to share. Except Bree's glass is still... Oh, did Bree even drink the wine? The puzzle pieces start to click together. You! Poisoned me! Took you long enough to figure it out. It doesn't say slow clap there, but I just feel like her character would in that moment.
Why?
And this right here, guys, is the twist of the century. In the corner of the office, Eve's printer flares to life. Pages upon pages begin shooting out of the printer. Eve's book. You were right about your book, Eve. Or should I say, about my book. It's going to be the biggest bestseller the world has ever seen. She killed her friend to steal her book and take credit for it. Her friend, who is not an established author, who has never written a successful book in her entire career, she killed her so that she could say that she wrote the book and she's gonna become rich from the book. It's incredible. It's poetic. It's the perfect crime. Steal a book from someone who's never written a successful book and risk going to jail forever by doing so. That's amazing. So I guess the question now is the Hooked app worth $15 a month? No. I will say, going through all the stories, there were a couple good ones, especially the horror stories tend to be a little bit more engaging than any of the others. Actually, the ones with real human voices, voice acting them, those are pretty good. But just like with the story about Trevor, there's only, I think, 3 or 4 of those on the entire app. And that's what they had always used to advertise the Hooked app. They acted like that was the whole app, when, you download it and there's only a couple that are actually like that, and the rest you gotta read and are much more boring. To me, this just seems like a classic case of false app advertising. It's a lot like all those mobile game ads that make it look like it's gonna be some AAA console game for your phone, and then you download it and you realize all they did was animate a fake cutscene to sell the game, but the actual game looks like this. I imagine they're making a decent amount of money. I mean, they already made $5 for me, because I signed up last week and forgot to cancel, just like I said I wouldn't. Maybe throw a little bit less money into all this false advertising and use some of that money to just hire more voice actors. It couldn't be that expensive to have a few people just go through and actually narrate some of these stories. It's not like they're that long. So just do that, and then it wouldn't be false advertising anymore. It would just be advertising. Final verdict, I give the Hooked app 2 bottles of poison out of 5. Well, as for me, I think I'm gonna get started writing my new book. It's a YA novel about a can of beans that comes to life.